Okay, I think for today, what I wanted to do was a little bit of maths. Also, I just completely forgot my entire audio setup isn't where I want it to be. Fuck. Give me a second. I don't know if this is going to kill the audio, but we'll see. Okay, looks like it's okay. It's not too bad. Although, if the audio is distorted, I can't tell. Let me just really quickly go have a look at the... Do a quick little monitor of it. Okay, that seems to be pretty good. Let me pull up the thingy that I wanted to do today. I guess one of the things that I wanted to do today, I wanted to do a couple of different things. And I think we'll start with... We'll do Harry Potter later, right before we end. I should be able to finish it pretty quickly from this point forward, since I don't have any other major obligations. So that should be pretty good. Let's do... Okay, let's grab this. Let's grab this. And we're gonna do a little bit of math. See if I can remember much of anything from high school or middle school. I think the first time I took a Regents exam, I technically took 2 Regents exams, one in middle school, or I guess 2 in middle school. But I don't see anywhere here on the website where they say that there's well, I killed the website. Fuck. There's anything for middle schoolers, or the lowest level of math I can find is Algebra 1, which I don't think I was doing Algebra yet in middle school, so I don't know exactly which exam it would have been that I took. That's so weird. There's just, for mathematics, there's Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. Are there grades 3 through 8? ELA, Math, and Science. Oh, how about this? Maybe intermediate level tests? Maybe this is what I took? Yeah, it must have been this. Okay, let's see if I can find. Just pull this up here aside. on screen. I don't expect... Okay, It's a question. Interesting dilemma. Should I do the intermediate ones first for grades 8? Or should I start with the high school ones right away? Because I think if I do the intermediate ones first, then it'll get my math juices flowing and... What the heck? It'll probably get my math juices flowing, and then that'll probably help me score better in the high school ones than I otherwise would have if I just go in dry without lube. However, if I do the high school one first, then I'll probably end up scoring lower in the high school exam in general. I think I should technically be a little bit cautious with my water usage because there's not much clean filtered water at the moment. And I want to save it for sure for reading time. Let's see. Grades 3 through 8 English, language arts and math, science and general info. Okay, these must be the exams here. Field test manuals and teacher's directions. Kinda makes me wonder if we took this one, the grades 5 through 8 one. New York State testing program. Questions and scoring materials. Grade 8. New York State Education Department Knowledge, Skill, Opportunity. It doesn't even have question 1 here. Well, it's only really seeing a part of the questions here. I'm not really sure if I can find the pre-high school level questions then. Okay, whatever. We'll just do the high school regents as I had initially planned. Let me see, how am I gonna want to set this up? I think I'll do on the left screen. We'll do my page. I guess we'll just leave this here. We'll keep maybe like a weekly page of notes, stream notes. Then we'll do this. Oh, I guess I should time myself as well. Fuck. But I'm already using my timer for the fucking dishwasher. No! I guess I will just make a little mark of a note. What time it is when I started and when I finish. That shouldn't take the entire... How long is this supposed to be? Like an hour? 1:15 to 4... A fucking 3-hour test. I think there's like a break in the middle. Or 2 breaks. I think that's the point. But... Okay, let me go grab my tablet. And then we'll get started. No! I think I'd kind of like it if I had like a platform that has like an arm attached to it, so I can just drag that entire thing out when I'm gonna use the tablet, as opposed to having to pull it out from under the stand here and everything. That'd be pretty neat, but maybe at some point later I'll do that. I do feel as if I am starting to use it a little bit more frequently. Okay, get rid of this shit. How do I get rid of this again? I forget. Fuck. Can you fuck off? How do I make this guy fuck off? Why is he such a pain in the ass? For like no reason. Fuck. How do... Fuck, that's one of the things I hate about this. How do I... Keep selected tool active after drawing. Yes, do that. Pen mode. Yes, do that. Wait, prevent touch. Yeah, that's okay. Fuck, how do I get rid of this guy? He's just gonna be a pain in the ass the entire time. Okay, I guess I have a little less room than I thought. Let me, in that case, let me... Let's do more like this. Okay, what time it is? It is 19:24. And let's go. So Algebra 1, Regents High School Exam. Question 1. The solution to 4p plus 2 is less than 2 times p plus 5 is... So then... let's distribute the 2. 4p plus 2 is less than 2p plus 10. We're solving for p. P is on the left side in the answer, so let's do subtract 2 from both sides. So 4p is less than 2p plus 8. And then subtract, so 2p is less than 8, which means p is less than 4. So the answer for number 1, number is 4. Okay, 2. If the k of x is equal to... I've never done functions. I've only like a handful of times, and I didn't pay attention. This is where it's gonna show. Oh no! If the k of x is equal to 2x squared minus 3 times the square root of x, then the k of 9 is... Okay, so I think what you do when you're doing functions, if this is even a function, which I believe it is, I think you just plug in 9 for the x, which would mean... If all of that, assuming all of that is true, then it means the k of 9 is equal to 2 times 9 squared minus 3 times the square root of 9. So square root of 9 is 3. And we have here 9 squared is 81. 81 times 2... 16? Yeah, 16 to 162? 162 minus 3 times the square root of 9, which is 3, so 3 times 3 is 9. So 162 minus 9 is 153, I believe. What the heck, Patches is looking up for the Kurobis? Okay, so if this is correct, if I understand functions correctly, then the answer is 163, which is option 4. So 2 is also 4. Uh-oh, it's doing that thingy. If you have... if you see the same answers, multiple choice option in a row. Oh no! It's starting. Question 3. The expression 3 times x squared plus 2x minus 3 minus 4 times 4x squared minus 7x plus 5 is equivalent to... Let's see... 3, then x squared plus 2x minus 3 minus, minus 4. 4x squared minus 7x plus 5. Looks like an s plus 5. Okay, so we distribute here, so we have 3x squared plus 6x minus 9. And on this side we have 4 times 4 is 16, x squared minus 7, 14, 21, 28, x plus 5. Okay, so I think this is one of the situations where we could do plus negative 16. It must be. So let's do 16 minus 3 is 13. So that's 13x squared. And then 28x negative 28x plus 6x is negative 22. Negative 22x, and then we have negative 9 plus 5, which is equal to negative 4. So the answer I have is 13x squared minus 22x minus 4, which is option. It's option none of them. Uh-oh. Let's see if I can start back at the top. What did I do wrong? 6, 9. Oh wait, I didn't multiply that's what I did wrong. I didn't multiply the negative 4. Oh shit! I think I also fucked up because I didn't distribute the negative. Okay, let's do that. Maybe that's also okay. I'm glad that I got this one wrong initially, so that I remembered two things. I remembered I'm distributing negative 4, not just the 4, so that's important. And then also I forgot to multiply by not having multiplied negative 4 by 5. Fucking saved my ass just now. Okay, so we have the second half should instead read negative 16x squared plus 7, 14, 21, 28. And then negative 4 times 5 is positive 20. Okay, so then we have, on one side we have 3x squared plus 6x minus 9, and then we have minus 16x squared plus 28 plus 20. So negative 16x plus positive 3x squared is negative 13x squared. 28 plus 28x plus 6x is equal to 34 plus 34. And then negative 9 plus positive 20 is positive 11. So my new answer is negative 3x squared plus 34x plus 11, which is option 3. No. Option 2. Negative 13x squared plus 34x minus 29. Uh-oh, this one's wrong too. So the first two options have negative 13x squared. Wait a second. No, the first option has just negative 13. Okay, we can cross out number 1. Number 1 is incorrect because there's no square there. And there should be at least 2 squares. 2 squared coefficients. So it can't be 1. That's definitely not correct. I definitely don't think it's either 3 or 4 because it's... Fuck. Okay, so I'm a little confused. We have 1... I don't know if I should keep this minus between both of those separate equations, if I should keep them separate or not. Should I distribute that negative attached to the 4 and distribute that negative, or should I and then that becomes plus? Or do I keep the negative and everything is positive inside? Oh no. Well, if it's not this, if the solution that I came up with here, then I guess we don't distribute the negative. Let's just distribute the positive then. Okay, take number 3. Take 3 is 3x squared plus 6x minus 9 minus, and then we just distribute the positive 4 here. Because last time I distributed the negative 4 and that didn't... Wait a second. Oh no, I'm just retarded. Okay, I did plus 20, should be negative 20, minus 20, so negative 29. So the answer then is option 4. No, because... Okay, no, option 2. Oh no! My, option 2, okay. Final answer, number 2. Multiple choice 2. My brain is as chaotic as the music is right now. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty 100% sure it's option 2. That's it. I'm not going to go back to it because I'm confident that that's the proper solution. Number 4. The zeros of the function p of x is equal to x squared minus 2x minus 24 are... I guess in this case we just plug them in, and if it works, then those are the proper zeros of the function. So negative 8 and 3. So negative 8 squared would be 64? I'm just gonna get a calculator. Fuck all of this manual math. 8 times 8. 64, okay. So 64. Let's specify this is for question number 4. Have a 64 minus 8 times negative 8, which, 2 times negative 8, which is negative 16, minus 24. So we'll do either plus, I don't think that equals 0, so we can cross out option 1. Option 2, but if we do negative 6 squared, it's 36, yeah, 36, right? Yep, 36. Okay, so this is option 1. Option 2, we have positive 36 minus 6 times 2, so minus 12, minus 24. So I need the first 2 to equal to positive 24. Okay, so option 3, negative 4 squared is a 16 minus negative 8. I think this is 24, right? Yeah, so this is positive 24 minus 24, so that equals 0. And then the next one would be 6. So we have 6 squared is equal to 36 again, minus positive 12. Which is equal to 24 minus 24, which is also 0. So the answer for number 4 is option 3. Answers, here we go. Okay. 4 down. I don't know how many more to go. Number 5. The box plot below summarizes the data for the average monthly high temperatures in degrees Fahrenheit for Orlando, Florida. The third quartile is... So the third, if we do 1, split this in half here, the third quartile would be greater than 85, I think. I'm assuming that's how that works, right? The third quartile. Oh, so we split. Okay, so quarts. So that means they're split these in half again. 5, 86, 87, about 88 or higher. I think? I don't even know. How the fuck do I read? Box plots? Like, I don't think I've ever seen box plots ever outside of school. Other than... if you turn them vertically, then they're like candlesticks in the stock market, I suppose. But I don't know how to even read those either. Oh, the third quartile. Okay. So this is already in half. You split these in half again. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have no idea. I guess we'll just do 83, because that seems to be the number that's here. This is basically the center of the third quartile. So the answer for number 5, I think is... Fuck, let's go back up. Is option 3. 5 is 3. Okay, number 6. No, that's not a 6. Number 6. Burger King foot lettuce. Joy wants to buy strawberries and raspberries to bring to a party. Strawberries cost $1.60 per pound and raspberries $1.75 per pound. If she only has $10 to spend on berries, which inequality represents this? This is why my black people suck at math, because it's unequal. They're talking about inequalities this whole entire time. $10, which inequality represents the situation where she buys X pounds of strawberries and Y pounds of raspberries. So we definitely need the price to be less than or equal to 10, which crosses out options 2 and 4. So it can be options 1 and 3. Let's see, option 1, 1.6x, which is the cost of strawberries, plus 1.75y is less than 10. Less than or equal to 10. Hold on there, little lady. Are you accounting for your taxes? Are you paying your taxes? You better pay your sales tax on that. You better be taking that into your consideration. You should be doing what they should upgrade this to put that entire inequality into parentheses and then times 1 point whatever her state she's in. We had to look at the local laws, the city laws, the federal laws, the county. We had to look at all of those, then apply those to each individual state's exams, and then that's how we'll upgrade this. Multiply it by 1.09 just to be safe. Let's see. Which represents the situation where she buys X pounds of strawberries and Y pounds of raspberries. X pounds are strawberries, which are 160, so the 160 should be attached to the X, which is option 1. Answer for number 6 is 1. Number 7. On the main floor of the Kodak Hall in the Eastman... I don't need to know all of this context, just tell me what the fucking room is. The number of seats per row increases at a constant rate. Stephen counts 31 seats in row 3 and 37. Oh, in row 3, and 37 seats in row 6. How many seats are there in row 20? Oh no. Seven. Let's see. So we have on row 3, we have 31. Row 6, we have 37 seats. So it's asking how many are there in row 20. It's equal to X, clearly. So I guess we could use. Wait, it says it's increases at a constant rate. So we have 31. I feel like I just want to come back to this one later. I'll do that. I'll come back to it later. Number 8. Which ordered pair below is not a solution of f of x is equal to x squared minus 3x plus 4? Which ordered pair 0, 4, 5 and 14, negative 1 and 6. So does ordered pair mean... Okay, I assume, because it's giving us coordinates here, I assume that we only plug in the x coordinate. And then that'll give us the y? Fuck. I'll come back to this one later too. Fuck functions, dude. Okay, number 9. Students were asked to name their favorite sport from a list of basketball, soccer, or tennis. The results are shown in the table below. What percentage of the students chose soccer as their favorite sport? What percentage of students? So that means total students. Okay, so let's add up. I'll just use a calculator for this. 42 plus 58 plus 20 plus 5 plus 41 plus 84. Total of 250 students. And then what percentage of students chose soccer? So we'll have to add 58 plus 41, which is 99. 99 out of 250 students, which means 99 divided by 250, 39.6%, which is option 1. I know how to do percentages. Easy peasy. Fuck. Number 8. Number 9 is answer 1. Okay. Number 10. The trinomial Number 10. The trinomial x squared minus 14x plus 4 can be expressed as... Oh no, we're gonna do reverse FOIL? Well, it can't be a square because we have a negative in the middle and then a positive on the outsides. So it's definitely options 3 or 4. It cannot be 1 or 2. 100%. So let's try option 3. Let's see. X minus 7. It has to be that one. It has to be. Wait. Okay, no, it's not. Yeah, it's option 4. Because you have a negative 7 times a positive 2, which would give us the negative 14x in the middle. And then... Oh no, wait. Okay, it's okay, never mind. It's option 3 because we have negative 7 plus 7. Those two 7s would eventually multiply to give us that plus 49 at the end. Let's try it out just to verify. So we have two binomials, x minus 7, and then multiplying that by x plus 7. So first, outer, inner, last. So first is x squared, outer, plus positive 7x, inner minus 7x, last, negative 49. Okay, so it's not that one. How about the other one? Maybe it is a square one, actually. Because this one gives us x squared minus 49, which is not the solution. So what if we replace this with x squared? Turn this into positive 2. So we do negative 7 times 2, which is negative 14. Inner is No, we do outer, which is plus 2x. First outer inner is negative 7x. Last is negative 14. It's not that one either. So it must be one of the square ones then. Okay, it's number 1. It's option 1, which is x minus 7 times x minus 7. We have x squared. Outer is negative 7x, then another negative 7x. Last is positive 49. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. X squared minus 14x plus 49. It's option 1. Number 10 is number 1. Number 11. Number 11. Burger King food lettuce. A function is defined as... Oh my god, I have matrices now? Fuck off, dude. Let's see, we have the matrix or the domain 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 7, 2. Isaac is asked to create one or more ordered pair for the function. Which ordered pair can he add to the set to keep it a function? I'm just gonna fucking guess. I don't think it's worth my time. Number 11, let's see. You've recently answered 1 and 1, so let's not make it 1. Let's make it 3. That's my guess. I don't care. I literally don't care. I didn't learn about it enough in school, so I'm not even gonna try. It's not worth my time. I'd rather spend my limited time answering things I know I can get right with a little bit of effort. Number 12, the quadratic equation x squared minus 6x is equal to 12 is rewritten in the form x plus p, all of it squared, is equal to q, where q is a constant. What is the value of p? What? 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 Where q is a constant. What is the value of p? I have no idea what this is asking. Let's skip to question 13 for the time being. Which value of the quadratic functions below has the smallest minimum value? More functions, oh my god. Which of the quadratic functions below has the smallest minimum value? I honestly have no idea where to even begin. Okay, we'll just guess for numbers 12 and 13. Thanks, New York schooling education system. Appreciate it, buddy. Uh, 1, 3, 2, 4. That's my current last 3 answers. Okay, number 14. Which situation is not a linear function? A gym charges membership fee of $10 down and $10 per month. A cab company charges $2.50 initially and $3 per mile. A restaurant employee earns $12.50 an hour. A $12,000 car depreciates 15% per year. That's the only one that's not like the others, so number 14 will put 4. Number 15, Burger King food lettuce. The Utica Boilermaker is a 15-kilometer road race. Sarah is signed up to run this race and has done the following training runs. 1, 10 miles. 2, 44,880 feet. 3, 15,560 yards. Which runs are at least 15 kilometers? Don't they have... I believe at the back of the book they have some conversions. Conversion. Yeah, here we go. High school math reference sheet. Okay, let me write these down. We have 1 mile is equal to 50 to 80 feet. 1 mile is also equal to 1760 yards. And 1.609 kilometers. 1 kilometer is equal to 0.62 miles. And those are all the distance ones, as far as I can tell here. 1.069, 1760 yards, 50 to 80 feet. Okay, those are all we're gonna need for now, as far as I can tell. Back up to question, which one? 15? Question 15. Burger King for lettuce. Which runs are at least 15 kilometers? So 15 kilometers. So let's multiply here. We have 1 kilometer. And then 15 kilometers is equal to how many miles? 0.62. Let's see, let's do 15 times 0.62, which means 9.3 is equal to x. So it needs to be at least 9.3 miles to equal 15 kilometers. So number 1 is at least 15 kilometers, so that's good. So number 1 is one of the options. Then we've got to convert feet and yards into miles or kilometers. What happened? What's the matter? What happened? Let's see, which one's easier to convert into miles? Let's do 5280 over feet, right? Yeah, so let's do feet here. 44. Or hang on, can't I just divide? That's the quicker way. Let's divide 44. 880 divided by 5280. 8.5 miles, which is short of that 9.3, so that one doesn't fit. How about 3? Yards fits 15, 560 divided by 1760, 8.8 miles, which is also short. So only her first exercise is at least 15. So answer for number 15 is option 1. Okay, I think I did all of that correctly in my head. Okay, number 16. Yet another function, dude. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. This is why high schoolers end up committing certain actions. Like, what do you gotta do this for? I would be surprised if any other New York public schools ever got this far into mathematics, to be honest. It would be absolutely baffling to me. If the f of x is equal to x squared plus 2, which interval describes the range of this function? What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck is the range of a function? What the fuck is an interval? I'm just gonna guess number 2. Number 17, the amount Mike gets paid weekly can be represented by the expression 2.5a plus 290, where a is the number of cell phone accessories he sells that you get paid based off how many cell phone accessories you sell. What is the constant term in this expression and what does it represent? 2.5a, the amount he is guaranteed to be paid each week. Technically, the constant is the plus 290, which would be his... What is that? He gets paid weekly? 290? What the fuck? How the fuck do you live? Oh my goodness. Well, you live in a fucking cardboard box like Solid Snake or something. Jeez. $290, the amount he is guaranteed to be paid each week. Yeah, that's that one. Option 3. Number 18. A cubic function is graphed on the set of axes below. Which function could represent this graph? We have an f of x, we have a g of x, we have an h of x, and a k of x is equal to, let's see, x minus 3 times x minus 1 times x plus 1. So this one, x minus 3. Then this one is x plus 3. I think it's number 4. 18 is 4. 19. Mrs. Allard asked her students to identify which of the polynomials below are in standard form and explain why. Let's see, we have 15x to the power of 4 minus 6x plus 3x squared minus 1. That is not standard form because you would have the exponent 4 and then the exponent 2 and then the regular variable negative 6x and then finally you would have the negative 1. So it would be technically the answer is 2, but 3 could also work because 3 is 2x to the 5th plus 8x squared plus 10x. Whereas the second one is... Oh, actually, but the second one is 12x cubed plus 8x plus 4. Which student's response is correct? Tyler said 1 and 2 because of the coefficients are decreasing. Susan said only 2 because all the numbers are decreasing. I think it's, technically I guess it's 2 and 3. Fred said 2 and 3 because the exponents are decreasing. Alyssa said 2 and 3 because they each have 3 terms. I'm pretty sure the answer is because the exponents are decreasing. I think it goes in order of exponents and then... actually, if it's a polynomial, then you would have... Yeah, the only thing that really matters is the exponent, the value of the exponent. I don't think it has to do because of the fact that they have 3. That'd be a trinomial. But polynomials can have way more than 3. So I think the answer is 3. Number 19 is 3. Number 20. Which graph does not represent a function that is always increasing over the interval -2 less than x less than 2? I don't know. It's definitely not 2 though, because those are 2 separate thingies. -2 is less than x is less than 2. I think it might be 3. Which graph does not represent a function that is always increasing over the entire interval? Based off what little I understand of this, I think one does, but then one is the only one that represents a function that is increasing over the entire interval, whereas all the other ones, it decreases at some point. Okay, Hannah, it must be option 2 because I don't even know what the fuck that is. But they're not connected. There's two separate lines. There are two different rays, I guess. I should point. There are two separate points and then they go out into two different directions, whereas all the other ones are one consistent line, even if it is a parabola or something else. A divergent angle tone. I guess I'll guess number 2. 21. At an ice cream shop, the profit P times C is modeled by the function P times C is equal to 0.87C, where C represents the number of ice cream cones sold. An appropriate domain for this function is, I have no clue, an integer less than or equal to 0, an integer greater than or equal to 0, a rational number less than or equal to 0, or greater than or equal to 0. What's the question? An appropriate domain for this function. Well, I don't think you want an integer because that would imply you could be negative. You could have negative numbers of ice creams sold, which you definitely, I guess you technically could have negative profit, but I don't think in this question you'd want to consider that at all because that's not the point of the question. You would just want to focus with positive numbers, which means just rational numbers. Which means a rational number greater than or equal to 0. Which is 4. Option 4. Okay, number 22. How many real number solutions does 4x squared plus 2x plus 5 equal to 0 have? How many real number solutions? What does it mean, a real number solution? I'm assuming real number implies that it's not an imaginary number. 4x squared plus 2x plus 5 is equal to 0. I think jumping straight into the math with no loop work means that at this point in time my brain is just right. The good thing is though, this is the last couple of questions for part 1. The next parts they're more they're not multiple choice anymore. They're short answers. Let's see. Let's put 2. Number 22 is 2. 23. Students are asked to write a formula for the length of a rectangle by using the formula for its perimeter. P is equal to 2 times the length plus 2 times the width. 3 of their responses are shown below. Which responses are correct? So we have to see if this leads back to that. So we have L is equal to 1/2 P minus W. I don't think that's it because there's no negatives anywhere. Not even worth trying that one. Wait, they all have negatives. What the heck? Okay, so we have L plus W is equal to 1/2 P multiply by 2. 2L plus 2W is equal to P. So that one works. Let's try option 2. L is equal to 1/2 P distributed into P minus 2W. I don't think this one will work because we have to multiply 2, so that's 2L is equal to P minus 2W, which means we add. Oh wait, it does work. So we have 2L plus 2W is equal to P. Okay, that one works. Then lastly, we have L is equal to P minus 2W over 2. Okay, this one will work as well. Let's multiply 2 by everything. That's 2L is equal to P minus 2W. Add 2W to both sides. 2L plus 2W is equal to P. They all work. So that means option 4. Option 4, numbers 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Number 4 for number 23 is number 4. Number 24. What the fuck is this? Why is there something underneath? It's like an exponent, but instead of being up top, it's at the bottom. What the fuck is this? What am I looking at? What the fuck does this mean? Hello? If an is equal to n times an minus 1 and a1, what is that? Is that prime? If a prime is equal to 1, what is the value of a5? Okay, no clue what that's even referring to, so let's guess. Number 24 is to number 3, which is 120. Yep, that sounds correct to me. Let's do that. Yep. Okay, let's go back to numbers 7 and 8. 7 and 8, let's see. On the main floor, number of seats per row increases at a constant rate. Stephen counts 31 seats in row 3 and 37 seats in row 6. So in those 3 rows, we add 6, which implies we add 2. I'll just do the math right here. We have 31 on row 3. So before 5, 6. 6 we have 37 seats. So if we add 2, 33, 35, 37. Okay. So if we keep adding 3, so that's 3 times 2 x. No, I think the x is over here. X is equal to 2, then times the number we're going for. Wait, what the heck am I doing? That's how fried my brain is right now. So we're trying to find how many seats are in row 20. We could just do the stupid thing and just keep adding 2 over and over and over again. Honestly, why not? Let's just do it that way. I got a calculator here. Let's do that. Calculator. Time to compute. Time to calculate. Let's see. We have 37. It's row 6, row 7, row 8, row 9, row 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 is 65, which is option 1. This is how the smart dumb kids would do it. The smart kids who haven't who didn't learn or pay attention in class. That's how they would do it. The kids who have the intuition but not the knowledge. What the heck? We have like 4 ones in a row except for number 8, which I'm going to do right now. So I guess number 8 is not, the answer to number 8 is not 1. So let's keep that in mind. Which ordered pair below is not a solution? To f of x is equal to x squared minus 3x plus 4. It's not a solution. Let's just put 2. I don't care. I really don't care about functions. Like, fuck off with that. Okay, part 2. Answer all 8 questions in this part. Each correct answer will receive 2 credits. Clearly indicate the necessary steps, including appropriate formulas, substitutions, diagrams, graphs, charts, etc. Utilize the information provided for each question to determine your answer. Note that diagrams are not necessarily drawn to scale. For all questions in this part, a correct numerical answer with no work shown will only receive 1 credit. All answers should be written in pen except for graphs and drawings, which should be done in pencil. Graph the function of x is equal to the square root of x plus 2 over the domain -2 is less than or equal to x is less than or equal to 7. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and skip that one. Caleb claims that the ordered pairs shown in the table below are from a non-linear function. State if Caleb is correct. Explain your reasoning. Okay, this one I can do. Solve for x to the nearest 10th. X squared plus x minus 5 is equal to 0. I kind of forgot how to do these actually, now that I think about it. Let's give it a go though. Let's see, x squared plus x is equal to 5. How would we do this? I don't know. So far, 3 out of these, 3 out of 4 so far are functions. I don't recall there being this many function stuff in when I took it as a student. It's so weird. Another function? 4 out of 5 are functions. Solve for the equation below algebraically for the exact value of x. Oh, there's a rational and irrational number. Okay, no, there's too many functions. No thanks. Okay, I think I'm done. Basically, I at this point I can no longer progress. It's kind of like when you're playing a video game, and you're missing an item or something along those lines, or your progress is hindered. Not because you lack the skill, but because you just lack the tools necessary. Okay, let's end it there. It is... What the heck? It is 2016 end time. I'm pretty sure I have plenty of time to spare. It's supposed to be 3 hours. I think it only took like 1 or half an hour. Okay, let's go look at the answer key. Let's see how I scored. But why did I close the website? I still needed it for the answer key. Oh, it's Control-Shift-P. New York Regions, Algebra 1. This is for scoring key and rating guide. Okay, here we go. Here are the answers. Answer for number 1 is 4. It's correct. Number 2 is 4. It's correct. Number 3 is 2. That's correct. Number 4 is 3. Correct. Number 5 is 2. That is incorrect. Number 6 is 1, correct. Number 7 is 1, correct. Number 8 is 2, that's the one that I guessed in, so that is incorrect. Number 9 is 1 correct. Number 10, 1 correct. Number 11 is 4, that is incorrect. Number 12 is 3, also incorrect. Number 13 is 2, also incorrect. 3 incorrect in a row. Are they like three function questions in a row? maybe that's what happened. Number 14, 4 correct. Number 15 is 1 correct. 16 is 3 incorrect. 17 is 3, that's correct. Number 18 is 4, no, it's 2. And I put 4, incorrect. Number 19 is 3 correct. Number 20 is 3, I put 2. Number 21 is 2, I put 4. Wait. 20 is 3. 21 is 2, okay. Number 22 is 3, also incorrect. Number 23 is 4, correct. And number 24 is 3, also, okay. So I got mostly correct. Let's have a look at only the short, the multiple choice ones. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 out of 24. Yikes. Just double count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 out of 24, which is what? $65.5. So 60, let's be fair, round up to 66%. I literally 100% do not remember any functions at all when I took it in high school or middle school. No wonder fucking New York is going to shit. People can't fucking do math. They have nothing to feel good about themselves for. It's literally all starting to add up. The students, they come from bad and broken homes where they can't even eat, so they have to go to school, and that's where they get all of their food and their lunches from. And in school they're bullied, and they have stuff forced down their throats about pride. And then even on the way to school, when they take the bus or the subway, there's people there with mental issues who are threatening you and stuff, and you can't protect yourself. And I don't know, this is why, look, I didn't learn functions. How the fuck are kids these days learning functions? Since I've been in school, everything's been going downhill, slowly and slowly. Even before I was in school, things were going downhill. What the Christ? Let's go have a quick little peek at the Algebra 2 and the Geometry ones. I only barely touched Geometry, I think, in high school for like one year, like my junior year, I believe. And then we did Trigonometry in senior year. Never even reached Calculus. Thanks to the American education public schooling system in New York City. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Phew. Okay, I was going to look for quick little peek at the... Wait, I killed it? Oh, it's right here. What the heck? Oh, it's got its own little symbol. The private browser session. Okay, let's go have a look at the Algebra 2. What the heck is Sequential Mathematics 1, 2, and 3, and Mathematics A and B? What the heck is integrated algebra? Let's see, the January 2020 geometry. In the diagram below, line FAD is parallel to line EHC, and line ABH and the line BC are drawn. If the measurement of angle FAB is equal to 48 degrees and the measurement of angle ECB is 18 degrees, what is the measurement of angle ABC? Oh, there's a dishwasher. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. Question 2. A cone has a volume of 108 times pi and a base diameter of 12. What is the length? No, what is the height of the cone? Triangle JGR is similar to triangle MST. Which statement is not always true? I'm pretty sure I could do like maybe the more basic ones in this exam. Let's see, Kayla was cutting right triangles from wood to use for an art project. Two of the right angles she cut are shown below. ABC, which AC is 17 centimeters, BC is 15 centimeters. If triangle ABC is similar to triangle DEF, with right angles B and E, BC is equal to 15 centimeters and AC is 17. What is the measurement of angle F to the nearest degree? Okay, maybe I couldn't do most of these. What is the area of rhombus ABCD? Literally just count the squares because it's on a graph. given line and T below, use a compass and a straight edge to construct a 45-degree angle whose vertex is at point M. Leave all construction marks. In triangle XYZ, shown below, medians XE, YF, and ZD intersect at C. If CE is equal to 5, YF is equal to 21, and XZ is equal to 15, determine and state the perimeter of triangle CFX. Phew. That sounds exhausting. But yeah, that's definitely more than enough math for now. They have a whole entire fucking drawing in here. What the heck? David has just finished building his treehouse and still needs to buy a ladder to be attached to the ledge of the treehouse and anchored at a point on the ground, as modeled below. David is standing 1.3 meters from the stilt supporting the treehouse. This is the point on the ground where he has decided to anchor the ladder. The angle of elevation from his eye level to the bottom of the treehouse is 56 degrees. David's eye level is 1.5 meters above the ground. Determine and state the minimum length of a ladder to the nearest tenths of a meter that David will need to buy for his treehouse. Chocolate-covered almonds. A manufacturer is designing a new container for their chocolate-covered almonds. Their original container was a cylinder with a height of 18 centimeters and a diameter of 14 centimeters. The new container can be modeled by a rectangular prism with a square base and will contain the same amount of chocolate-covered almonds. It's a multi-parter. If the new container's length is 16 centimeters, determine end state to the nearest tenth of a centimeter the side length of the new container if both containers contain... Oh my goodness, what the fuck is... Who wrote this? Determine and state the side length of the new container if both containers contain the same amount of almonds. They should say if both containers contain the same amount of containers. They should quickly and instantly, mid-sentence, become a container packaging manufacturer. A store owner who sells the chocolate-covered almonds displays them on a shelf whose dimensions are 80 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide. The shelf can only hold one layer of new containers when each new container sits on its square base. Determine and state the maximum number of new containers the store owner can fit on the shelf. Okay, well, we'll leave that as it is for the math. So I scored a 66% on only the multiple choice, which does not inspire confidence, all things considered. But this is a quick and easy jump back into high school mathematics with no refresher. So you know what, I think that's not too bad, all things considered. I wonder if this is average, above average, or below average. I think if maybe I had worked with a bit more, with more physical measurements as opposed to like digital measurements when making art and stuff, then maybe I'd It'd be a bit better than 66% on the multiple choice, but I don't know. We'll see. We will have to see. Maybe at some point later I can check which of these, what these questions were that I thought that were correct, but ended up being incorrect. But for now, we'll leave that the way it is. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there are a couple of Dark Triad tests that I saved from last time. Or I guess from... At this point, it would have been like a month or 2 months ago. So let's go have a look at those. Let's see. There is the Dark Triad test, the light. Let's just only do the Dark Triad because the other one mixes them all together. Let me lower the musics. The Dark Triad test. The Dark Triad is a I guess I'll just kill the music entirely, actually. There we go. The Dark Triad is a personality inventory that explores the socially undesirable traits of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. The Dark Triad test is often used by police and the courts in psychiatric wards and evaluations, and even in big corporations. Studies have shown that people who score high on the Dark Triad are more likely to commit crimes or get in trouble with the law, and also more likely to cause social distress amongst their friends or problems at their workplace. On the other hand, studies have shown that Dark Triad individuals are often perceived as possessing leadership qualities that have high social status and comparative ease in attaining desirable sex partners. Let's see. Question 1 of 36. I use insincere flattery to get my way. No, I never use insincere flattery. Only appropriate and accurate flattery. I have often been called callous or insensitive. I've been called cold. Let's put slightly agree. I think, yeah, we'll do slightly agree, not fully agree. Somewhat agree. Others should pay attention to me. I think I somewhat disagree, or I think I'll put in the middle. Neither strongly agree nor disagree. Just right in smack dab in the middle. I can enjoy picking on losers. Yes, that's the easiest thing to do. Caring about morality of your actions is for losers. I think I'll keep it in the middle. The morality of your actions. It's not saying the perception of others have of the morality of your actions or others' perceptions of you. It's just your own internal care, whether or not you care about the morality of your own actions. Yeah, I think I'm basically in the middle. I deserve to have great recognition, acknowledgement, and success come my way. It's like somewhere between the middle and somewhat agree. I guess I'll put somewhat agree. I keep track of sensitive information that can be used to hurt people at a later time. I do keep track of sensitive information, but to keep it secret and safe, not to keep it to use it to pull it out from my super secret evil envelope of crimes and skeletons to hurt people at a later time. That's not why I keep my information. Strongly disagree. I dominate social situations. No, somewhat disagree. I am better than others. Fully 100. Of course I am. Number 10. Highly disagree. The question was, I easily lose my temper. Question 11. I have good relations with my family. I'll put somewhat disagree. I often lack remorse. I think I'll keep this one here in the middle. I often lack remorse. I think I'll put somewhat disagree for this one. Question 13. I feel that I am more special than others. No, I'll keep that one neutral. 14. I have grandiose tendencies. I'll put somewhat agree. 15. I am egocentric. Let's look up the definition. Define egocentric. Holding the view that the ego is the center, object, and norm of all experience, confined in attitude or interest to one's own needs or affairs, caring only about oneself. Selfish. I think I'll go with like the first definition because I think that's what that's implying. Holding the view that the ego is the center of all experience. Like, no, very clearly there are other. My brain is not the source of the simulation. I am in the simulation. I am egocentric, heavily, strongly disagree. I am cynical, strongly agree. I am especially motivated towards making friends with famous people. No, I don't really care. Strongly disagree. 18. All people are deserving of basic respect. All people are deserving of basic respect. I don't like the way this question is worded because it's like it seems to me the way I'm reading it, I'm interpreting it as regardless of one's actions, regardless of your past actions, regardless of what crimes or moral violations you've inflicted, all people are still deserving of basic respect. That's how I'm reading that. I'm not reading that as in like as a basic given for social norms, like just the normal everyday person. I'm reading this as if all people, even those who are incarcerated, even those who are very clearly vile people, are deserving of basic respect. Because it just doesn't line up with all the other questions of like I'm egocentric and I don't care, or caring about the morality of your actions is for losers. Because I do agree that all people are deserving of basic respect, but based on the context of the previous questions, I think this means it in a different way than we would normally consider it in a general context of like just regular everyday conversation. I'll put somewhat agree. Question 19. I want others to admire me. I don't fucking care. Let's keep it in the middle. Question 20. I use lies to get my way. No, I don't need to use lies to get my way. I got something else for that. I'll keep it in the middle. Or actually, strongly disagree. Yeah, I strongly disagree. I do not use lies to get my way. 21. I get moods where I act on a whim, thinking little of the consequences or risk. Heavily disagree. Question 22. I fantasize about extraordinary prestige or status. Somewhat disagree. 23. I expect special favors from others. Somewhat disagree. 24. Being ethical is more important than getting ahead in the world. Somewhat agree. I look down on people who unwisely share their secrets. I don't think I really care that strongly. I'll keep this one in the middle. 26. I misled people so as to look better in their eyes. Heavily disagree. 27. I despise people who can't control their emotions. 100%. Yep. Spot on the money with the cherry on top. 100% agree. 28. I exploit others towards my own ends. I don't think I exploit people at all. It's like, it's the equivalent exchange. What's the, the Fullmetal Alchemist, the equivalent exchange of, the law of equivalent exchange? I think I do a fair trades or slightly favorable, slightly advantageous trades in my favor towards my ends. But ultimately, a mutually beneficial trade is what I go for. I exploit others towards my own ends. But slightly disagree. Somewhat disagree. 29. I have never been in trouble with the law. Fully agree. I have never been in trouble with the law. Yeah, 100% fully agree, I guess. I guess I do agree. The facts of the matter do state that I have never been in trouble with the law. Question 30. Most people are lazy and don't work hard unless they have. I think that's probably everybody. I think most people don't want to work hard regardless. Most people are lazy and don't work hard. Okay, so let's consider the fact that a lot of people who are employed are lazy anyway. Even if they're supposed to work hard, they still don't want to and ultimately end up not working hard. From the stories that I hear and from personal experience, I think I'll put somewhat. No, fully agree, I guess. Let's see. Most people are lazy and don't work hard unless they have to. I think that does seem like a fully agree to me. I think. Let's keep it at fully agree. Question 31. I am not upset as others when someone dies. It depends on who dies. I can either be very super duper upset or mostly indifferent. I guess I'll keep it in the middle because it depends on the context again. So, smack dab in the middle. Question 32. I avoid direct conflict with people who may be useful to me in the future. I avoid direct conflict. Go away. I guess I'll just keep it in the middle. I don't really know that I don't know how to respond to that one. Question 33. I have a grand sense of self-importance. I guess we'll put somewhat agree. 34. I do what I want and do not feel particularly obliged to anyone. I think I'll stay in the middle. It's like it's a little of both. It's a balancing, a carefully balancing dance between personal personal desires and external social obligations. I think I danced that pretty well. Hopefully. Question 35. I get frustrated easily. Strongly disagree. 36. Out of 36, I manipulate others to get my way. Strongly disagree. Or I was about to say in the Mimi way, I don't need to manipulate them because I got something else. But then isn't that also something else? A tool that is attached to me that I use to manipulate others in some way? I guess I'll put somewhat disagree then. Okay, let's see. Your dark triad test results. You and population average narcissism, 46%. Machiavellianism, 33%. Psychopathy, 44%. And average, 41%. So I'm either above or on par. I am above everything except Machiavellianism, which is I am on average. This makes you 7.83% darker than the average person. Nice. See, like I told you, I'm evil. Evil. Okay, let's see. Let's read the explanation of traits. Narcissism is an egotistical interest in or admiration of oneself. Narcissists tend to be excessively preoccupied with themselves and motivated by getting admiration from others and maintaining a grandiose self-image. Because narcissists are so preoccupied with getting others to buy into their self-image, they may initially seem charming, but most narcissists have trouble developing real relationships on account of their difficulty with empathy and the lack of interest in others. Machiavellianism is characterized by the duplicitous interpersonal style, a cynical disregard for morality, and a focus on self-interest and personal gain. People who score high on Machiavellianism tend to be unemotional and take an instrumental view of others. They are therefore able to detach themselves from conventional morality and manipulate others. Highly Machiavellian individuals can be very patient with their deceptions due to their calculating nature. Psychopathy is identified by the telltale sign of shallow emotional responses. The underdeveloped effect of psychopaths endows them with high stress tolerance, low empathy, and little guilt, and prompts them to seek out extremely stimulating activities, sex, violence, drugs, or financial risks, resulting in impulsivity and a disposition towards interpersonal conflict. Personality traits associated with psychopathy include a lack of empathy or remorse, antisocial behavior, and volatility. Pretty cool. Okay, go ahead and take these screenshots to post them on the Discords. It's my dark triad. Dark triad tests. Let's do that. And now let's do the link. Okay. I do have 2 other tests linked here. The light triad, dark triad test. This one combines the dark triad and the light triad. The dark triad and the light triad tests are both popular research-backed tests that measure your dark, antisocial, and light, prosocial traits respectively. This test is one of the first to combine the dark and light triad into a single test, delivering composite results. Do you tend towards the dark or light side of personality? For each of the following questions, indicate how well it describes you. In fact, do I want to do? I think I want to do the light triad in and of itself first, so we can compare and contrast. And then we'll do the combined test. I think that feels like a better way to do it. Let's go ahead and do that. The light triad test. I often help others without expecting anything in return. I think I am in the middle on that one. Yeah, I think I'm in the middle. 2. I often think that people should make more of an effort to be kind-hearted and respect one another. This one's kind of hard to answer because I'm not sure if I should take into consideration the internet and Twitter or just real life. Because in real life, not only do I interact with very few people, but I don't really see the need. I guess maybe in New York it's different than here because back there I would always see people all the time. And I would agree that people should probably make more of an effort to be kind-hearted and respect one another. However, I think those instances were rare. Like those videos from New York that are popping up these days, I think I've only really had a very few instances of being around situations like that. So I think, honestly, I could just keep this one in the middle. I don't think it's such a huge issue that people should be more kind-hearted than they already are. They already seem pretty fine. I don't think things are so bad. So I'll keep this one in the middle where it started. Question 3. I can tell others are sad. I can tell when others are sad, even if they have not said anything. I think I'll put slightly agree. 4. I instinctively tune into other people's feelings. I think slightly disagree. I donate to charity and or help the homeless people who cross my path in the street. Sometimes I used to, yeah. Not about charity, but sometimes I toss people a couple bucks. I'll keep this one in the middle because my ability to do so has dropped. 6. I am a kind-hearted person who is almost always intent on cooperation. That depends with who. Some people I definitely want to cooperate with. Other people I definitely do not want to cooperate with. Other people I think I'd rather get as far away from as possible. As far away from as I can. I'll keep this one in the middle as well. Question 7. I am competitive. I am more competitive than cooperative. I think I'll heavily agree with that one. 8. I often have tender, concerned feelings for people who are less fortunate than me. Slightly agree. 9. I generally do not have time for people's sob stories. 100% agree. 10. I am a soft-hearted person. What exactly does that mean? Soft-hearted. I think my heart is pretty hard. Like something else. I am a soft-hearted person. I think I'm going to put heavily disagree on this one. I think I'm the exact opposite of soft-hearted. 11. When others feel sad, I am there for them, right in the midst of their sadness. I think I'll keep this one in the middle. Either in the middle or slightly disagree. Let's see. When others feel sad, I am there for them, right in the midst of their sadness. I think I'll put... Okay, now I'll put heavily disagree. 12. Other people's emotions are their problem, not mine. Yes, 100%. I mean, why would it be my problem? It's their mind, it's their emotions, it's their problem. It's literally right there in the words. Their emotions, their problems. Yeah, 100%. 100% it's their problems. Why would it be my problem? I didn't do nothing. Wasn't me. Question 13. Generally speaking, I'd rather buy myself a little extra something than donate to charity. If I save money, if I pay my own bank account, if I pay my future self, does that count as buying myself a little extra something? I'd rather buy myself a little extra something than donate to charity. Well, I haven't really donated to charity all that much. Maybe once or twice, so I'll put strongly agree. Let's do that. Question 14. I don't really see why I should help others unless there is something in it for me. Slightly agree. 15. My heart goes out to those who are unhappy. Slightly or strongly agree. The question is going to be like, but you said that you have a hard-hearted heart. Then why does your heart go out to those who are unhappy? And then why don't you give money to charity? It's like, yeah, I understand the contradictions. However, I'm strong for myself. I don't have to help them. I could if I would, but I'd rather spend my time making my art. I think that's how I can help. So I'll put slightly agree for that. My heart goes out to those who are unhappy. 16. When others are feeling troubled, I usually let someone else attend to them. 100% agree. I prioritize being there for others in their times of difficulty. Slightly disagree. 18. I am good at mirroring the feelings of others. I think I'll keep that one in the middle. Or, you know what? Slightly disagree. 19. If I see someone going through a difficult time, I try to be there for that person. I guess for this one, I'll keep it. It says I try to be there, not the other one says I prioritize it, or I am in the midst among them. So because it says I try, we'll keep that one in the middle. Question 20. Sometimes when people talk about their problems, I feel like I just don't care. Again, it depends who it is. Some people, I care more about their problems. Other people, I don't. We will put... I feel like I just don't care. We'll put... Well, I guess we'll keep this one in the middle because it said sometimes. So yeah, we'll keep this one in the middle. 21. People I am with have a strong influence on my mood. Yeah, I think we'll keep this one in the middle as well. I think I'm pretty grounded in my own mood, my own mindset. I feel like it's hard for my mindset to move I think it's hard for my mood to shift. I'm just generally on like the alert and aware and present mood, which I don't even think is a mood. It's just just a static I'm not sure what the next word would be, but neither happy nor sad, just I'm alive. Yeah, that's my mood. Yeah, I'm alive. Question 22. Helping others out by doing good deeds is its own reward. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Heavily agree with that one. 23 of 24. I often think people should be more considerate before they say and do things that may be offensive to others. I often think. I think either slightly agree or middle. I often think people should be more considerate before they say and do things that may be offensive to others. Yeah, I guess I'll do slightly agree. I'm assuming, I guess this is just like in the general context, not like in a comedy show or political discussion, where those are specifically designed arenas to discuss or bring up topics and points that may be offensive. So I think this means like just out in general in public, on daily discussions and conversations and such. So yeah, I think I slightly agree. Last question. There is probably something wrong with people who take the time to help others without expecting anything in return. I mean, I guess it could be like everybody's gonna start bringing up the word trauma because everything is trauma these days. There's probably some trauma with people who take the time to help others without expecting anything in return. No, I think I slightly disagree. There is I guess what the question is going for is like the idea that some people just can't put up any boundaries or enforce them. There's probably something wrong with people who take the time to help others without expecting others. The way it's worded is like the person who's doing the helping is taking the initiative and being proactive about helping others. Not that they're not. It's not like I don't think the wording of this question implies that somebody's coming to them and saying, "Hey, I need your help," and then the person can't say no. I don't think that's not how I'm reading this question. So I'll put slightly disagree, and then that's that. Oh, light try empathy 38%, compassion 34%, altruism 44%, average 39%. I am lower on everything compared to the average population average. This makes you 23.24% darker than the average person. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. People who score high on empathy are sensitive to the feelings of others and tend to resonate strongly with other people's emotional states. Studies have shown that empathy is positively related to prosocial behaviors. That is, people who resonate with the feelings of others are also more likely to offer a helping hand, whether practically, therapeutically, or emotionally. Compassion is the tendency to experience sympathy, pity, and concern for those who are suffering. Compassionate individuals readily notice when others are troubled and react with the kindness and consideration that is appropriate to reduce their suffering. Moreover, compassionate individuals understand that suffering is a universal component of the human experience and exhibit a non-judgmental understanding of those who are struggling. Altruism is the propensity to show disinterest and selfless concern for the well-being of others. Altruistic individuals tend to experience feelings of warmth after doing something good for others and are often strongly motivated to do good without expecting anything in return. As such, They are often seen as generous, helpful, and kind. Pretty cool. Go ahead and take these screenshots as well. Fucking bugs is what they always gotta be up in my face for. Okay, let's grab this test. Bunk that one down there. And then add the link. Let's add the femboy link. Okay, and then lastly, we will do the light and dark triad combined test. 36 questions. I often think that people should make more of an effort to be kind-hearted and respectful. I think I left this one in the middle. There's probably something wrong with... Okay, this one we put slightly the same. So it's basically just the same questions, but I'm curious how they're going to do the results at the end. I look down on people who unwisely share their secrets. I think I put that in the middle. I avoid direct conflict with people who may be useful to me in the future. Did I leave this in the middle? I think I didn't care, right? But slightly disagree. I keep track of sensitive information. I put heavily disagree for this one. I feel that I am more special than others. Slightly agree. I am better than others. Flat out statement. I'll just put that in the middle. I am cynical. I put heavily agree. I am not as upset when others when someone dies. I kept it in the middle because it depends on who. 10 of 36. I have often been called callous or insensitive, but slightly agree. I can tell when others are sad even if they have not said anything. I think I put slightly agree. I donate to charity. Help the homeless who cross my path in the street. I think we kept this one in the middle. I often think people should be more considerate before they say and do things. I put slightly agree on that one. I am good at mirroring the feelings of others. Did I put slightly or heavily disagree? Let's put heavily disagree. I often have tender, concerned feelings for people who are less fortunate than I am. I put agree of some kind. I have tender, concerned feelings for people who are less fortunate than I am. Yeah, I think I put slightly, not fully agree. I often lack remorse. I guess I'll put fully agree or slightly agree. I don't remember which one I put. I manipulate others to get my way. I think I put slightly disagree because of my one tool that I have. My heart goes out to those who are unhappy. I put slightly agree. I am a kind-hearted person who's almost always intent on cooperation. Slightly agree. I have a grandiose self-importance. I kept that one in the middle. I instinctively tune into other people's feelings. Heavily disagree, I believe. I use insincere flattery to get my way. Heavily disagree. I do what I want and I do not feel particularly obliged to anyone. I kept that one in the middle. I prioritize being there for others and their times of difficulty. Slightly disagreeing. Most people are lazy. Fully 100% agree. People I am with have a strong influence on my mood. Slightly disagree. I am especially motivated toward making friends with famous people. I put slightly disagree. I didn't care. Caring about the morality of your actions is for losers. Fuck, I think I kept that one in the middle. When others feel sad, I am there for them right in their midst of their sadness. Heavily disagree. I often help others without expecting anything in return. I think I put slightly agree. Helping others out by doing good deeds is its own reward. Slightly agree. I am a soft-hearted person. Heavily disagree. Generally speaking, I'd rather buy myself something extra. I think I put heavily agree for that one. Others should pay special attention to me. Slightly disagree. I want others to admire me. Slightly agree. If I see someone going through a difficult time, I try to be there for that person. Slightly disagree. No, I think I put middle. Yes, it's basically the other one as well, except it's like a circle graph where each thingy extends out from the middle, where the middle is 0% and then outside in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a circle split up into sixths, and then each triangle there, each cone of each slice of the pizza. The center is 0, and then the outside is 100%. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm about 66% psychopath. Just shy of 20% empathy. Wait. No, that's 40, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, that's 40. Just slightly 40. Empathy, 2, 4, about 50. Narcissist, 2, just shy of 40 on compassion. About 30 Machiavellianism, 2, 4, 6, just shy of 60 on altruism. You tend 5.3% more towards the dark triad than the light triad, and you are 34.4% darker than the average person. What the fuck? I don't commit crimes. But okay. I think I like those two tests separately as opposed to having it like this. I feel like you have the same amount of questions on each of them, and then in this case, they split those questions in half. So you have 15 questions for each triad, for a total of 34 questions. Whereas in the individual questions, they each had like about 34 questions. So this test should technically have about 60 or 70 questions, but they dropped it down to like 34. So I think it feels as if it's a bit less accurate or capable of fully expressing. No, it's the dark triad. The dark triads and the light triads for how evil I am. Well, you've never heard of the dark triad expressions? See, look, I am 46% narcissist, 33% Machiavellian, and 44% psychopath. I'm either higher, I guess in most cases I am higher on these than the average population. I'm 7.83% darker than the average person, but I guess that means it's good that I'm not much more darker, because then otherwise I would be a certain percentage of the population that commits a certain percentage of the crime, and thankfully I'm not that dark, so easy peasy. All's well that ends well. Also, oh hey, I had Echo Airy. When did you get in here? No, not me. What the heck? I think you have to do it. Is it at? I think it's like this. Okay, yeah, that's what I meant to type. Fuck. I've been lurking. What the heck was that sound? Is that you? What the heck? It's a fucking possum or a raccoon outside.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Did you see that guy, RB?
Stretch those shoulders.
Oh shit, I see him. Hang on, there's a fucking raccoon or something outside. I gotta get a video of it before he runs away. Look. You see that guy? He's hanging out in the back porch. No! It's too dark. The camera can't pick him up. Look! Unlucky. What the heck? What'd you throw up? Oh my goodness. Fucking Patches just threw up in my room. You okay, buddy? Okay, I guess I gotta go clean this up. I will be right back. What the heck? Okay, I think I need a coffees. So I'm gonna go make a hot chuckies coffees. And And then we'll see what we do from there. And while I'm here, let me do the hydrate and the stretchings. Fuck. I need to exercise more often. I did a couple of jumping jacks earlier. I need to do more. Fuck. Thanks for redeeming those. So I can get my waters and my stretches in. So let me go make my hot chockies, hot coffees, and then I'll probably listen to some stories for a little bit. While it cools down and while I drink it. And then we'll probably do some Harry Potter after that. So yeah, I'll be right back. Get your coffees, get your drinks, get your snacks. Okay. I got my coffees. I think though before we started doing any Harry Potter stuffs, I need to gotta give my throat a bit of a break because I've been using my throat way too much today. And so let's go listen to some spooky stories while I sip on my yummy hot Chalkies coffees. Let's see if I can find a good episode here. I think there was a good title I was curious and listening to on their top videos here. I shot it in the throat. The Big Thicket Saga. Okay, let's try that one. The Big Thicket Saga. Oh my god.
All coming right down the road, pulling
How much is a Metroid thingy on the Switch? The remaster? Because I definitely want to finish it. I started playing Prime 3 Corruption, but I didn't get to finish it because the HD textures and the emulator and the Prime hack mouse and keyboard mod was something about it didn't work. At some point they eventually didn't like playing nicely. I was able to do it for the first two games, and the third game was basically fine up until the Sky Town area. I think just having to render all of those clouds and all that lighting and all that smog and fog makes it unplayable at certain points. Does this one have all three games? Metroid Prime TM Remaster. It's just the first one. Meta Ridley. I think that's from Prime 2, right? Prime 2 geckos. Bonus content. More difficulty options. That's pretty cool. Does it have? Let's see. It doesn't list here anywhere. It doesn't state specifically. It says Talon 4, which is Prime 1. It doesn't mention anything about Dark Sam Ass or Aether. I don't even remember what the planet is in the third one. Metroid Prime Remaster on Wikipedia. Metroid Prime Trilogy. As part of a high-definition remaster version was released on the Nintendo Switch, so it's only the first game. I was under the impression that it was all three games. But I guess they're not going to sell all three games for $40. They're going to sell it for like $5 bajillion because they're Nintendo. A perfect example of how both how to both honor a lauded classic and bring it up to code. Was, however, criticized for not crediting the developers of previous versions of Metroid Prime by name, instead crediting them as, quote, original Nintendo GameCube and Wii version development staff. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up, dude. How are you gonna take all their fucking work, all of their groundwork that they did to release an amazing game years ago, and then just list them all in shorthand as original Nintendo GameCube and Wii version development staff? Like, fuck, dude. Fuck off. Why the fuck would you do that? Cringe. So it's only the first game. Okay, that's also pretty cringe. I was hoping it'd be all 3 games, so I guess I'll hold off until they release the trilogy remaster. Because I do want to play it again. I do want to get it on the Switch. I do want to do all this stuff, but I have to selectively and rarely support Nintendo. I'm not going to be one of those people who blindly supports them at all times, across all criticism and such. Okay, well, we'll keep waiting for more Metroid games to be released on the Switch.
Right into the camp area. They surround the whole camp. I mean, it's like, and then they proceed prime question, and there's more.
So they can just come out.
Decided to come on and talk about, what's been going on. Decided to come. Glad to hear you're doing better. And I also want to welcome Tim Sermons to the show. Tim, thanks for coming on.
Hey, no problem. How are you guys?
Doing well. There's been kind of a situation out there in Texas, and I'm glad you guys decided to come on and talk about.
For context, this video was uploaded 6 years ago, so it's pretty old.
What's been going on down there. Maybe Tim.
Since he's talking about current events and stuff, so I don't know what was Texas 6 years ago. Was that when the blackout happened, or was that like 4 years ago? Let's see. 2023 minus 6 years is 2014? 2016? Texas 6 years ago. Well, I don't care. If they cover it, they cover it. We'll see.
Tim, if you would start from the beginning, kind of give the audience a timeline of how this whole thing exploded, and Bob, feel free to jump in at any time.
Well, we decided, we were going out and we were doing, we were getting a lot of things and we wanted to share it with people. We came to that conclusion because we were helping some other groups, and they were actually getting, they were, based on what we were telling them, they were getting their own evidence. They were having their own sightings. So, we decided we wanted to share with people what we do, and, we know where to go and everything, and have the experiences that we have. So we came up with the idea to start the Big Ticket Watch LLC. So we discussed it for quite a while. And Bob and I went back and forth on even whether or not we wanted to do it. The goal behind it was to just educate people and to, have a good time. And, we wanted to feed them, and we wanted to do everything else, take care of everything so they can just come out and enjoy what we enjoy. So, in that regard, we did ask for a fee, but it wasn't like it was a big money-making thing. And,
The fee thing, we weren't going to make any money, Tim. We already knew that. The fee was basically just to buy groceries for everybody because when they came out, we didn't want them to have to worry about, buying their own groceries and coming out and everybody having a separate camp and everything. And we wanted it to make it fun for everybody, and so we wanted to have like a chuck wagon cookout in a way, and everybody eat at the chuck wagon, everybody socialized, and and tell what they had been experiencing, and the guys could give them some stories of what they might come across, and the footprints and the sounds we might hear at night, and things of like that. And so it was a good idea. It was a good idea to have the chuck wagon, I guess you might say. Have everybody socialize. Like I said, we just wanted everybody to experience the things that we've been experiencing for the past few years. And as Tim said, helping some of these other groups organize, since I had the maps and everything, made their little expeditions quite popular here in Texas, and so we just decided to do it for ourselves as well. Mostly, I just wanted to I wanted to gauge the reaction. I wanted to see people's reaction, and people did get scared. So a lot of times if they would go out the first night, or even on Saturday, they absolutely would not go anywhere on Sunday. Or they would go out on Friday night, and and some of them absolutely did not want to go back in the woods on Saturday. And we discussed things like that, and gauged or asked why, and we got their reactions, and a lot of the unbelievers became believers very quickly in just a few minutes.
Prior to this, you guys are finding evidence, and you guys have been on the show. Bob's been on the show. You guys are finding evidence, and you come up with the idea of taking people out. I know you guys looked into the permit, and most people don't know the permit story because when this whole thing happened, they said, well, you should have just got a permit. And if they actually knew the backstory on the permit, it's a little shocking. At what point did you decide, hey, let's go get a permit?
What is that? What is that accent or dialect where they put the emphasis on the mit rather than permit? Because in New York, we always said permit, not permit. Is that like a southern thingy or a Midwest thingy? I don't know. I think I've typically heard it from mostly like farmers and hunters and such. So I don't know. It's pretty weird.
And then what happened?
Well, Bob researched and I researched what kind of permit we needed. We found absolutely nothing. So there were quite a few participants on the very first expedition. So we thought we were well within right by what we were doing, because we were told if there was no more than 25 people, we wouldn't need a permit. That was the initial information that we received. Well, the minute we got out there, it was Friday of that very first expedition. Here comes the feds. They rolled in on that one.
The feds.
Now, we haven't really talked about that, but they did. They rolled in on that one. And they said, you can't do it. You don't have a permit. You have all this other stuff. So after...
Oh, he said permit. He said the proper way. Permit.
They detained Bob really for probably a good hour or so. And see, I wasn't there. I came at the camp when everything was finishing up. Then at that point we figured, well, crap, we're going to have to go to the main ranger station and sit down and have a conversation with those guys. So we talked about that, and it was me, Bob, and Waylon, and that's what we decided we were going to do. So I can't remember the date we went, but we went in there. And, after everything that we went through, and not to get into other things that have happened prior to this, with our experience with some of these fellows, I thought it would be a outstanding and awesome idea if I took my audio recorder in there and recorded the whole conversation. So we went in there, had a meeting with the head ranger, and it was we were sitting there talking to him, and we told him what we wanted to do and everything, and he goes, well, give me just 1 minute. Let me get this other guy. This other guy walks in. This guy must have been 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
But he was a BLM guy, the Bureau of Land Management.
What? He's a BLM guy? What the heck?
Guy, and he's over the doggone ranger. the 5 of us were sitting there having a discussion about the permit. And when I tell you it was like trying to cut a deal with the mob, that's exactly what it was like.
It would not surprise me of trying to negotiate and get something off the ground with the feds. Is like trying to cut a deal with the mob. That sounds like very believable.
They said, well, you can do this. This falls under outfitting and guiding. We would need to see your financials. We would need to see what your business plan is. We would need to see all this stuff. And he said it has to be worth our while in order to do this. And getting a permit can be very difficult. Not to say that it can't be done, but it can be very difficult.
And you told him that you planned on taking people out to look for Bigfoot, right?
Absolutely.
And they didn't bat an eye. As a matter of fact, with all my run-ins with them before Tim ever, came onto the scene and into our group here, I had already had a lot of run-ins with them in the first place. One of the first things they wanted to know from us was they wanted to know the migration habits. I guess they had some of the migration, but they wanted to know what I knew about migration of these creatures. They did not deny. Pardon me. They did not deny at all that these creatures.
Dang, this guy sounds like me when I'm trying to read stuff. Always clearing my throat. This guy's me. What the heck? He's like me, for real, for real.
Existed. They wanted us to fill in some of their blanks for them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Neither one of those guys batted a single eye at the whole situation. They kept going on about the money. It's got to be beneficial for this. Getting a permanent permit for this is going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible. He said, I come from Colorado where we do a lot of outfitting and guiding, but here in Texas, we don't know if we're going to do all that stuff. And then they said they would have to open it up for bidding. And then he goes, part of the problem is, this is what he said, that this just kind of blew me away. He goes, part of our problem is we don't know where Bigfoot or Sasquatch goes. I'm going to have to get with the biologist and see what their opinion is of this. And he goes, we may even have, and this blew me away, we may even have to rely on experts such as yourselves. That whole statement blew me away. We're like, what? You got a BLM guy telling us this? The big thing with that was we were in there for an hour. He kept talking about the money and everything else like that. So what they also didn't know is we actually had a copy from another group of a special use permit that they authorized them, and they basically told us that we couldn't get the permit, or they told us they would mail us a permit. When we got to that point in talking about it, he specifically said, well, we can do that, but we would have to agree on one general location that you could go. And I asked the question, I said, well, where can we go or where can we not go? And he said, you cannot go anywhere west of I-45. He said, your areas that you can go to.
That's it. He spoiled it. All the big feet are west of I-45. You heard it here first, folks. You know what that means. You gotta act accordingly.
Would be east out of Huntsville, Texas, north of 190, south of 190, all the way over to I-59. So he cut out half the dang forest, and half the dang forest, well, we won't get into that, but...
And I want to go more into this conversation that you had with them, but did he say why you couldn't go in those areas?
He claimed some woodpecker. They said they had some sort of breeding population, the largest breeding population of this woodpecker in the entire South. And he said that they even have a law on their books that even if you're hiking on the Lone Star Trail, you cannot camp within 100 feet of any cavitated tree. That law is so dang vague. Find a tree that doesn't have a hole in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So, and then he was talking about doing controlled burns. Well, they had already done the controlled burns. And then he was talking about logging operations. You know, but we know where all those are. And I'll tell you what, everything west of 45, they had done that a couple of years ago. They're not doing any logging over there. They're not doing any controlled burns over there. They don't want us over there. That was made plain and simple. Do not go over to west of that road, I-45. Do not do it. Don't take people in there. Don't go over there. That's just really kind of odd to us, you know.
Had you guys been in those areas? I'm not. I mean, you guys drove me everywhere when I was down there. Had you guys been in those areas he's talking about?
Every one of them. One thing I want to make clear about the permit, Wes, is I want to back up just a little bit to make it a little more clear for the people that are listening. You know, as we were helping these other groups, they would go get their permit and they would have it, you know, the first day. And they didn't pay for the permit. It was just a special use permit.
Well, that only happened
a lot of times, yeah, it happened once, but most of the time they didn't need a permit. They were told if they had, 25 or less people or whatever, that there was no permit needed.
Right.
And
we're talking about the BO40, right?
Yeah, I'm just not naming any names.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Anyway, they had three of them that we helped them out with and showed them on the maps, my maps. They had a good time. They had sightings, and I think like 14 of them had sightings of the same squatches. But that's beside the point. The point is that we were working on, I was working on that clarification to me that we didn't need a permit as long as we stayed under 25 people. Okay, so that was fine. And so in the beginning, we fully thought that we were totally within our rights to have people come out there with us, and we take them, places, and we didn't need a permit. The other group did it, had been doing it for years and had never been bothered. And so we thought it would be no different with us, but I should have known because I have had run-ins with the feds, the Parks Department, for several years since, before then. And I should have known that I would be differently. I would be treated differently. And sure enough, they sped in and they interrogated me for, over an hour or so. But there was a lot of things that really upset me. And I guess, I don't know, we don't have to get into them, but I just wanted to clarify that one of the reasons why we didn't go and get the permit in the beginning is because we thought we were under our legal rights to have a gathering of 25 or so people out there and needed no permit. And that's what we were working on. That's the way they worked with the other group for years and years out there. And we thought that we would be, no different than the other group. But it escalated from there for us.
Before you guys get into that, what kind of run-ins did you guys have with the feds?
Well, where to start on that one? Bob's had quite a bit more experience with them than I've had. But, we've been out in the woods, and, you can go back to your Insider episode that you've done, not the most recent, but the one you did where, with Ken, I think was his name, and where we were in the woods, and we were getting shot at, and that guy told you when, where, what time we left, everything, and we were getting shot at. That's the truth. And that was not a very small caliber gun that was being shot at us at all.
Oh, bro.
So that's happened. We've been shot at a few times out there. Can you say, the same night that was coming out, that happened, we were going down the road, and here comes a car right up on us, a cop car, and coming up on our bumper, and then turns his lights on, and then comes around us and turns on down the road. So that's the kind of things that I've had more experience dealing with. Them face to face, I have not had too many. Bob's had way more, and I know some of those are a little sensitive, so I don't know how much he's going to want to say. But that's been mainly my experience with them at this point until all this.
Well, you know, Tim, when you the first day you came out with us, and then you started really coming out, you know, I told you, I said, don't be surprised if a game warden or federal agents come out here and harass us. And you thought, well, you know, Bob's crazy. I know you did. And then I told you about the helicopters and everything, and all of that. And then what happened on the corridor?
Yeah, Wes, you've been to the spot. We were down at this one particular place. This particular place we always go, and there's just hardly enough room to turn around. So I always turn around and back in and face my way out, because you can't go anywhere. You can't go straight once you get to the end. We're sitting there, Bob and I, we had the windows down, we had our audio recorders, and then off to our right, which would be going north, upriver, we hear 3 or 4 extremely awesome freaking Squatch calls. And I'm telling you, not 5 minutes after that happened, you hear the helicopter coming, and he's flying low right across
What
the lake.
the
And
heck?
it's right to where we are. He's got the spotlight on. He's spotlighting the ground and everything. And he didn't light us up, but he's put that spotlight in front of us. If he saw us, he did. I mean, I don't know how he didn't. And then he turned and went north to where those calls came from. So that was my first, and we actually recorded the helicopter flying over. But I mean, he was so low that the tops of the trees were blowing, you know, from those rotors. So, and it was most definitely a Black Hawk helicopter.
Well, they hover over our camps occasionally with their spotlights on. What these are actually called little birds. They're small, and smaller than a Black Hawk, and they're called little birds. They have a spotlight, and they also are equipped with, because I'm familiar with them, they are equipped with night vision and also flare, heat seeking. These things have always, they've always.
This is looking a little bit spooky. I kind of feel like we're just ever so slightly above the margin for proper food storage here. We're at 7 extra food right now. That's gonna disappear in like 2 seconds. I might lose this, but I don't think so. I think I can recover it.
Please followed us down the trails that we go through. If we're on the corridor, which is a migration area for these things, they will pick us up. I think there's ground sensors out there, and what they do is they come out and they spotlight us at night. They spotlight our camps. They spotlight us on the Lone Star Trail occasionally. It's not an everyday occurrence, but what it was an everyday occurrence was the fact that we would get followed. We would get followed all the time from our house into the national forest. They would follow us where we go, and then there would be an appearance from the park police or the feds. I'll just say it, the feds. I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but the park department actually has federal agents. They're not just park police, and they're not just game wardens. They have their own federal agents, and these are the ones that we've been dealing with a lot.
That's true. So I mean, we've had run-ins with them. They haven't been as aggressive as with this situation.
Well, let's go back to the permit. You guys are trying to get the permit. How do you guys? He's saying you can go into these areas, but don't cross over here. Don't go into this area. And how does that conversation kind of end?
He just said, that's where he said, I don't know where Bigfoot goes. I don't know this. I'd have to, getting the permit. I'll be happy to email you the permit, or not email, mail you the permit application. But I can't guarantee you anything. It has to be within the government's interest. It has to be beneficial to the government in order for it to even be considered. And at that point, they didn't even guarantee us anything, because they said if they were going to do it, that they would open it up to bidding to other groups and everything to see if they wanted to do this. And they, with the government, they're going to go at the lowest bid. So, that was pretty much kind of how it went down.
Well, they were supposed to have sent the application to us. I knew that they were never going to do it, but we checked the mail and checked the mail and checked the mail, and neither one of us got anything. Our business address never got anything, and Waylon, who is pretty much a part of us, he went in there to get a permit to go into what we call Monkey Pond. He was just innocently going in there because I think he was going to take his girls or something. His children. Of course, we were going to come out there at night and do some camping and everything. The thing about it is that he saw this Frank. Matter of fact, Frank was basically watching him. And he told Frank and reminded him to send the permit, the applications for these permits. And Frank said, "Well, I've been busy with broken pipes and stuffed up plumbing and stuff like that in some of the campgrounds and everything." And but it doesn't take you 5 minutes to put a permit, or not a permit, but a application for a permit in the mail. The secretary could do that.
Okay, like you're complaining about the wrong people. It's not the fact that it's the agent or the federal guy or the BLM guy. It's not his fault. It's the fact that all government agencies are bloated, lazy, sloppy, slow, and over-encumbered bureaucracies. That's the issue. It's not just these guys, so it doesn't matter which department you're dealing with, you'd always run into dog shit response times and accountability. That's the problem. This guy just hasn't... This guy, 6 years ago, didn't listen to Louis Rossman's entire saga over the past year. Why didn't he fucking do his research first? Then he would know, clearly, that all government bureaucracies are just slow, inundated, and overly bloated. And they can never respond to you in time. That's the problem, okay?
That's not a big deal. But the thing about it is that...
It is a big deal. Well, you want them to fucking work? You want them to do things in exchange for money? They gotta take their nap times and stuff. What the heck? What do you mean you expect them to work? What do you mean you expect government workers to work? What the heck? You're asking too much of people, bro.
He was issued a permit to this area, and it wasn't 10 minutes that he left the forestry headquarters that he got a telephone call, and they pulled his permit.
Yeah, that's Waylon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Waylon. They pulled his permit
from going into the monkey pond.
Yeah.
Monkey.
They called him and told him
go into monkey pond.
They told him the camp area was full and that they couldn't. That permit was no good, and she was looking at the wrong calendar day or something like that, which is a bunch of crap. Because I can neither deny nor confirm, we still went in there that night, and there was not a soul in that place, allegedly.
Allegedly.
So that's proof positive they were just screwing around with us.
Yeah. So when you guys were trying to get the permit, had you guys done any outings yet? You guys had done a couple of them, hadn't you?
We did the one, and that's when the what was it, Bob? The game warden showed up.
Right. and the game warden showed up. The game warden was bored. I mean, he didn't give a damn. The two park police who work real close to the federal agents, the park agents, they were there, and then the agent himself was there. The federal agent was there, and yeah, they talked to us for a long time, and wanted to know all kinds of information that really, if he was just going to give us a ticket, had nothing to do with anything. He's the one that told us to go down there and, and do that. I was trying to...
Oh, nice. I'm almost at 500 food. Pretty good. Okay, now if I can just build up my stock of food, we can increase population super hard. Easy peasy.
Get him to... I was trying to get him to make me understand why, if these other groups have been doing this for years, why are we being busted...
Just busting your balls,
exactly
bro.
The same thing that they're doing, and on the the same way. And basically, they don't want us to let people know what we know. They wanted to know what I knew, and I wasn't going to tell them. And they were real interested in my maps and stuff like that. But I wasn't going to let them. I wasn't going to give any of that stuff up. So anyway, I got my ticket, and everybody had to leave. I had to get out of there right now, and all my people are, well, not my people, but all the guys had to get out of there right now. So I didn't have a choice. I had to go or go to jail. Everybody went to a different spot, but they had a good time there too. I mean,
is this the second incident, Bob, or the first?
No, it's still the first one.
This is the very first one. This is the very first one. And on my ticket, it said January. Well, this was in February. And I'll get to some of that about the courthouse and that little tidbit of information right there.
Yeah.
It said January. We had not been out in January. We were still... me and Tim were still talking about permits and what we need to do legally and everything else in January. No one had ever been out in January. It was February that they went, people came out.
One of the other things about that first meeting, Bob, I don't know if you want to talk about it or not, but, we had the satellite camp. Because, do you want to talk about the other part?
Yeah, I'll talk about it. I don't care because we've been to court. Everything's done. I want everybody to know one thing, though. I really do apologize. Me and Tim, from the bottom of our heart, totally apologize that we have left so many people in limbo out there. But the reason why is because we were told we could not contact any of the participants, any other participants from that night that we got really busted, and they came in with like 7-8 cars and everything that last night, not the first one. But we could not talk to any of these people, or we would get.
This is the exact same thing that it's always been happening with the Emotes for like the past... How long has it been? The past 500 years since the US government started up. They're trying to conceal the truth. They're trying to hide the truth from the American people. This cannot stand.
Get more tickets. And so we didn't. And I know a few people got upset about it and everything, but there was nothing that we could explain. And I know that we were being monitored, being, watched and everything. And so we could not speak to these people. We did not know how they were monitoring us exactly, but they were. We conformed to just a total blackout of not speaking to anyone. Tim and I did. And I just wanted y'all to understand that. We could not do anything. And we conformed to that to keep ourselves further out of trouble.
And so Tim had mentioned the satellite camp. What's the satellite
Oh
camp?
yeah, the satellite camp. People were asking to do some satellite camping, and there's a place. It's a pond. It's a beautiful place, but oh my God, it's like 2 miles into the middle of nowhere. So we went out there. We were setting it up, and Tim and Waylon and I, we took out a bunch of campfire wood, and I have this big trailer, and we had to pull it. It liked to kill Tim and Waylon. But I'm not laughing at you guys, but it was kind of funny.
That was a rough one.
Yeah. And both of y'all decided we're not doing this again. We're not taking anything out there again. Well, anyway, the boys, my sons, they were going to be in charge of the satellite camp, and a lot of people wanted to go. They had gone, and they were setting up the tents and getting ready for everybody to come out there, and getting ready with the campfire and the food that they would cook and things like that. Well, they had walked down. They had to make several trips of that 2 miles back up to their pickup truck to carry in more stuff. It was a pain in the butt, but people would really like it because there's a lot of activity out there. But anyway, my sons got shot at. Granted, some of the rounds weren't but about 25 feet away from them. And believe me, if you've been in combat, 25 feet is 25 feet too damn close.
Yeah.
My Travis, my son, well, he pulled his gun. He was looking for something to shoot.
Started blasting. Let it be known, if the feds fire upon us, we will return fire. No remorse.
Back down
And my battle cry will be, Valley Forge!
range, but he couldn't see him. And then the shooting stopped. Well, they sat in there in their little holes in the ground, watching very closely, and nothing else happened for a while. So they got up and they started moving, and they moved on to the camp. Well, they called me and told me that they were being shot at, and I told I was in the middle of talking to the agent, and I told him, I said, well, here, talk to him, and I gave him the phone. I said, people are shooting at my sons. Well, he didn't want to take the phone and took it, and he talked to them, and they all rushed out and everything. They came in a whole different way than we know anyway, and we've been out there for years. And as a matter of fact, they came in from no man's land. That's what I call it, no man's land.
Now, when you say they came in, are you talking about, okay, is this the second time you guys had been interrupted with the federal agents, or is this still the first?
Okay, I'm gonna speed up this interview so we can try to fit in Harry Potter as much as we can.
Time.
It's still the first.
This is still the first expedition, yes.
And you said the agents came in from no man's land. What does that mean?
Basically what it is there was one road that's gated off that we would walk in, and you can drive. I mean, if you had a key, you could drive down part of the way. There was another way in there that we didn't know about, and they came in their vehicles completely around a completely different way and came in behind them. And that's what he means by that. They came in a completely different way. We had no idea. There was even a way to get back there that way.
So they came in from just a random position, not the normal way you would drive into this camp.
Yeah, they didn't take the direct route. They took an indirect route, which didn't make any sense either unless they were already out there.
They didn't care that my sons had gotten shot at. What they cared about was what was in the tents, what was in their backpacks, what was in what was in their pouches, their tins of food and stuff like that. What was in there? Do y'all have any drugs? Where's your guns and all of this stuff and everything. And Travis, Travis is really quiet, but he's kind of like me. He's got a hell of an attitude. And he told him, he said, "Hey, look, we got shot at right down here." He said, I can take you down here and show you where we got shot at. The bullets hit the trees. And they waved him off and said, oh, no, no, don't worry about that. Yeah, that's exactly what they told him. Travis was mad, boy, and so was Brandon.
That's odd. You think that'd be high up on the priority, someone getting shot at, generally, and very close to where...
Well, I'm fixing to get to that. That's something that really upset me and shocked me. And I'm fixing to get to that in just a second, okay? They left my sons out there in danger. When does a law enforcement people leave people out in the middle of nowhere where they have to walk down past where they just got shot at in the middle of danger instead of driving them to their vehicles? When does that happen? It doesn't happen. So we got a group together and we started out there, and believe me, if somebody would started shooting at me, I was going at it with my semi-auto. I mean, I was just going to go at it.
See, look, he's like me. Start blasting.
And everybody out there with us, Tim, Waylon, and a couple of people from the participants. And we
Oh, the participants are blasting too? Based.
we wanted them to shoot at us. I was mad. These were my boys.
Fuck around and find out.
They left them in danger. Well, anyway, Travis showed us the trees, and lo and behold, my God, man, somebody had gone up those trees with tree spurs on and dug the damn bullets out of those trees. They dug the bullets out of those trees. You could see each tree that the bullets hit. You could see the spikes that went up the trees, and where it was torn up around underneath of them because of the spikes. And I'm a tracker. Me and Tim, we discovered where they came in from and where and then where they went back. And we got pictures of where the holes were dug out. And maybe I'm telling too much, I don't know. But anyway, one of the things I discussed with the head ranger and Frank, the BLM guy, and I don't know if I should use his name or not, is this fact. Because and it's on tape. We have it all on tape. Everything is on tape that we're talking about. I asked them. I told them, I said, if we have to go before the judge, I am going to ask the judge why this happened. Well, they didn't like that.
He said, well, I can't speak to the law enforcement part of the force. They don't report to us, and I don't know what their policies are. But anything that they do is designed to keep people safe. Now, that comment right there made no sense whatsoever, did not fit what was asked of.
Oh, it's designed to keep you safe from other federal peoples. So they sent one of their guys up ahead to spy on your son and your Big Feet's group. And they blasted at him nearby. And then they said, get the fuck out of here so you don't get shot at. Easy peasy. See, look, it's your own fault for getting shot at, you stupido. That's what they're saying.
So how is getting shot at keeping people safe? And this is coming from that guy. It just blew us all away.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you're talking to a cop and he's talking to you, like, let's say for a speeding ticket, and someone runs up and is like, hey, someone's shooting at me over here, you think he'd drop what he was doing and run over there and see what's going on. And these guys were just totally uninterested in what was said about being shot at. They
Yeah, they're uninterested because it's their guy. It's our guy.
didn't care, it seemed like.
No, they didn't care.
They didn't care at all. My idea was that, and I'm not going to quote the agent here right now, but they knew that the boys were getting shot at. They already knew that the satellite camp was going up, and I think that they knew that the boys were getting shot at.
And so what happens next?
Well, after that was pretty much the end of that whole meeting. He assured us that we would have it within a few days, the application for the permit, and we kind of left it at that. And,
well, wait, hold on a second. They did tell us, Tim, but was it you or Waylon asked, well, where can we go?
It was
where can we go with our group of people? And they told us 4 Notch Road. We could go there. Yeah, and that's out the Big Woods. Yeah. And, I know Big Woods real well, and I wasn't going to take anybody in there. And Waylon went out and checked it all out and everything and said it was just fantastic. It is. It's fantastic. But there's a lot of stuff goes on there, and there's a lot of squatches in there.
What kind of stuff goes on in there?
People get killed up and down through that part of the Lone Star Trail. I don't want to go into that stuff.
So Waylon checks it out, and then what happens?
Well, see, we thought that we were perfectly fine going into that area because that's where they told us we could go.
That was the impression we were left with. Yep.
So we thought we were totally within our means, legal means, to be there because we were told by the BLM guy and the head ranger, hey, you guys can go over there. That's what we did, and that's why we continued with the expeditions. And they turned, and of course, you know, they turned out to be really good, but they're extremely aggressive over there. And, you know, people were getting really scared. They didn't want to go back out the next day, which was fine. You know, not all of them wanted to go out. Some of them still wanted to, adrenaline junkies, you know what I mean? But the whole thing is that as far as the permit goes, they told us we could go in there. We went in there. We thought we were within our legal rights, and they went off real good without a hitch for a good while. And then, bang! All of a sudden, we are just basically stormtrooped.
And if you would, kind of talk about what happened. Tell us what happened in that whole raid, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Well, one of the first things that happened, of course, you know, they wanted to know. They came out first. The police, the park police, came out first, and you know, they wanted to know if people paid and stuff and all this stuff. And you know, a lot of these people paid a long time ago, and some of them paid, you know, just recently. And I didn't know what to tell them.
You're putting your paw on my keyboard.
I didn't want to have any more trouble. I didn't want any trouble for these people out here. And I told them that no, none of these people paid, and I shouldn't have, but I did. They left, and within 15 minutes, 7, 8 cars come pulling in there with guys, and you know, in their.
She just jumped on my desk while I'm over here typing away at the keyboard, trying to run my empire. What the heck? Come here. She's so small. She's a little baby. She's a little tiny baby. It's a little patchy Zoom. Huh? How you just want to lay here? You want to lay here while I ASMR read Harry Potter's in a bit? Oh my god, it's so hot. I should turn up the AC. Or actually, I have a fan. I could turn the fan on. Bring that AC cool air into here. I'm gonna do that real quick. What, you want to play Banished too? Okay, let's see if I can try to finish Harry Potter before you get back on your womanly hormonal urges and start screaming up the whole entire house.
Their bulletproof vests and, you know, all of this stuff and everything. And, of course, you know, they knew where I was at, and they came to the trailer. They wanted me to come get in the car, and I told them no. I said, I'm not going to get in the car. I'll stay right here. And, no, come on, get in the car so we can have a talk. I said, we can have a talk right here in the trailer. So he finally asked me, he said, well, can I come in? I said, I told you to come on in. And one of them stood outside the door. And he sat down, and, you know, he was trying to tell me, you know, we know these people, you know, have paid, and we're one of the people that, you know, paid. You know, it was us. And he said that, you know, we've been having y'all surveillance for a long time. We've got pictures and videos of y'all leading groups out here and all of this stuff. And he said that, he said they have recordings of us
Dude, stop.
talking.
I'm
and,
using the mouse.
you know,
Chill.
we telling the people don't say anything, you know, if they're asked if they paid and
Come here.
all of this crap and everything. And, you know, I just said, well, you know, I'll tell you what, I want my lawyer. I picked up my phone, and he told me to put my phone down. Well, I told him I want my lawyer. He said, I'll talk to you and your damn lawyer together if you want me to. And I said, well, I'm trying to get my lawyer right here on the phone. I'll put your phone down. So I just threw my phone down. And I said, well, I'm not going to say anything else to you without my lawyer present. And so he tried to question me several times, and I just said, I want my lawyer.
I would put the camera on Patches, but I don't have the camera set up right now. I was using the mount for some other pretty cool things. So no Patches camp for now. I'll try to set it up for next time. I do need to do my nails again, so maybe I'll stream that too while we listen to more spooky stories. I'm try to get a red, white, and blue color going for some other cool upcoming calendar events. Let's call it.
I said, I invoke my Miranda rights, and I will not speak to you anymore. I want my lawyer. Well, we know about this. We know about that. We know this. We know that. He said, I want to know what you know.
What the heck? There's a 12-year-old kid here with a 20-year-old woman living in this house? What the heck? I guess I did kind of wait a while before starting to build more housing, so there's an 8-year difference between these two kids who are technically of the same generation. Rip. Rippy dippy. Oh well.
I said, I don't know nothing.
Don't know
I only
nothing.
want my lawyer. Ask me questions about Tim. Ask me questions about Mo. You know, another guy that I'm not going to say his name on here because I know that they're going to be listening. Oh, they also told me, Wes, that they have people who monitor your show constantly, in case you didn't know.
Always nice to have new fans.
and I said,
If you don't have haters, you're not doing anything right. If you do have haters, then that means you're onto something.
you know, all I want is my lawyer. All I want is my lawyer. So he got frustrated and he got up and he left. He told me, he said, do not leave this, do not leave your trailer. Do not come out there. He left. They shut my door. I was instructed not to come out, not talk to anybody. So they started interrogating everybody out there, from what I understand. I don't know what happened out there because I wasn't allowed to go out there and be among the people and listen to what was being said. And
To be among the people?
But they were apparently bringing people to their car, and apparently they were recording them, getting statements from them. And, you know, they did it with Mo. They did it with Waylon and some of the other ones and everything. And they knew their guys' names. They knew all our, you know, little secret names for everything and everywhere we go and all of that stuff. They had actually taken 2 of our game cams that had just been put up, and it says in their rules and regulations, those game cams can go up for 24 hours. Those game cams weren't up more than 2 hours, and they took them, and they told us that they took them. That's theft. They came back over to my...
Yet again, the government stealing things from citizens. Whether it's this, or whether it's civil forfeiture. Yeah, they like doing that. Or what's the other one? Was it in California somewhere where they were sending the notices to someone else's house, and then they still took this guy's... They bulldozed his house even though he was repairing it. Because they're the fucking retards who couldn't look up on Google fucking Maps that they're actually sending stuff to the correct address? Okay. Nice on you, government. Good job. Wouldn't surprise me when people walk up to you, your town hall in arms. And as a group, you know. If you act like a tyrant, don't be surprised when people respond to you in the way people respond to tyranny with. So, you know. Always watch your own behavior. Be on your tippy toes.
Trailer after the people. And they told me that I had to leave now. If I was still here in 15...
What? These guys are fucking trolling me. They're like 99% done building this fishing dock, and then they all leave right at the last second. Fucking kill yourselves.
15 minutes.
I hope a big feat comes out of this woods over here as you're building that last final percent, and he demolishes you.
That they were going to put me in jail, or that you know, I would get another ticket and everything. They told me I couldn't leave anything with the people. I couldn't give them anything. I couldn't show them anything. I couldn't show them any videos, audios, pictures. I couldn't show them nothing. And I couldn't leave anything for them because that would be me giving them, or me providing for them. And that's against the law, and I would get another ticket. I wasn't even supposed to speak.
Oh no, this one's worse. It's a 10-year-old boy and a 21-year-old woman. And this previous one, she's a 21-year-old woman now. He's a 13-year-old kid. And they have one 1-year-old son. Oh no.
With them. Well, I did stay longer. And
Listen. It's a matter of history, okay? We used to have different. We had to populate the earth, and it was a social imperative that we make more people so we can get more food, so we can expand and be fruitful and multiply.
And we ascertained that our phones were being surveillance. We went ahead and picked up, and we left. And you know, I try to tell everybody, you know, that I'll try to, you know, be in contact with them and everything. We finally picked up my trailer and the chuck wagon. I couldn't leave them any food. I couldn't leave them any water. They would just have to be on their own. But they did let Mo stay there until 6 o'clock in the morning, which was good. But he really wasn't supposed to give them anything, you know, or he would get another ticket. So anyway, we left.
Really
yeah, we left, and you know, Mo left and everything. And these people were basically on their own, and I felt sorry for them. But we were being watched. When I left my neighborhood to go to the store or just go down the street, I would have a black or a white SUV on my butt, watching me, you know, following where I was going. I could.
What the fuck, bro? I just wanted to look at the fucking funny monkey in the trees who could hypnotize you and use their supersonic attack. You gonna give me a fucking FBI agent for that? To follow me around? Just for wanting to look at the monkey? What the heck?
Couldn't go back out there and take care of these people. I felt horrible about it. Tim felt horrible about it. We discussed it some. But there was nothing that we could do. I want the people to know that we didn't mean to desert them. That was not something Bob Garrett does or Tim Sermon does or any of the guys. We did not want to desert them, but we could not go back out there under penalty of another ticket or possibly jail. And they were following us around. They wanted us to come back out there. They wanted us to. They wanted to bust us again. And I am sorry about that. You know, it just broke my heart to leave those people out there. But and I know that I'm getting off a little bit, but this is what happened.
Getting
I've
off,
seen the
huh?
tickets, and it is funny. Some of the dates aren't right. I know the one in January. I mean, I can just go off of the show and know that that date isn't right, which seems odd that the date would be wrong. But so they had actually been watching you for a while. What did he say to you when he handed you the ticket? Was there any instructions, or what did he? Was there a fine on the ticket?
No, there wasn't a fine. There was a. We had to go before the judge. It said I had to go before the judge in order to, you know, get my fine and everything, which I never. As a matter of fact, Tim and I and Mo, when we went to the federal building, this was the district. What is it, Tim? The American or the U.S. district attorney was. What should I say?
The America attorney is I was about to say.
Prosecuting us. We didn't see a judge.
The American lawyer. Abogado. Amigo del cartel.
Before we get into that, Tim, you had a run-in with this guy because you weren't there the night that when this was called a felony took place, where they where they raided you guys. What was your run-in with the guy?
Well, I had to work. I had to work several of the expeditions. I wasn't out there Friday. I had gone home early Friday, or late Thursday night, and just came home and went to bed and got up around 3:30, 4 o'clock. I had to go to work for 7 o'clock. I was going to head out there, and I was told that all this stuff went on, and I was just kind of blown away. And then I was told that was given a number and told I needed to call this guy, and I called him, and he said, "Well, I need to meet with you." And I'm like, "What do you need to meet with me for?" He goes, "I need to give you a citation." And I'm like, "For what?" "For being out in the national forest." And I said, "I wasn't even out there." And at that point, there's just no point arguing with him. I said, "Look, all right, okay, I'll meet you." So I drove to their headquarters and sat there and walked in there and was talking to him, the two feds there, and they said, "Do you mind if I record this?" And I said, "Not at all." And I pulled out my audio recorder, "As long as you don't mind me recording this." And they didn't have any objection, so I've got that whole conversation recorded as well. It was the same thing. They was trying to interrogate me about Mo, about Bob, everything else. Wanted to know this, that, the other.
That's what I gotta do. I gotta invest in like a GoPro or something. I just always be recording, no matter what. And then that way, if I ever go to the trees and exploring for some big feats, I won't have to pull out my phone or camera. And I won't miss the opportunity. I can just point the body cam toward him. Easy peasy.
The other. And I just told them I didn't know anything. They asked me if I was an expert, and I said an expert at a...
Oh fuck, there's this one funny video. I love it so much. I don't know. It was a meme video. I posted it on Discord. I haven't been able to find it again. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube real quick. If I can find it, I'll show it. Otherwise, I'll just describe it. Oh shit, I think it's this one. It is this one, okay. No. It was like a week ago or a few days ago. They did this thing on YouTube where you used to be able to middle click on the video itself. Let me pull it up for reference. So you used to be able to middle click on the video here so that it opened up in the new tab. But now it's like if it's playing like this, the preview, you can't middle click it anymore. It's so infuriating. Anyway, this is the videos. Oh shit, I should pause this before I fucking before I lose everything. But yeah, it's infuriating where like, yeah, this is the video I want to watch. Let me go ahead and middle click it so I can watch it later. And nope, it just if it's doing the Pornhub preview of the video, nope, you can't middle click it. It's so stupid. Anyway, this is the video. Like having so that if I have my body cam on me, my GoPro on me, and then I'm ever having to have an interaction with the polices, I can just ignore them like this because I don't have to respond. I am not legally obliged. I have no legal obligation. I'm just gonna do this.
That sounds pretty good.
We'll have to go to another location.
Yeah, we can probably hit Battle Creek.
There we go. That's one.
Yeah, we can do that. We can go to Battle Creek. Yeah.
I like those mushroom twists.
Hello.
And then the spicy chicken.
Are we not being verbal?
Yeah. That mushroom twist does sound
We're
really
just
good.
trying to have a conversation. We're not trying to yell at you guys.
I do like the Crunch Wrap Supreme.
Okay.
I like the cheesy bean and rice mojito.
What's going on?
I like the Burrito Supreme. It's
They're charging $5 for that.
Are they
damn
really?
thing now.
Really?
Sir,
It must be that sour cream
Either
that's
way,
in there.
can we just have a
Yeah, they
civil
must be putting extra
conversation
sour cream in it.
about this?
Right. I
Yeah.
always add extra sour cream, so that puts it over $5.
Yeah, really it does.
Mm-hmm. Just for one simple burrito that I can make at home for like 50 cents.
Right.
Crazy.
It is crazy. Totally insane.
Gentlemen, can we have a conversation about what's going on? I just at least want to have a talk with you.
At least the sound of the bathroom drowning out that music over there.
It is, yeah. It is nice.
That way we don't have to mute our volume.
Right. I was worried about that at first, but it didn't travel this far. I was worried that the music was going to travel over here, but it didn't.
I don't know why it's just so funny. They just like they can't do nothing.
So mad. Like they won't talk to me.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite videos. One of my favorite police videos ever.
Mythical creature, according to you guys, doesn't exist. He goes, well, you're going to have to go before the judge. I said, okay, so I'm going to go before the judge and say I'm an expert of something that the state of Texas says doesn't exist. Oh, how's that going to go? You know? They didn't bat an eye at that one. But that's pretty much kind of how it went. And he wrote me the ticket, and he walked me back to my truck. And he looked at my truck and goes, oh, that's your truck. And I said, yeah. And he said, you're the one that pulled Bob's camper up there. And I said, yeah, I did. I did that on Thursday. That's pretty much all he said. I got in the truck and left.
Well, so he knew your vehicle and everything.
Yeah. And my ticket said the same thing that, the other one said. It just had no fine on it. It said it had to appear. And it was appearance was going to be within 60 days. Well, 60 days came and went. Well, I had this guy's card. So I called him up. I'm like, what's the deal? And he said, well, that conversation was interesting. He said, the attorneys, the district attorneys do not know what to do with this case. They don't know what to do with it. And I go, so what's the point? And he goes, well, the wheels of justice just turn slow. You'll be getting your summons. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. Anyway, he said, it's not like, he goes, this isn't any more than a glorified speeding ticket. He goes, it's not like you were out there poaching. Well, when he said that, I said, well, we run across those from time to time in our travels about poachers. And he goes, really? Well, if you do, you can let me know. And he goes, if you scratch my back, I'm not.
Lol. Imagine working with law enforcement. No, lol. After all the bullshit you done? Nah, thanks, buddy. It's okay. You have fun doing that. How about you investigate and you do your job? That sounds like a fair trade to me.
I'm not opposed to scratching your back. And I said, with this whole situation, he said, yeah, I can intercede on your behalf where the district attorneys, pertains to them. So Bob and I, Waylon, went out and we knew of about 5, 6, 7 places that they were actively poaching. We documented them, GPSed them, and came on back to the house, and I didn't trust the guy, but we went and sent him one place, and that'll be a little later. I can clarify what happened with that, but that's pretty much the two conversations that I've had with that fellow.
And so what happens next? You guys go to court?
Oh, yeah, we waited. Finally got a notification. All three of us got notified on the same day of the court date. The court date was August 9th, downtown Houston, Texas, at the U.S. District Court. We get down there, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and we get down in there, go up to the courthouse, and have to find the place, and go in there and sit and wait. The appointment was at 9 o'clock, and we go in there, and there's a few people in there, and the U.S. District Attorney gets up there, and he goes, "This is equivalent to traffic court." And they had us all sit in a line of the order at which we got there, because they were going to just do it that way. Well, they pretty much cleared. We were the first three. Mimo and Bob were the first three in there. We're sitting down there. They hit everybody else. They hit everybody else and got their little tickets, their little speeding tickets or parking tickets, whatever, got them out of the way. And, these two feds are there too. And so then they call us, and they look around. Then they go back and they sit at the table, and they all sit there and talk. Then they come back and get us and say, "Look, we need to go out in the hallway."
What's up, little
Now, keep in mind, there is no judge in this courtroom at all.
Baby.
We're supposed to be before a judge. There's no judge. We have a U.S. Assistant District Attorney and the two feds, and they pull us out in the hallway, away from everybody. And they say, "Well, all right, well, Mr. Garrett, you have this and this. Mr. Sermons and Mr. Michaud, you have this amount." And then the feds say, "Yes, and $2,000 in restitution." Well, where is that getting paid to? Directly to the Forestry Service. We'll set that up with you. I mean, it was going in there. It was like dealing with the mob again, all over again. It was like a damn racket.
It's the Forest Service people who are... Oh, no, what the heck? That's my water. It's the Forest peoples who are trying to hide the big feats. Maybe that's why they got rid of that one person. The one that the Joe Biden personally fired me for trying to defend myself. Who used to work at the Forest Service. Maybe they were trying to shag it up with the big feats. Maybe that's why they got fired.
No judge coming here basically saying that we had to do this deal or not, because they basically threatened us $10,000, 6 months to a year in prison, in federal prison.
Yeah, if you guys wanted to
contest it.
Yeah, if you guys wanted to contest it.
Yeah, they said you can just talk about it yourselves.
Or actually even see a judge.
Yeah, we didn't even see a judge. There was no judge in there.
What I'm saying, though, is how shady is it? It's like, okay, here's the deal. You guys take this deal, or if you'd like to speak to a judge, and you'll probably go to prison. I mean, I guess that's our justice system. God bless America.
Yeah, no kidding. But
God
they wouldn't have
bless America.
But what's to say they wouldn't have fabricated anything? I mean, that... I don't know. I was floored by the whole situation. Bob was floored by the whole situation. Mo was. But here's the kicker. So we go ahead and agree to the terms, and we go back in there. And
I'm in here.
Bob's is what they said it was, and then me and Mo, they added an extra fine to us, just because. It's almost like they decided that right there on the spot. Oh, we're gonna get them with 2 fines because they're not gonna argue with this. They said, well, you got 1 ticket, but you got 2 charges. I'm sitting there thinking, well, crap, how does that work? I mean, it's like the freaking mob in action all the way.
Yeah, and it's too bad. That's really the way the justice system is set up. It's just for them to collect a paycheck. They don't really care about justice or the truth. Or
They didn't care about the...
It kind of feels like that's actually true, unfortunately. Which, I don't know. I could go on a whole entire justice thing, but I think maybe we'll save that one for later. I got a couple other justice and police and law enforcement things I might want to cover later, so... I have to hold off. I have to hold my load on this one. I'm gonna have to temporarily blue ball myself on this one instance on the blue line, because I got a couple choice words and ideas about that. But yeah, we'll hold off on that for now.
The fact that Tim wasn't even out there that one weekend, they didn't want to see any of it. They told us point blank, we don't want to see any evidence y'all have against the officers. They didn't want to see any evidence whatsoever.
No evidence allowed.
They just wanted you to take their plea deal and accept the money that they wanted you to pay, and that was the end of it. If you go to court, then...
You're going to go to jail.
Yeah, we were going to go to jail. I mean, they guaranteed us that we were going to go to jail. We couldn't win anything.
The funny thing, though, is leading up to this, I contacted probably 15 to 20 lawyers, and I could not get a lawyer to take.
You should have called Saul Goodman. He would have solved it for you, easy peasy. He would have brought a big feats to the court and used it as evidence to exonerate you, and the judge would have shit on the BLM people, the forestry agents. See, like, perfect. You gotta get the best lawyer.
The case, and neither could Bob and neither could Mo. They laughed about it. Said this is ridiculous. This will never see the inside of a courtroom. This is ridiculous. I had one guy tell me, I've been practicing law for 50 years and I have never seen this done, ever. So, I mean, just shady stuff.
Yeah, it is shady. I even ran it past 2 attorneys, and they both laughed at it. They were like, there's nothing really here to... No judge is going to hear this case. These guys are charging to go look for Sasquatch. Both attorneys were like, there's no way a judge is even going to hear this case. This is ridiculous. When I'd spoken with the attorneys, I said that, well, obviously they had been surveillancing these guys for months on end. They told the guys that. There was participants I've spoken with that overheard that they were surveillancing these guys for months. The attorneys were blown away by it. They just couldn't believe that, both attorneys just thought this was a joke. They're like, there's no way a judge is going to hear this.
I ran into the same things that Tim did, and it was just comical. I mean, I had some lawyers tell me that this was the best story they've had all day, and it made their day. I had some lawyers tell me that, this is the best story I've had all month. It's just, it's sad and it's disheartening, but at the same time, it's funny. It's funny sad that you can't get anybody to represent you in court, and you can't even see a judge.
Look, I think we need to bring back court jesters or some kind of state jester. We need somebody. Comedians are fine, but a lot of them are dog shit. They're... What the heck? Are you running away from a big feats or something? Is there big feats in the living room? What is that? What happened? What the heck? He came charging in here like if she was chasing a mouse or running away from a spooky monster. Anyway, we need somebody who can criticize Biden, who can criticize Kamala, who can criticize... What the Christ? She's got the zoomies. We need somebody. We need some sort of infrastructure, some institution that'll, that can call all of this, bring it all to attention. Someone who pays attention to the news, who follows politics, who can the voice that Biden won't criticize as fake news or racist, or we have to use that shield of the court jester of comedy, so that we can't excuse it as whatever current flavor of the month. What's to disregard whatever criticism somebody levies at current politicians and such, because it's I don't know, it's just such an easy out. Oh, they're Nazis, they're hateful peoples. Like, fuck off, dude. Actually respond to the criticism. How about that?
You're forced to take a plea deal.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I don't know if there's going to be a change in tide with how law enforcement handles this, but I know, like the Olympic Project, when I went up there to Derek Randall's place, when I was talking to some of the Olympic...
What the heck? There's all these deers. Fucking kill him! Look at all this free food. Oh my god.
Project members, they were saying a state forestry officer likes to come through there and hassle them. Now, this is a huge piece of property in the freaking middle of nowhere. And I asked him, I said, well, why is he coming by? And it's only when they have groups out there. I guess this guy comes through, and, Derek and those guys out there are some pretty big guys, but I guess he kind of comes through and hassles them, but there's really nothing he can do because it's private land. And I heard another BFRO member kind of got nailed with what you guys got nailed with in Oklahoma or Arkansas. Tim and I were talking about it, and I think his fine was like $500, but they're going to go after the BFRO for it. But it's just, it amazes me. It's like, does our forestry department have nothing better to do? You know what I mean? You would think poachers, and you would think...
No, they literally have nothing better to do.
I know there's a huge drug problem out there in Texas. You think they'd be more focused on people coming up from Mexico? I mean, I hate to sound like Trump, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Coming through there, and I know there's a lot of drug activity through that area. You think they'd be really focused on that? I mean, someone looking for...
Mexico isn't sending their best.
For Bigfoot. if I was a park ranger, I'd be like, well, who cares? You know what I mean? We got bigger fish to fry than people out looking for.
We got bigger feats to find.
But
I want to tell you on a very serious note, and you and I have already spoken and talked a lot and everything. There is something out there. There's something going on that is more serious than
69 members.
whether people are looking for Sasquatch. Most people aren't going to find them, but a lot of people aren't going to find them, or they're going to walk into them by accident. Their accident, not the Squatches. But there's something out there that's bigger than all of us, and I want everybody to know that. I can't get into it.
There's something spooky among us.
The papers that I signed, and I know this is going to draw a lot of questions, and I'm sorry, but there's something out there that's bigger than all of us. All of the Sasquatch hunters, all of the amateur, Sasquatch hunters, the newbies, and all of that. Before you get into this, you need to think about it, because you may well stumble into something you don't want to know. Before Tim even talked with us, we had made that stumble. And we would go out, and every time we went out to camp, we were basically harassed. Every time we went to a different camp, we were harassed. They didn't want us in there, and the thing that they wanted to know was what I knew. I just want to warn people, you go out there, you have a chance of running into something that they don't want you to know. I'm not saying don't do it, don't stop doing it. We still cannot show anything that we have to people out there in the community. We were threatened about that.
Oh yeah, we were told without a doubt anything that's gotten on the public land can be construed as a business venture, and they would prosecute to the fullest extent of the law anybody that did that. If you take a picture out there, if you get an audio file and you put it up on YouTube and you get money, if money changes hands, they will come after you. And that was made crystal clear. Now, with that being said, we did ask these guys, can we still go out there and research? And he said, yeah, we're not going to stop you from doing that.
That's why you gotta use Bitcoin. If you're gonna go find the big feats, you gotta use a way that they can't track you. Like, it wasn't me, didn't do nothing.
As long as there's no commercial enterprise going on, I don't have a problem with any of that stuff. Those are his words.
we should plan an expedition, not have everyone bring their own food, and just go out there and see what happens. See if these guys show up.
Oh, they'll show up. But we can do it.
They're still watching. They're still watching.
We can do it. I mean, he's flat out told us as long as there's no money changing hands or anything like that, we can organize. We can do that. There's no money. We're just out there, big group of friends, out there doing research and stuff. He's made it crystal clear that that's perfectly fine.
But also, whatever we get, remember, Tim, whatever we get,
you can't share.
Stays between us.
Yeah.
We can't share that, or if we do share it, we could be prosecuted in some ways that they decide.
Is it because it was taken on federal land, like video, or?
Yes.
Because it was taken on federal land.
Yes.
If it was taken on public land, we could do anything we wanted to with it.
Private. Yeah,
I'm sorry, private land. Yeah, you're right, Tim. I'm sorry. You can do whatever you want to with it as long as you can prove that you got it off of private land. But if you get it off of, if you get a picture of a squatch, nice, clear, beautiful picture, he said, I don't care. But you use it, there could be repercussions. Tim asked me, he said, well, are you going to go after us if we do? And he said, he thought about it for a little while, and he said, what did he say, Tim? He said,
yeah, he said it just depends on the circumstances. It would be case by case, but yeah, the threat of that would be there, and that he goes, the big key to it is that there's money changing hands. And if you think about it, say you get a freaking awesome thing, you throw it on YouTube, YouTube starts paying you. There's the avenue that they're going to go and he's going to prosecute you on or get you on. So the whole situation is just totally bizarre. It really is. But the funny thing is, I mentioned, I don't know if we should say that. I told about the poacher. They actually caught one, and they caught the guy that we turned in the site because he was in the courtroom with us.
What the?
Oh, Jesus.
That's pretty funny.
Watch out for those guys, man. Some of those guys, they, if they find out it was you guys, they'll pay you a visit while they're out there. Some of those poachers, man, you don't mess with them.
Yeah, but you know, at the end of all,
Maybe that's the guy who shot at them. He knew that these big feet people are gonna sell me out. They know that I go around poaching and get more fishermen's, and they're going to in the future they're gonna sell me down the river. So I had to preemptively fuck them over by firing some 22 long rifle at them.
all this, we're sitting there talking to the agent, and you know what he asks us? He goes, "You know what you guys can help me with?" He goes, "You guys know what you're doing out there. You guys know what's normal, a normal trail, and what's not. Well, we're having an issue right now with the cartel," is what he said. And he goes, "If you run across those, just report them to me." And I'm sitting there thinking, cartel? I don't know about reporting any of that crap. I like my head on my shoulders.
Yeah, no kidding.
You want to talk about somebody who doesn't play? It's those guys. Even after all this, he basically made it sound like we were free to do whatever we want to. Do stuff, just let him know. It's just crazy. It's like making a deal with the devil.
It really was. It wasn't a normal day at court. Not that I've ever gone to court so much, but traffic court, yeah.
You have cattle.
Driving.
Okay, hold on. Let's do a little bit of math. Could you get 2 cattle for 1,600? How much firewood would I need? 1,200. So I need 400 firewood. Oh no, that's basically all my firewood. I think I do want 2 cattle though. Let's do that. 400 cattle. 400 firewood. We're in the middle of... We're about to start winter. I might fucking freeze my people just to get 2 cattle. Oh no. Fuck it. Look. The cattle is worth way more than half my population. No biggie.
Yeah, that's how I had to quit driving, because a lot of people don't know that, but I do have seizures. So I can't drive anymore. But, normal traffic court is not like this. I even got to see a judge in normal traffic court. She's the one that decided I wasn't driving anymore, which was fine. I shouldn't be.
Yeah, I just think the whole situation is crazy. It'd be nice to, I'd love to arrange some expeditions where people can just come out and see if we run into problems with these guys. Because I have a feeling they really don't care if money's exchanged. I have a feeling that's more or less just kind of well, this is what we're after, but really it's not really what they're after. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On a side note, I wanted to ask you guys, Bob or Tim, have you guys ever been in a situation where you're out in the woods and you hear what sounds like children laughing, or like a child laughing, or a little girl laughing?
I got my 2 cowses. One of them is a little baby. What the heck? Okay, well, I mean, I guess my housing's already got a pretty big age differential. I guess the cow age differential doesn't really matter, does it?
Actually, yeah. Like kids laughing. Actually, it was on one of the expeditions that we had. Everybody was out. I was at camp, and I think I was with Bob, and we heard it.
Yeah.
Coming from the woods. So yeah, I've heard that. I haven't heard it often.
And you've heard it too, Bob?
Yes, I've heard it quite often, especially when I'm in the woods by myself. When I was mapping and going through the national forest a lot, both up north and down here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've had 2 witnesses on now in the last 2 weeks, and these guys didn't really see anything in both of these encounters. But what was interesting is there were 2 hunters, both in the middle of nowhere, and they both hear this, sounds like a little girl laughing, or like kids laughing. And I've had a few witnesses on before, and I've always wondered, is that something Sasquatch does, or is that something else that people are running into? I even had a Native American tribal leader high up on the reservation, and he even talked about that. That he had heard this laughter, and it makes me wonder if it's something Sasquatch is doing, or if people are running into something else. Because I believe them. I think that this is going on. I just don't have a great answer for them on what it is they're hearing.
Well, I can't say if it's Sasquatch or not. I just know I've heard the sounds.
I don't have an answer for you. The only thing, the Native Americans, my wife's family, they just say that they're spirits. I've never gotten anything other than that out of that, or about that out of them, or my sister-in-law who's Navajo. They don't talk about stuff like that much, but I don't have a direct answer for you, Wes. I really don't.
I would imagine, though, hearing something like that would scare the crap out of you in the middle of the woods. Especially, and you wouldn't think a child's laughter would scare you. Both of the witnesses I had on said it wasn't quite like a child laughing, but that's what they would compare it to. It would still creep me out, being out there and hearing that in the middle of nowhere.
there's an area over here that we don't, I don't go into too much. I think Tim and I walked down it a little ways one time, but at night or early in the mornings, we used to hunt this area. Travis and I did. You can hear blood-curdling screams, which really do raise a hair on the back of your neck, and they sound human. Just anguished, horrible screams. And I don't know what all that's about. That's up and beyond me. I mean, I'll take Sasquatch any day besides paranormal. I look at it as paranormal, and I don't want to mess with it. It's kind of like the forest lights. There's no way I'm
but not
taking
exactly.
them or anything else. We see them, and that's fine. They can just go away. I have no answer for any of that.
Yeah, it's scary. It's terrifying, especially to hear that. I've seen the lights too.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I don't recommend people chase those lights because.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. If you are in the woods and you hear kids laughing or screaming, start blasting right away in the direction of those kids.
They will chase you back. And, like I said, I wasn't sure if it's something, the Navajo had on. He was, the Navajo had on. I mean, that sounded really racist. The gentleman I had on from the Native American reservation, he was talking about how Sasquatch laughs. He's heard Sasquatch laugh before. And so
Well, they do laugh.
You've heard them laugh before?
Yeah, Sasquatch will laugh. They smile, they coon, they croon to their babies. They do a lot of stuff like that.
Are they racist?
They have a humor.
Are they sexist?
It's just hard to explain when you're watching them and you hear this laughter come from them and everything, and you see them smile at each other, smile at their young. I mean, it's like I'm looking at some indigenous people here, but then again, like I always say, I don't understand them. I've said it so many times that they have a humanity, but their humanity is not like ours. It is not developed like ours. And
They have Bigfootanity.
humanity is on the wild side. I still only believe that they are animals, but I think that they are very close. They're very close to us. I've heard it say, a chief once said, they didn't change when man changed. I don't know. I thought that was quite profound. I don't know what to say other than I'm confused by them and interested in them at the same time. I know that they can laugh. I know that they can cry. I know that they can smile, that they croon to their young. They're good with their young. Some of them are. Their humanity is just not like ours. I believe that they do have some humanity. But if you look at chimps, if you look at apes, they have a humanity, or they tend to portray a humanity of some sort, a wild humanity, an undeveloped humanity. Some people out there might understand what I'm saying. I'm not a scientist, I just know what I've observed, and that's the way I feel about it. Totally inside my heart, that's the way I feel about it. Their humanity is not developed like ours is.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and that's why it's such a confusing subject, because you do hear about them putting on traits or doing things that are very human-like, and then in the same breath, you hear about these animalistic type behaviors, like you're dealing with a wild animal, and so it is confusing at times. It'd be easier to place this into a mountain lion. A mountain lion is a wild animal, or a bear, or something to where you kind of gauge what you're up against. And sometimes with these things, it's hard to tell what you're up against.
Well, what you're looking at out there, in my observations, is you're looking at something that can have a compassion. It does have a lot of compassion. But also at the same time, you're looking at something out there that, for absolutely no reason, some type of trespass or whatever, a slight that they think that they got, will kill you, take your head off, pop you like a grape. We have something in us that, well, some of us do anyway, have something in us that, does something to you when you know you've done wrong. You get this feeling. I don't think they have that. I don't think they ever developed that. I don't think that they know fully right from wrong, or what we consider right from wrong. What they consider survival is the best way I can say it, because I'm not a scientist. I don't know. It's just what I've seen, Wes.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on it. I guess the only other thing before we get back to the, just kind of wrap up the whole conversation, I wanted to ask you, Bob and Tim, what you guys thought about this. I had these two brothers on a couple weeks ago, and I still talk with them, and I absolutely believe this is going on their property. They've even sent me lots of pictures I've gone through. They are, one of the brothers, I spoke to him the other day, he said he has a feeling now that they're trying to kill him. And I don't think it's really paranoid. I really think this is how this guy feels. He said they focused on him and his brother. His brother lives, I think, about 5 acres down, or a mile down the road or whatever. But he says that because they're always out at night. this whole this whole community shuts down at dark. And he's spoken to some of the neighbors around this community, and they said, yeah, these creatures are out here, and that's why. Why do you think the place goes to a ghost town as soon as the sun's going down? It's because these things. They feel like they're trying to kill them, but one of the things, going back to animalistic type behaviors that we're talking about, both of these brothers have been chased by these things. And one night, one of the brothers was chased into his garage, and he ran inside the house. The garage door was still open. The garage was still open. Well, eventually it left. And when he was trying to get his brother to come down and say, hey, I just got chased by something, they finally go into the garage, and they see muddy footprints, huge, muddy, human-like footprints. But they also see where this thing had peed while it was chasing one of the brothers. And I thought that was kind of interesting. You know, I for some reason I can...
Wait, hold on. You can't just go past that. You gotta describe the pee-pee. How was it? Were they affected by gravity? Was it pendulous? Was it... What the heck? Stop licking my cables, bro. What the heck? You fucking pussy. Quit licking my stuff. Get back here. Here, you stay on the bed.
Can picture a gorilla or some other non-human primate getting so excited of chasing something that it pees, or it, it's and it's interesting because he said some of them look kind of humanish. Most of them look very monkey-like, a cross between a person and a monkey. But he said some of them are more human-like, and he said there's one that kind of reminds him of Chewbacca's that has really long hair. It's matted.
Another trader? What's up, Betty?
It's not the biggest one, but he said that it directs traffic. And I asked him, I said, what do you mean it directs traffic? And he was saying, well, it does like hand motions, and the rest of them move around like the military. Like you'd see special forces run around, but they're all following the direction of this one. And he said that's what it does. It makes like hand motions. It clicks with its tongue. The only one that in this whole group where they say they've heard what you describe as like the samurai chatter or someone talking is from the alpha, what they consider the alpha male. They said it's gray. It's the biggest one. And that's the only, when he does this chatter thing, they all kind of come to him. I kind of went off on a tangent. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to share that with you. I thought it was fascinating, especially it peeing while it was chasing one of the brothers.
Well,
he's interested in pee. Big feet to pee.
It's a mark. They're marking. You can go out there and pee on his pee and come back, and it'll have 4 or 5 spots, and it'll stink like hell out there. Travis and I did that, too. We went out there and urinated all around where...
What the? These guys are just fucking walking around the woods peeing all over? What? I would never go out walking and have to pee. I would never. Nope, not me. Nope.
We set up some game cams. Well, the game cams were torn off, and they were peed on and everything. Yeah, I didn't show that to anybody, but yeah, it stunk really bad out there and everything, and really bad. But don't mark territory when you go out there and you know that they're around.
Yeah, and that's interesting because one of the brothers said it stunk. He said where it peed, it stunk.
Yeah, it'll make it stink.
Well, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent with you guys.
Well, about that other stuff, I really don't know. I've never seen anything like that before. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting too. He said that he's the one that directs traffic. And they say he's the smartest one. And I said, well, what do you mean he's the smartest one? And they said some of them will make mistakes, like they'll throw stuff at the house and they'll go out there and they're standing in the open. This one with the longer hair, he said, never makes a mistake. He's like the smart one out of the group. And he goes, I don't know how to explain it to you, but he's just the smartest one in the group. Those brothers, they're just more or less wanting these things to go away. They have good information. If you talk to them, they'll just from their experiences, they'll tell you different things. And some of the things I hadn't heard before. This isn't a research project for them. They didn't know these things were real, and they just want them to go away. So it's a fascinating situation. I may end up flying out there to go check it out.
Sounds very interesting.
Yeah, it does.
I appreciate you guys coming on and just talking about what happened. I know I had Steven on, and he...
Okay, well, that's pretty cool. We get to the feds defending the big feets. Like if somebody's playing an RTS game, they're trying to keep the big feets concealed, and then they send off a group of feds to screen for them. And, I don't know. Trying to give people fines for literally no reason, just for hanging out in the woods. Trying to pee in the woods for some reason. Maybe that's why they got fined. They're trying to make it all about this. We're out there looking for big feets, and then these feds showed up and they shot at us and they gave us a couple of fines, sent us to the courtroom. But really, what happened is they got caught peeing, and they're a little too embarrassed to admit it. So I don't know. Maybe that's what's going on. Anyway, let me finish this woodcutter and then we'll swap over Ogre to Harry Potter's. maybe those cattle may have gotten me killed because there were only 40 firewood left over. Gotta rush out all these other woodcutters to get more firewood. It's winter. We're gonna fucking freeze. Okay, let's go ahead and save here. Big feet. Save that. Easy peasy. Okay. I was unsure if I was going to be able to check out the book today because it was already checked out, so I had to join the wait list. However, earlier today I did see that there is a copy available, so I checked this one out for 14 days. So luckily, we are going to be able to have the actual book. Let's see. Which page? Where did we leave off? I think we finished The Potions Master last we left off. Chapter 8, The Potions Master. So we're halfway through the book. There are 17 chapters. Let's see. Chapter 9 is The Midnight Duel. 10 is Halloween. 11 is Quidditch. 12 is The Mirror of Erised. 13, Nicholas Flamel. 14, Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. 15, The Forbidden Forest. 16, Through the Trapdoor. And 17, The Man with Two Faces. So we'll see how far we can get today. I don't think I will need the full 14 days to finish this. Depending on how quickly I want to try to get through it. So we'll see. But let me go take a quick break first, and then we'll head back and keep doing Harry Potters. And the finance department, it has a gun to my head and it's telling me to remind you that you can support the stream, you can support the show with these links here. And also, if you have Amazon, you can use this link here to my wish list, which is also an affiliate link. And because the FTC exists, I gotta tell you that I make money off that. And those are a couple of ways you can support the show. So I will be right back, and then we'll do some spooky wizard stories where Hagrid has a 16-incher who is bigger than everybody else. And what you call him? Harry's mom has a what was it? An 8-incher, a 9-incher? I think Harry's dad has like a 10-incher, and then Voldemort has like a 13-incher, something like that. We'll go check that once I get back from my break. So yeah, we'll be right back. Don't die. Don't be stupid. Try not to run into any spooky wizards or any spooky big feet or any spooky feds while I'm gone. Okay. And if you see any Ayla Mouse, don't forget to take any pictures and videos. We need those. Super important. Okay. I fed the kitties at 11:30 for future reference. Okie dokie. Dokie dokie. Kill this. I think the fan is kind of like a constant white noise here on the mic. Let me see if I can mitigate that a little bit. Rip. That didn't really help, but I'm pretty sure it's quiet enough that it's not really gonna make a difference. Gonna get my voice ready. What the heck? You can't just scratch at me for no reason. What the? Oh my god, this bitch is crazy. Fucking scratching me, then running away, and jumping on the bed. Okay, well, she's playing with her strings, so hopefully that keeps her busy for the next however long it takes to read this. Let's see. I'm gonna have to get back into the mindset of voice acting and doing these different characters. See if I can remember. What? She's so crazy for like no reason. Something just turned her on, I guess. Hey, chill. Her tail's so big. Chill, buddy. Come on. Chill. You're gonna get smacked by Arby. It's not gonna be my fault. I warned you. Watch it. Okay. What the heck? Holy Christ. It's crazy as fuck. I better not hear you meowing while I'm reading over here. You better not. What the heck? She like fucking jumped and did a 180 spin in the air. You better not fucking scratch me while I'm doing voices. She likes to scratch me while I'm doing the voices for different characters. She either scratches me or like she pulls my hair and starts biting it. It fucking hurts. Oh no, I might have to send her out of the room so she can exert her kitty hunting out there instead of scratching my feet. Chapter 9, page 143. 143. The Midnight Duel. Perfect. Are you done? Are you done, or am I gonna have to send you outside? Oh my goodness, what the? Okay, I'm gonna... I'll give her a couple minutes to cool down. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's go outside. Let's go over here. Oh, fuck, that's gonna kill the fan, though. Whatever, I guess that's okay. What's up, brother? You have your toys over here. Your toys. 200. Okay, she can figure it out. No biggie. Unluck. She just needs a couple minutes to relax. Okay, so previously on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, They went to their first couple classes, and then Harry figured out that Professor Snape hates him. And then they went to Hagrid's house, and they learned that a spokesgoblin at Gringotts confirmed that there was a break-in at a vault that Hagrid had emptied earlier that day. Spooky. Spooky, spooky. Okay. Chapter 9. The Midnight Duel. Wait, I guess I should do a single page here. Let's try doing this from now on. Can you zoom in a little closer? Harry had never believed he would meet a boy he hated more than Dudley. But that was before he met Draco Malfoy. Still, first-year Gryffindors only had potions with the Slytherins, so they didn't have to put up with Malfoy much. Or at least, they didn't until they spotted a notice pinned up in the Gryffindor common room that made them all groan. Flying lessons would be starting on Thursday, and Gryffindor and Slytherin would be learning together. Typical, said Harry darkly. Just what I wanted, to make a fool of myself on the broomstick in front of Malfoy. He had been looking forward to learning to fly more than anything else. Fuck, I'm trying to get that flick voice for Ron, but I don't know if it'll be good. You don't know you'll make a fool of yourself, said Ron reasonably. Anyway, I know Malfoy's always going on about how good he is at Quidditch, but I bet that's all talk. Malfoy certainly did talk about flying a lot. He complained loudly about first years never getting on the house Quidditch teams and told long, boastful stories that always seemed to end with him narrowly escaping muggles and helicopters. He wasn't the only one, though. The way Seamus Finnegan told it, he'd spend most of his childhood zooming around the countryside on his broomstick. Even Ron would tell anyone who'd listen about the time he'd almost hit a hang glider on Charlie's old broom. Everyone from wizarding families talked about Quidditch constantly. Ron had already had a big argument with Dean Thomas, who shared their dormitory, about soccer. Again with the soccer? That's how you know you have the American version as opposed to the Brit-Bonger version. Ron couldn't see what was exciting about a game with only one ball where no one was allowed to fly. Harry had caught Ron prodding Dean's poster of a West Ham soccer team, trying to make the players move. I guess the Muggle posters, Muggle sports teams, they don't move, so that's a nice little detail to add there. That's cute. Neville had never been on a broomstick in his life. Yeah, it would fucking snap in half if he tried. Neville had never been on a broomstick in his life because his grandmother had never let him near one. Privately, Harry felt she'd had a good reason, because Neville managed to have an extraordinary number of accidents, even with both feet on the ground. Hermione Granger was almost as nervous about flying as Neville was. This was something you couldn't learn by heart out of a book. Not that she hadn't tried. At breakfast on Thursday, she bored them all stupid with flying tips she'd gotten out of a library book called Quidditch Through the Ages. Neville was hanging on to her every word, desperate for anything that might help him hang on to his broomstick later. But everybody else was very pleased when Hermione's lecture was interrupted by the arrival of the mail. Harry hadn't seen a single letter since Hagrid's note, something that Malfoy had been quick to notice, of course. Fuck. I thought I could do the click on the side so we can do the page flip, but rip. Malfoy's eagle owl was always bringing him packages of sweets from home, which he opened gloatingly at the Slytherin table. A barn owl brought Neville a small package from his grandmother. He opened it excitedly and showed them a glass ball the size of a large marble, a boulder the size of a small boulder. He opened it excitedly and showed them a glass ball the size of a large marble, which seemed to be full of white smoke. "It's a remember-all," he explained. "Gran knows I forget things. This tells you if there's something you've forgotten to do. Look, you hold it tight like this, and if it turns red..." "Oh!" His face fell, because the remember-all had suddenly glowed scarlet. "You've forgotten something." Neville was trying to remember what he'd forgotten when Draco Malfoy, who was passing by the Gryffindor table, snatched the remember-all out of his hand. Harry and Ron jumped to their feet. They were half hoping for a reason to fight Malfoy, but Professor McGonagall, who could spot trouble quicker than any teacher in the school, was there in a flash. What the fuck? She flashed forward? What the heck? I didn't know she could play League. "What's going on?" "Malfoy's got my remember-all, Professor." Scowling, Malfoy quickly dropped the remember-all back on the table. "Just looking," he said, and he slipped away with Crabbe and Goyle behind him. At 3:30 that afternoon, Harry, Ron, and the other Gryffindors hurried down the front steps onto the grounds for their first flying lesson. This was a clear, breezy day, and the grass rippled under their feet as they marched down the sloping lawns toward a smooth, flat lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. The Slytherins were already there, and so were 20 broomsticks lying in neat lines on the ground. Harry had heard Fred and George Weasley complain about the school brooms, saying that some of them started to vibrate if you flew too high, or always flew slightly to the left. They have whatchamacallit, the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con drift. That's what it is. And I guess this is before any of the witches learned about this. Otherwise, if there were brooms there that vibrate, they probably wouldn't be there for much longer, right? Their teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived. She had short, gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by your broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry glanced down at his broom. It was old, and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," called Madame Hooch at the front, "and say, 'Up!'" "Up!" everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once, but it was one of the few that did. Hermione Granger's had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Perhaps broom, like horses, could tell when you were afraid, thought Harry. There was a quaver in Neville's voice that said only too clearly that he wanted to keep his feet on the ground. I guess that's a pretty apt comparison, right? The horses and the broom, especially because some of them vibrate. Thinky face. Curious. Very curious. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount it. You need to be showed how to mount the broom? Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Harry and Ron were delighted when she told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground hard," said Madame Hooch. "Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down, leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2... But Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madame Hooch's lips. "Come back, boy," she shouted, but Neville was riding straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle. 12 feet, 20 feet. Harry saw his scared, white face look down at the ground, falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom, and wham! A thud and a nasty crack, and Neville lay face down on the grass in a heap. His broomstick was still rising higher and started to drift lazily toward the forbidden forest and out of sight. Madam Hooch was bending over Neville, her face as white as his. Broken wrist, Harry heard her mutter. Come on, boy, it's all right. Up you get. She turned to the rest of the class. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madam Hooch, who had her arm around him. No sooner were they out of earshot than Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? The other Slytherins joined in. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil. Oh, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy Parkinson, a hard-faced Slytherin girl. Never thought you'd like the fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look, said Malfoy, darting forward and snatching something out of the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. The Remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. Give it here, Malfoy, said Harry quietly. Everyone stopped talking to watch. Malfoy smiled nastily. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree? Give it here, Harry yelled, but Malfoy had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. He hadn't been lying. He could fly well. Hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak, he called, Come and get it, Potter. Harry grabbed his broom. No, shouted Hermione Granger. Madam Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all into trouble. Harry ignored her. Blood was pounding in his... What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, you stupid fly. It's like coming up to my... to the mic. The fucking fly wants to get into my mouth. I guess it's a good enough time to have taken a break there, because the sirens would have been in the recording. I can still hear them. I guess time for some water. Uh-oh, they're getting closer. That's pretty spooky. What the heck? The whole entire city's cops are like, they're all out in full force. What the heck? Another one's coming by? Oh my god, there's like fucking 20 cops! What the heck? Uh-oh, somebody shot a cop somewhere. Gotta call in the whole entire army. Okay, I think they're gone. Wasn't me, officer. Wasn't me. Didn't do nothing. I'm just over here making fun of the Brits. Phew. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I think it's time to let Patches in. It's way too hot. Oh no. I'm gonna start sweating in like 2 more pages. You okay, Patches? You got all your zoomies out? I need to find a way so that we need like a ritual or a routine where she knows it's time to read, and then I'll just do my ASMR reading to put her to a sleepings, and she'll just lay down either on my lap or in my arms or on my desk and be quiet and not try to fuck with my mouse or keyboard. The fan seems kind of loud here on the mic. me go turn that down a little bit. Okay. Seems a little bit better. Okay, so we were when Hermione's was being a strict adherent to the rules, and Harry ignores her. He ignores the woman. Harry ignored her. Blood was pounding in his ears. He mounted the broom and kicked hard against the ground, and up he soared. Air rushed through his hair, and his robes whipped out behind him. And in a rush of fierce joy, he realized he'd found something he could do without being taught. This was easy. This was wonderful. He pulled his broomstick up a little to take it even higher, and heard screams and gasps of girls back in the ground, and an admiring whoop from Ron. He turned his broomstick sharply to face Malfoy in midair. Malfoy looked stunned. "Give it here," Harry called. What the fuck? I increased my voice a little bit and you go crazy? What the heck? Get out of here. Sometimes she's like exploring something. She was like under my desk here. And I increased my voice there to read that line, and then she like fucking jumped and went all crazy. What the heck? What are you so crazy for? "Give it here," Harry called. "I'll knock you off that broom." "Oh yeah," said Malfoy, trying to sneer, but looking worried. Harry knew, somehow, what to do. He leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly in both hands. He grasped it tightly in both hands, huh? He leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly in both hands, and it shot toward Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy only just got out of the way in time. Harry made a sharp about-face and held the broom steady. A few people below were clapping. What? Are you gonna fuck up my books over there? Now she's curious in the bookshelf. Better not drop that bookshelf on you. It's gonna bonk you. It's gonna flatten you. It's not kitty flattening hour. A few people below were clapping. Is that the train I hear? Is it train hour now? First the cops and now the trains? Everybody's trying to interrupt my reading time. First it was Patches, and then the polices, and now the conductors. Oh no, she wants to jump back up on her thingy. Don't jump up there. Kitties are not allowed up there. A few people below were clapping. Let's see. "No crabbing oil up here to save your neck, Malfoy," Harry called. The same thought seemed to have struck Malfoy. "Catch it if you can, then," he shouted, and he threw the glass ball high into the air and streaked back down toward the ground. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, the ball rise up in the air and then start to fall. He leaned forward and pointed his broom handle down. Next second, he was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball. Wind whistled in his ears, mingled with the screams of people watching. He stretched out his hand. A foot from the ground, he caught it just in time to pull his broom straight, and he toppled gently onto the grass with the Remember-All clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter! His heart sank faster than he just dived. Professor McGonagall was running around. Professor McGonagall was running toward them. He got to his feet, trembling. Never! In all my time at Hogwarts! Professor McGonagall was almost speechless with shock, and her glasses flashed furiously. How dare you! Might have broken your neck! It wasn't his fault, Professor. Be quiet, Miss Patil. But Malfoy, that's enough, Mr. Weasley. Potter, follow me. No. Harry caught sight of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's triumphant faces as he left, walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode towards the castle. He was going to be expelled. He just knew it. He wanted to say something to defend himself, but there seemed to be something wrong with his voice. Professor McGonagall was sweeping along without even looking at him. He had to jog to keep up. Now he'd done it. He hadn't even lasted 2 weeks. He'd be packing his bags in 10 minutes. What would the Dursleys say when he turned up on the doorstep? Up the front stairs, up the marble staircase inside, and still Professor McGonagall didn't say a word to him. She wrenched open doors and marched toward corridors with Harry trotting miserably behind her. Maybe she was taking him to Dumbledore. He thought of Hagrid, expelled but allowed to stay on as gamekeeper. Perhaps he could be Hagrid's assistant. His stomach twisted as he imagined it, watching Ron and the others becoming wizards while he stumped around the grounds carrying Hagrid's bag. Professor McGonagall stopped outside a classroom. She opened the door and poked her head inside. Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. Could I borrow wood for a moment? Wood, thought Harry, bewildered. Was wood a cane she was going to use on him? But wood turned out to be a person, a burly 5th-year boy who came out of Flitwick's class looking confused. She just wants to borrow his wood. Okay, I'm curious. Let me hide the screen. Is there a certain kind of art where Professor McGonagall has wood? Let's see. I'll just put McGonagall. Fuck. Professor _ McGonagall. There's 17. 17 fan arts. Professor McGonagall. There's one. She's in the driver's seat of a car and then somebody's doing the meme. He wants to order. Oh no. I suppose there is at least one where she has wood. Oh my Oh, okay. There are several where she has wood. Okay, that's she looks a little off though in some of these. I don't know which character model they based this rendition of Professor McGonagall. Oh my god. Okay, I'll have to post these later. They're definitely something. They are most definitely something. Christ. Why did I have to look that up? Oh, fuck. Okay, let me just let me compose myself, get back into the reading mood. Jeez. Okay. Wood, thought Harry, bewildered. Was wood a cane she was going to use on him? But Wood turned out to be a person. A burly fifth-year boy who came out of Flitwick's class looking confused. "Follow me, you two," said Professor McGonagall, and they marched on up the corridor. Wood looking curiously at Harry. "Curious. In here." Professor McGonagall pointed them into a classroom that was empty, except for Peeves, who was busy writing rude words on the blackboard. "Out, Peeves!" she barked. Peeves threw the chalk into a bin, which clanged loudly, and he swooped out, cursing. Professor McGonagall slammed the door behind them and turned to face the two boys. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood. Wood, I've found you a seeker." Wood's expression changed from puzzlement to delight. "Are you serious, Professor?" "Absolutely," said Professor McGonagall crisply. "The boy's a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on the broomstick, Potter?" Harry nodded silently. He didn't have a clue what was going on, but he didn't seem to be being expelled, and some of the feelings started to come back to his legs. "He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive," Professor McGonagall told Wood. I almost continued the voice into the narration. "Didn't even scratch himself. Charlie Weasley could have done it." Wood was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. What the heck? Wood wants Harry? What the heck? That's why all three of them are in a secret, empty classroom, so nobody would see them doing their little 3-person secret meeting. Wood was now looking as though all his dreams had come true at once. "Ever seen a game of Quidditch, Potter?" he asked excitedly. "Wood's captain on the Gryffindor team," Professor McGonagall explained. "He's just built for a seeker, too," said Wood, now walking around Harry and staring at him. Wood stare. "Light, speedy. We'll have to give him a decent broom, Professor. A Nimbus 2000 or a Clean Sweeper 7, I'd say. I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin. I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for 2 weeks." Professor McGonagall... What the heck is this word? Oh my... Why does it look so weird? Oh my goodness. Professor McGonagall peered sternly over her glasses at Harry. "I want to..." Is this her speaking? I think so. "I want to hear you're training hard, Potter, or I may change my mind about punishing you." Then she suddenly smiled. "Your father would have been proud," she said. "He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." "You're joking!" It was dinner time. Harry had just finished telling Ron what had happened when he'd left the grounds with Professor McGonagall. Ron had a piece of steak and kidney pie halfway to his mouth, but he'd forgotten all about it. "Seeker," he said, "but first years never. You must be the youngest house player in about..." "A century," said Harry, shoveling pie into his mouth. He felt particularly hungry after the excitement of the afternoon. "Wood told me." Ron was so amazed, so impressed, he just sat and gaped at Harry. "I start training next week," said Harry. "Only don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it a secret." A secretses. Like a chamber of secretses. Fred and George Weasley now came into the hall, spotted Harry, and hurried over. "Well done," said George in a low voice. "Wood told us. We're on the team too. Beaters." Yeah, I'm kind of a beater too, if you know what I mean. They should have a fanfic where there's a role for Quidditch players called wankers. We'll have to think about the specifics of what that role does though. Oh, maybe the team wanker is the one who does a little bit of wanking to all the players before they go onto the field to to make sure that they're all relaxed and limbered up, and they gotta do their exercise. They gotta stretch their muscles, that kind of thingy. It's kind of like a fluffer. Let's see. We're on the team 2, beaters. I tell you, we're going to win that Quidditch Cup for sure this year, said Fred. We haven't won since Charlie left, but this year's team is going to be brilliant. You must be good, Harry. Wood was almost skipping when he told us. Anyway, we've got to go. Lee Jordan reckons he's found a new secret passageway out of the school. What the heck is Lee Jordan? They're one of their secret school spelunking buddies. Another passageway out of the school. Okay. It's kind of tough trying to figure out who's speaking, but because there's no actual said X or said Y. Anyway, we've got to go. Lee Jordan's reckons he's found us a new secret passageway out of the school. Bet it's that one behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy that we found in our first week. See you. Fred and George had hardly disappeared when someone far less welcome turned up. Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Having a lost meal, Potter? When are you getting back on the train to the Muggles? You're a lot. Like, I hate when I have to read ahead to see who's speaking. When I see quotes, I can do the voice properly. You're a lot braver now that you're back on the ground and you've got your little friends with you, said Harry coolly. There was of course nothing at all little about Crabbe and Goyle, but as the high table was full of teachers, neither of them could do more than crack their knuckles and scowl. I'd take you on any time on my own, said Malfoy. Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands only. No contact. What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel before, I suppose? Of course he has, said Ron, wheeling around. I'm his second. Who's yours? Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle, sizing them up. Crabbe, he said. Midnight all right? We'll meet you in the trophy room. That's always unlocked. When Malfoy had gone, Ron and Harry looked at each other. What is a wizard's duel? Said Harry. And what do you mean you're my second? Well, a second's there to take over if you die, said Ron casually, getting started at last on his cold pie. Catching the look on Harry's face, he added quickly, But people only die in proper duels, with real wizards. The most you and Malfoy will be able to do is send sparks at each other. Neither of you knows enough magic to do any real damage. I bet he expected you to refuse anyway. And what if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Throw it away and punch him on the nose, Ron suggested. Excuse me? They both looked up. It was Hermione Granger. Oh no, it's the woman. Can't a person eat in peace in this place, said Ron. I guess that's true. He's been like fucking 2,000 people are walking up to them. It's like when you're trying to complete a side quest in the game, and then people keep trying to send you messages on your whatever kind of notification things you have, whether it's a cell phone or you're playing a Solid Snake and then you keep getting the calls, or people keep walking up to you as you're on your way to the next site to complete the side quest, and that's basically exactly what's going on over here. Can't a person eat in peace in this place, said Ron. Hermione ignored him and spoke to Harry. I couldn't help but overhear what you and Malfoy were saying. Bet you could, Ron muttered. Oh my god. Bet you could, Ron muttered. And you mustn't go wandering around the school at night. Think of the points you lose, Gryffindor, if you're caught. And you're bound to be. It's really very selfish of you. And it's really none of your business, said Harry. Goodbye, said Ron. What the heck is this? Why are they so mean to the woman? Wow. I didn't know J.K. Rowling was misogynist. Like in putting women in her stories to be ignored and made fun of and not be taken seriously. What the heck? I think I have a couple of kitty hairs on my nose or something, or kind of makes me want to sneeze a little bit, but doesn't fully get there. It's kind of like, but not exactly. All the same, it wasn't what you'd call the perfect end to the day, Harry thought as he lay awake much later, listening to Dean and Seamus falling asleep. Neville wasn't back from the hospital wing. Ron had spent all evening giving him advice such as, if he tries to curse you, you'd better dodge it, because I can't remember how to block them. There was a very good chance they were going to get caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris, and Harry felt he was pushing his luck, breaking another school rule today. On the other hand, Malfoy's sneering face kept looming up out of the darkness. This was his big chance to beat Malfoy face to face. He couldn't miss it. 11:30, Ron muttered at last. We'd better go. They pulled on their bathrobes, picked up their wands, and crept across... It's like me every time I leave the bedroom. Put on the bathrobes, picked up my sidearm, and then crept across the tower room, down the spiral staircase, and into the Gryffindor common room. A few embers were still glowing in the fireplace, turning all the armchairs into hunched black shadows. They had almost reached the portrait hole when a voice spoke from the chair nearest them. I can't believe you're going to do this, Harry. A lamp flickered on. It was Hermione Granger, wearing a pink bathrobe and a frown. You, said Ron furiously. Go back to bed. He's already treating her like his fucking property. What the heck? He's talking to her like if she's a fucking dog. You, go back to bed. Oh my god. I wonder if J.K. Rowling is based in other ways. She's already misogynist. Maybe she's also sexist or homophobic or transphobic or something. I don't know. I don't know nothing about her politics. I'll have to go check later. You, said Ron furiously. Go back to bed. I almost told your brother, Hermione snapped. Percy, he's a prefect. He'd put a stop to this. Harry couldn't believe anyone could be so... Harry couldn't believe anyone could be so interfering. Come on, he said to Ron. He just pushed open the portrait of the first lady. He just pushed open the portrait of the fat lady and climbed through the hole. Fuck. It's either bugs or kitty hair that's on my face that keeps bothering me over here. Unlucky. Unlucky. Hermione wasn't going to give up that easily. She followed Ron to the portrait hole, hissing at him like an angry goose. Angie. Don't you care about Gryffindor? Do you only care about yourselves? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup, and you lose all the points I got from Professor McGonagall for knowing about switching spells. Go away. All right, but I warned you. You just remember what I said when you were on the train home tonight. You're so... But what they were, they didn't find out. Hermione had turned to the portrait of the fat lady to get back inside and found herself facing an empty painting. The fat lady had gone on a nighttime visit and Hermione was locked out of the Gryffindor Tower. Now what am I going to do? She asked shrilly. That's your problem, said Ron. We've got to go. We're going to be late. They hadn't even reached the end of the corridor when Hermione caught up with him. I'm coming with you, she said. No, you are not. Do you think I'm going to stand out here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds all three of us, I'll tell him the truth, that I was trying to stop you, and you can back me up. You've got some nerve, said Ron loudly. Shut up, both of you, said Harry sharply. I heard something. It was a sort of snuffling. Mrs. Norris? Breathed Ron, squinting through the dark. It wasn't Mrs. Norris. It was Neville. He was curled up on the floor, fast asleepings, but jerked suddenly awake as they crept nearer. Thank goodness you found me. I've been out here for hours. I could have remembered the new password to get into bed. Keep your voice down, Neville. The password's Spake Snout, but it won't help you now. The fat lady's gone off somewhere. How's your arm? Said Harry. Fine, said Neville, showing them. Madame Pomfrey mended it in about a minute. Good. Well, look, Neville. We've got to be somewhere. We'll see you later. Don't leave me, said Neville, scrambling to his feet. I don't want to stay here alone, The Bloody Baron's been passed twice already. If either of you gets us caught, I'll never rest until I've learned the curse of the boogies Quirrell told us about and use it on you. Hermione opened her mouth, perhaps to tell Ron exactly how to use the curse of the boogies, but Harry hissed at her to be quiet and beckoned them all forward. Fuck. I got some stuff on my glasses now. What the heck? I guess trying to get rid of all the kitty hairs. Made it messy over here. They flitted along corridors striped with What the heck? Oh my god, there's this thingy on my glasses. Get off, bro. What the heck? Why's it gotta be so annoying? Okay, that's more better. They flitted along corridors striped with the bars of moonlight from the high windows. At every turn, Harry expected to run into Filch or Mrs. Norris, but they were lucky. They sped up a staircase to the third floor and tiptoed toward the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe weren't there. The crystal trophy cases glimmered where the moonlight caught them. Cups, shields, plates, and statues winked silver and gold in the darkness. They edged along the walls, keeping their eyes on the doors at either end of the room. Harry took out his wand in case Malfoy leapt in and started blasting at once. The minutes crept by. He's late. Maybe he's chickened out, Ron whispered. Then a noise in the next room made them jump. Harry had only just raised his wand when they heard someone speak, and it wasn't Malfoy. Sniff around, my sweet. They might be lurking in a corner. It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. Horror-struck, Harry waved madly at the other three to follow him as quickly as possible. They scurried silently toward the door, away from Filch's voice. Neville's robes had barely whipped around the corner when they heard Filch enter the trophy room. They're in here somewhere, they heard him mutter. Probably hiding. This way, Harry muttered. Harry mouthed to the others, and, petrified, they began to creep down the long gallery full of suits of armor. They could hear Filch getting nearer. Neville suddenly let out a frightening squeak and broke into a run. He tripped, grabbed Ron around the waist, and the pair of them toppled right into a suit of armor. The clanging and crashing were enough to wake the whole castle. Run! Harry yelled, and the four of them sprinted down the gallery, not looking back to see whether Filch was following. They swung around the doorpost and galloped down one corridor, then another, Harry in the lead, without any idea where they were where they were or where they were going. They ripped through the tapestry and found themselves in a hidden passageway, hurtled along it, and came out near their charmed classroom, which they knew was miles from the trophy room. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping his forehead. Neville was bent double, wheezing and spluttering. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching at the stitch in her chest. "I told you." "We've got to get to Gryffindor Tower," said Ron, "quickly as possible." "Malfoy tricked you," Hermione said to Harry. "You realize that, don't you? He was never going to meet you. Filch knew someone was going to be in the trophy room. Malfoy must have tipped him off." Harry thought she was probably right, but he wasn't going to tell her that. "Let's go." It wasn't going to be that simple. They hadn't gone more than a dozen paces when a doorknob rattled and something came shooting out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. He caught sight of them and gave a squeal of delight. "Shut up, Peeves. Please, you'll get us thrown out." Peeves cackled. "Wandering around at midnight, ickle festies? Tut, tut, tut. Naughty, naughty. You'll get caughty." "Not if you don't give us away, Peeves, please." "Should tell Filch I should," said Peeves in a saintly voice, but his eyes glittered wickedly. "It's for your own good, you know." "Get out of the way," snapped Ron, taking a swipe at Peeves. This was a big mistake. "Students, out of bed!" Peeves bellowed. "Students, out of bed, down the charms corridor!" Ducking under Peeves, they ran for their lives, right to the end of the corridor where they slammed into a door, and it was locked. "That's it," groaned Ron as they pushed helplessly at the door. "We're done for. This is the end." They could hear footsteps, Filch running as fast as he could towards Peeves' shouts. "Oh, move over," Hermione snarled. She grabbed Harry's wand, tapped the lock, and whispered, "Alohomora." The lock clicked and the door swung open. They piled through it, shut it quickly, and pressed their ears against it, listening. "Which way did they go, Peeves?" Filch was saying. "Quick, tell me." "Say please." "Don't mess with me. Peeves, where did they go?" "Shan't say nothing if you don't say please," said Peeves in his annoying sing-song voice. "All right, please." "Nothing! Ha ha! Told you I wouldn't say nothing if you didn't say please! Ha ha!" It's like that one Twitch emote. Is it still here? The ha ha! The nerdy laugh. Let's see if I can find it. It's gotta be here somewhere, right? Or is it a fucking... Oh no, maybe it's an actual better Twitch TV one. RIP. Well, that's that's the image I have in mind as I'm reading these. Ha ha! Maybe I should make it more like Mickey Mouse. Ha ha! And they heard the sound of Peeves whooshing away and Filch cursing in rage. "He thinks this door is locked," Harry whispered. "I think we'll be okay. Get off, Neville." For Neville had been tugging on the sleeve of Harry's bathrobe for the last minute. "What?" Harry turned around and saw quite clearly what, for a moment, he wasn't... For a moment, he wasn't sure he'd walked into a nightmare. This was too much, on top of everything that had happened so far. They weren't in a room, as he had supposed. They were in a corridor, the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor, and now they knew why it was forbidden. They were looking straight into the eyes of a monstrous dog, a dog that filled the whole space between ceiling and floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling, mad eyes, 3 noses twitching and quivering in their direction, 3 drooling mouths, saliva hanging in slippery ropes from yellowish fangs. It was standing quite still, all 6 eyes staring at them, and Harry knew that the only reason they weren't already dead was that their sudden appearance had taken it by surprise. But it was quickly getting over that. There was no mistaking what those thunderous growls meant. Harry groped for the doorknob. Between Filch and death, he'd take Filch. They fell backward. Harry slammed the door shut and they ran. They almost flew back down the corridor. Filch must have hurried off to look for them somewhere else because they didn't see him anywhere, but they hardly cared. All they wanted to do was put as much space as possible between them and that monster. It's a monster! They didn't stop running until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor. "Where on earth have you all been?" she asked, looking at their bathrobes hanging off their shoulders and their flushed, sweaty faces. "Never mind that. Pig snout, panted Harry. And the portrait swung forward. They scrambled into the common room and collapsed, trembling into armchairs. It was a while before any of them said anything. Neville, indeed, looked as if he'd never speak again. "What do you think they're doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in the school?" said Ron finally. "If any dog needs exercise, that one does." Hermione had got both her breath and her bad temper back again. You don't use your eyes, any of you, do you?" she snapped. "Didn't you see what it was standing on?" "The floor?" Harry suggested. "I wasn't looking at its feet. I was too busy looking at its heads." "No, not the floor. It was standing on a trap door. It's obviously guarding something." She stood up, glaring at them. "I hope you're pleased with yourselves. We could all have been killed, or worse, expelled. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed." Ron stared after her, his mouth open. "No, we don't mind," he said. You'd think we dragged her along, wouldn't you?" But Hermione had given Harry something else to think about as he climbed back into bed. The dog was guarding something. What had Hagrid said? Gringotts was the safest place in the world for something you wanted to hide? Except perhaps Hogwarts? It looked as though Harry had found out where the grubby little package from Vault 713 was. And that was Chapter 9. I forgot to describe the chapter art. Scroll all the way back up. Up the stairs we go until we reach the tunnel. Okay, so chapter 9 is the picture of the fat lady opening up with Harry holding the picture, trying to get back in, but only him. And that's that. Okay, let's go look at chapter 10. Chapter 10 has a picture of a kind of a Bigfoot-looking creature, a Bigfoot-looking hobgoblin, whose arms extend past his waist, but I guess right at his knees or so is where his hands are. He's dressed kind of like Shrek, and he's got this huge club that he's dragging along with him. And it looks like his legs and his feet are thick, like thick tree trunks of a very old, very strong tree. And his legs are spiky, but the rest of his body is like super duper hairy, like a monkey, like a gorilla. And the title of chapter 10 is Halloween. This is my chapter. The spooky Halloweens with the spooky monsters. Okay, let me take a sip. And then we'll continue. Chapter 10, Halloween. Malfoy couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Harry and Ron were still at Hogwarts the next day, looking tired but perfectly cheerful. Indeed, by the next morning, Harry and Ron thought that meeting the three-headed dog had been an excellent adventure, and they were quite keen to have another one. In the meantime, Harry filled Ron in about the package that seemed to have been moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts, and they'd spent a lot of time wondering what could possibly need such heavy protection. It's either really valuable or really dangerous, said Ron. Or both, said Harry. But as all they knew for sure about the mysterious object was that it was about 2 inches long. They didn't have much chance of guessing what it was without further clues. Neither Neville nor Hermione showed the slightest interest in what lay underneath the dog and the door trap. All Neville cared about was never going near the dog again. Hermione was now refusing to speak to Harry and Ron, but she was such a bossy know-it-all that they saw this as an added bonus. All they really wanted now was a way of getting back at Malfoy, and to their great delight, just such a thing arrived in the mail about a week later. As the owls flooded into the great hall as usual, everyone's attention was caught at once by a long, thin package carried by 6 large, screeching owls. Harry was just as interested as everyone else to see what was in this large parcel, and was amazed when the owls soared down and dropped it in front of him, knocking his bacon to the floor. They had hardly fluttered out of the way when another owl dropped a letter on top of the parcel. Harry ripped open the letter first, which was lucky because it said, "Do not open the parcel at the table. It contains your new Nimbus 2000, but I don't want everyone knowing you've got a broomstick or they'll all want one. Oliver Wood will meet you tonight on the Quidditch field at 7 o'clock for your first training session. Professor M. McGonagall." Harry had difficulty hiding his glee as he handed the note to Ron to read. "A Nimbus 2000, Ron moaned enviously. "I've never even touched one. I've never even seen a real woman." They left the hall quickly, wanting to unwrap the broomstick in private before their first class. But halfway across the entrance hall, they found the way upstairs barred by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy seized the package from Harry and felt it. Oh no, I think a better choice of words could be used there. Malfoy seized Harry's package and felt it. His long, what was it? How was it described? Long, thin parcel, I think. Caught at once by a long, thin package. So Malfoy seized Harry's long, thin package and felt it. He was groping up on it. He's probably rubbing it too. And so does Ron. Ron wants to touch it too. He says he's never even touched one. Malfoy seized the package from Harry and felt it. "That's a broomstick," he said, throwing it back to Harry with a mixture of jealousy and spite on his face. You'll be in for it this time, Potter. First years aren't allowed them." Ron couldn't resist it. "It's not any broomstick," he said. "It's a Nimbus 2000. What did you say you've got at home, Malfoy? A Comet 26. Ron grinned at Harry. "Comets look flashy, but they're not in the same league as a Nimbus." "What would you know about it, Weasley? You couldn't afford half the handle," Malfoy snapped back. I suppose you and your brothers could have to save up twig by twig. Before Ron could answer, Professor Flitwick appeared at Malfoy's elbow. Not arguing, I hope, boys, he squeaked. Potter's been sent a broomstick, Professor, said Malfoy quickly. Yes, that's right, said Professor Flitwick, beaming at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me all about this special circumstances, Potter. And what model is it? A Nimbus 2000, sir, said Harry, fighting not to laugh at the look of horror on Malfoy's face. And it's really thanks to Malfoy here that I've got it, he added. Harry and Ron headed upstairs, smothering their laughter at Malfoy's obvious rage and confusion. Well, it's true, Harry chortled as they reached the top of the marble staircase. If he hadn't stolen Neville's Remember-All, I wouldn't be on the team. So I suppose you think that's a reward... Oh no, here we go. So I suppose you think that's a reward for breaking the rules, came an angry voice from just behind them. Angie. Hermione was stomping up the stairs, looking disapprovingly at the package in Harry's hand. I thought you weren't speaking to us, said Harry. Yes, don't stop now, said Ron. It's doing us so much good. Hermione marched away with her nose in the air. Harry had a lot of trouble keeping his mind on his lesson that day. It kept wandering up to the dormitory, where his new broomstick was laying under his bed, or straying off to the Quidditch field where he'd be learning to play that night. He bolted his dinner that evening without noticing what he was eating, and then rushed upstairs with Ron to unwrap the Nimbus 2000 at last. Wow, Ron sighed as the broomstick rolled onto Harry's bedspread. Even Harry, who knew nothing about the different brooms, thought it looked wonderful, sleek and shiny, with a mahogany handle. It had a long tail of neat, straight twigs, and Nimbus 2000 written in gold near the top. As 7 o'clock drew nearer, Harry left the castle and set off in the dusk toward the Quidditch field. He'd never been inside the stadium before. Hundreds of seats were raised in stands around the field, so that the spectators were high enough to see what was going on. At either end of the field, there were 3 golden poles with hoops on one end. With hoops on the end. They reminded Harry of the little plastic sticks Muggle children blew bubbles through, except that they were 50 feet high. Too eager to fly again to wait for Wood, Harry mounted his broomstick and kicked off from the ground. What a feeling! He swooped in and out of the goalposts, and then sped up and down the field. The Nimbus 2000 turned wherever he wanted at his slightest touch. Hey, Potter, come down! Oliver Wood had arrived. He was carrying a large wooden crate under his arm. Harry landed next to him. Very nice, said Wood, his eyes glinting. I see what McGonagall meant. You really are a natural. I'm just going to teach you the rules this evening. Then you'll be joining the team practice 3 weeks' time. Oh, fuck. Wondering why I'm not even seated well. Then you'll be joining team practice 3 times a week. He opened the crate. Inside were 4 different sized balls. Right, said Wood. Now, Quidditch is easy enough to understand, even if it's not too easy to play. There are 7 players on each side. 3 of them are called chasers. What the heck? She's got chasers in her book? I didn't know she was into the girls with something extra. What the heck? 3 chasers, Harry repeated as... Fuck, it kind of sucks when the word ends in R and then the next word starts in R. 3 chasers, Harry repeated as Wood took out a bright red ball about the size of a soccer ball. This ball is called the Quaffle, said Wood. The chasers throw the quaffle to each other and try to get it through one of the hoops to score a goal. 10 points every time the quaffle goes through one of the hoops. Follow me? The chasers throw the quaffle and put it through the hoops to score, Harry recited. So that's sort of like basketball on the broomstick with 6 hoops, isn't it? What's basketball? Said Wood curiously. Never mind, said Harry quickly. Now, there's another player on each side who's called the keeper. I'm keeper for Gryffindor. I have to fly around our hoops and stop the other teams from scoring. 3 chasers, 1 keeper, said Harry, who was determined to remember it all. And they play with the quaffle. Okay, got that. So what are they for? He pointed at the 3 balls left inside the box. I'll show you now, said Wood. Take this. He handed Harry a small club, a bit like a short baseball bat. I'm going to show you what the bludgers do, Wood said. These 2 are the bludgers. He showed Harry 2 identical balls, a jet black and slightly smaller than the red quaffle. Harry noticed that they seemed to be straining to escape the straps holding them down inside the box. Stand back, Wood warned Harry. He bent down and freed one of the bludgers. At once, the black ball rose high in the air and then pelted straight at Harry's face. Harry swung at it with the bat to stop it from breaking his nose and sent it zigzagging away into the air. It zoomed around their heads and then shot at Wood, who dived on top of it and managed to pin it to the ground. See? Wood panted, forcing the struggling bludger back into the crate and strapping it down safely. The bludgers rocket around, trying to knock players off their brooms. That's why you have 2 beaters on them. The Weasley twins are ours. It's their job to protect the side. It's their job to protect their side from bludgers and try to knock them toward the other team. So, think you've caught all that? 3 chasers try to score with the quaffle. The keeper guards the goalpost. The beaters keep the bludgers away from their team. Harry reeled off. Very good, said Wood. Have the bludgers ever killed anyone? Harry asked, hoping he sounded offhand. Never at Hogwarts. We've had a couple broken jaws, but nothing worse than that. Now, the last member of the team is the Seeker, and that's you. And you don't have to worry about the quaffle or the bludgers, unless they crack open my head. Don't worry, the Weasleys are much more than a match for the bludgers. I mean, they're like a pair of human bludgers themselves. Wood reached into the crate and took out the 4th and last ball. Compared to the quaffle and the bludgers, it was tiny, about the size of a large walnut. It was bright gold and had little fluttering silver wings. This, said Wood, is the golden snitch, and it's the most important ball of the lot. It's very hard to catch because it's so fast and difficult to see. It's the Seeker's job to catch it. You've got to weave in and out of the chasers, beaters, bludgers, quaffle to get it before the other team's Seeker. Because whichever Seeker catches the snitch wins his team an extra 150 points, so they nearly always win. That's why Seekers get fouled so much. A game of Quidditch only ends when the snitch is caught, so it can go on for ages. I think the record is 3 months. They had to keep bringing on substitutes so the players could get some sleep. Sleepings. Well, that's it. Any questions? Harry shook his head. He understood what he had to do all right. It was doing it that was going to be the problem. We won't practice with the snitch yet, said Wood, carefully shutting it back inside the crate. It's too dark. We might lose it. I would imagine they have like a thingy. There's like a spell they could cast on the crate so that all the balls come back, or at least I guess not the bludgers. You'd just be nearby and then they'd come toward you. It's pretty weird. Although I guess also they would never really be playing Quidditch at night, so there's no point practicing at night under conditions where you're just wasting your time. Unrealistic scenarios. Where were we? Shutting it back inside the crate. It's too dark, we might lose it. Let's try you out with a few of these. He pulled a bag of ordinary golf balls out of his pocket, and a few minutes later, he and Harry were up in the air. Wood throwing the golf balls as... Wait, so he knows what he knows what golf is, but not what basketball is? What if he's just racist and he doesn't like Americans? Or their sports? Golf balls. Wood throwing the golf balls as hard as he could in every direction for Harry to catch. Harry didn't miss a single one, and Wood was delighted. After half an hour, night had really fallen, and they couldn't carry on. "That Quidditch couple have our name on it this year," said Wood happily as they trudged back up to the castle. "I wouldn't be surprised if you turned out better than Charlie Weasley, and he could have played for England if he hadn't gone off chasing dragons." Perhaps it was because he was now so busy, what with Quidditch practice 3 evenings a week on top of all his homework, but Harry could hardly believe it when he realized that he'd already been at Hogwarts 2 months. The castle felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. His lessons, too, were becoming more and more interesting now that they had mastered the basics. On Halloween morning, they woke to the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Even better, Professor Flitwick announced in charms that he had thought they were ready to try Professor Flitwick announced in charms that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, something they had all been dying to try since they'd seen him make Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Professor Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Harry's partner was Seamus Finnegan, which was a relief because Neville had been trying to catch his eye. Ron, however, was to be working with Hermione Granger. Uh-oh, we're coming up on that one scene. You know the one. Ron, however, was to be working with Hermione Granger. It was hard to tell whether Ron or Hermione was angrier about this. Angry. She hadn't spoken to either of them since the day Harry's broomstick had arrived. "Now, don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. "Swish and flick. Flick, huh? Swish and flick. Remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important too. Never forget the wizard what the heck was this? Barufio? Never forget Wizard Barufio, who said S instead of... What happened? What's up, Patches? You want to be up here? Okay, fine. Just move the keyboard here and then you can sleepings on my desk, okay? Come over here. Like, you have more room over here. Over here. Come on, over here. Come here, buddy. Come here, little kittens. Okay, now we've got the perfect reading situation. Have Patches laying down on my desk so I can give her little head pats while reading. Okay, so remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important too. Never forget Wizard Barufio, who said S instead of F and found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. Chill. Can't scratch my hands. It was very difficult. Harry and Seamus swished and flicked, but stop! I need the mouse. I need the mouse. Here, play with my left hand. It was very difficult. Harry and Seamus swished and flicked, but the feather they were supposed to be sending skyward just lay on the desktop. Seamus got so impatient that he prodded it with his wand and set fire to it. Harry had to put it out with his hat. Ron, at the next table, wasn't having much more luck. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione snap. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long." "Nice and long, huh? You do it then if you're so clever." "Didn't say the me, it's supposed to be the other way. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa." She didn't say it. These guys didn't watch the movie. Wow, this fucking fake. I got the Chinese knockoff where it doesn't even have the actual. It's not. What? Stop biting my stuff! What the heck? Stop. Why are you biting my stuff for? Here, bite my hand. Bite my hand instead. Why are you trying to bite my computer stuff? You silly. Come here, lay down. Lay down. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna have to rewrite this. So the audiobook version that I'm going to release is going to be properly read. So let's go through that part again. Ron, at the next table, wasn't having much more luck. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione snap. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa." "You do it then if you're so clever," Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather. Oh, okay. So I guess they have one single feather. I was like, what? They're calling Hermione a there now? A them? She's a they/them? What the heck? Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. Here we go again with the American version. 4 feet above their heads. Imagine having been hired as the editor for this, or for any book when you're trying to sell it in both markets. Have to specifically, diligently understand the cultural and linguistic differences so you can change meters to feet, and football to soccer, and garbage can to rubbish bin, and biscuits to cookies, and undies to pants. What the heck, you're leaving already? Unlucky. Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done!" cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. "Everyone, see here! Miss Granger's done it!" Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of the class. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," he said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past him. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face and was startled to see that she was in tears. "I think she heard you." "So?" said Ron, but he looked a bit uncomfortable. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." Hermione didn't turn up for the next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. On their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati Patel telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in a girl's bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Ron looked still more awkward at this, but a moment later, they had entered the Great Hall, where the Halloween decorations put Hermione out of their minds. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceilings, while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Professor Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Percy was in his element. "Follow me. Stick together, first years. No need to fear the troll if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me now. Make way. First years coming through. Excuse me, I'm a prefect." "How could a troll get in?" Harry asked as they climbed the stairs. "Don't ask me. They're supposed to be really stupid," said Ron. "Maybe Peeves let it in for a Halloween joke." They passed different groups. What the heck? What is it? What happened? What happened? What is it? What's the mattress? He's just meowing for no reason. Okay, here we go. They passed different groups of people hurrying in different directions. As they jostled their way through a crowd of confused Hufflepuffs, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. "I've just thought. Hermione. What about her? She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip. "Oh, all right," he snapped. "But Percy'd better not see us." Ducking down, they joined the Hufflepuffs, going to... Fuck. Ducking down, they joined the Hufflepuffs, going the other way, slipped down a deserted side corridor, and hurried off toward the girls' bathroom. They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy!" hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. Peering around, however, they saw not Percy, but Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers?" "Search me." Quietly as possible, they crept... Search me? I guess that means, like, follow me? What the heck? Quietly as possible, they crept along the next corridor after Snape's fading footsteps. "He's headed to the 3rd floor," Harry said, but Ron held up his hand. "Can you smell something?" Harry sniffed, and a foul stench reached his nostrils. "It's a Big Feet! It's a Big Feet! Run!" A mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. And then they heard it, a low grunting and then shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. "It's a Big Feet!" Ron pointed. At the end of a passage to the left, something huge was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrible sight, 12 feet tall. Its skin was dull, granite gray. Its great lumpy body like a boulder, with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs, thick as tree trunks, with flat, horny feet. That's not me. She literally wrote horny. Horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry muttered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," said Ron nervously. They edged toward the open door, mouths dry, praying the troll wasn't about to come out of it. With one great leap, Harry managed to grab the keys, slam the door, and lock it. Yes! Flushed with their victory, they started to run back up the passage, but as they reached the corner, they heard something that made their hearts stop. A high, petrified scream, and it was coming from the chamber they'd just chained up. "Oh no," said Ron, pale as the Bloody Baron. "It's the girls' bathroom," Harry gasped. "Hermione," they said together. It was the last thing they wanted to do, but what choice did they have? Wheeling around, they sprinted back to the door and turned the key, fumbling in their panic. Harry pulled the door open, and they ran inside. Hermione Granger was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking the sinks off the walls as it went. The troll is advancing on Hermione? What the heck? I thought that was a kid's book. What happened? What the heck? Knocking the sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it," Harry said desperately to Ron, and, seizing a tap, he threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione. It lumbered about, blinking stupidly to see what made the noise. Its mean little eyes saw Harry. It hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club as it went. "Oi, pea-brain!" yelled Ron from the other side of the chamber, and he threw a metal pipe at it. The troll didn't even seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the yelling and paused again, turning its ugly snout toward Ron instead, giving Harry time to run around it. "Come on, run! Run!" Harry yelled at Hermione, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move. She was still flat against the wall, her mouth open with terror. The shouting and echoes seemed to be driving the troll berserk. "Berserk, huh?" It roared again and started toward Ron, who was nearest and had no way to escape. Harry then did something that was both very brave and oh fuck, I'm getting hungry as fuck. Oh no. I don't know if my tummy is gonna be making sounds at the mic, if it's gonna be loud enough to catch it and everything. But I guess we'll have to deal with that later and see. This chapter here. This paragraph here. Harry then did something that was both very brave and very stupid. He took a great running jump and managed to fasten his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll couldn't feel Harry hanging there, but even a troll will notice if you stick a long bit of wood up its nose, and Harry's wand had still been in his hand when he jumped. It had gone straight up one of the troll's nostrils. Howling in pain, the troll twisted and flailed its club with Harry clinging on for dear life. Any second, the troll was going to rip him off or catch him a terrible blow with the club. Hermione had sunk to the floor in fright. Ron pulled out his own wand, not knowing what he was going to do. He heard himself crying the first spell that came into his head. Wingardium Leviosa! The club flew suddenly out of the troll's hand, rose high up into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on his face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry got to his feet. He was shaking and out of breath. Ron was standing there with his Ron. with his Ron. Ron was standing there with his wand still raised, staring at what he had done. It was Hermione who spoke first. Is it dead? I don't think so, said Harry. I think he's just been knocked out. He bent down and pulled his wand out of the troll's nose. It was covered in what looked like lumpy gray glue. How much longer at this chapter? I think I need to get... Okay, it's 1, 2, 3... 3 more pages. Okay, I need to get some fucking food. Holy shit, I'm so hungry. It's unreal. If I weren't hungry, I could probably keep reading for another 2 pages or 2 chapters or so, but I'm so hungry. Maybe I'll just get a quick snack. And then we'll read another chapter or 2. We'll see. He bent down and pulled his wand out of the troll's nose. It was covered in what looked like lumpy gray glue. Ugh, troll buggers. He wiped it out. He wiped it on the troll's trousers. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the 3 of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making. But of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall had come bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape and with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on the toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll. Professor McGonagall was looking at Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her look so angry. Her lips were white. Hopes of winning 50 points for Gryffindor faded quickly from Harry's mind. "What on earth were you thinking of?" said Professor McGonagall with cold fury in her voice. Harry looked at Ron, who was still standing with his wand in the air. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. Harry looked at the floor. He wished Ron would put his wand down. Then a small voice came out of the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me." "Miss Granger!" Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own. You know, because I've read all about them." Ron dropped his wand. Hermione Granger telling a downright lie to a teacher? If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead right now. Harry stuck his wand up its nose and Ron knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. Harry and Ron looked as though this story wasn't new to them. "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the 3 of them. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. Harry was speechless. Hermione was the last person to do anything against the rules, and here she was, pretending she had, to get them out of trouble. It was as if Snape had started... What the heck? It was as if Snape had started handing out sweets. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said Professor McGonagall. "I am very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you'd better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing their feasts in their houses." Hermione left. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "Well, I still say that you were lucky, but not many first-years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win Gryffindor 5 points. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. You may go." They hurried out of the chamber and didn't speak at all until they had climbed 2 floors up. It was a relief to be away from the smell of the troll. quite apart from anything else. We should have gotten more than 10 points, Ron grumbled. 5, you mean, once she's taken off Hermione's. Good of her to get us out of trouble like that, Ron admitted. Mind you, we did save her. She might not have needed saving if we hadn't locked the thing in with her, Harry reminded him. They had reached the portrait of the fat lady. Pig snout, they said, and entered. The common room was packed and noisy. Everyone was eating the food that had been sent up. Hermione, however, stood alone by the door, waiting for them. There was a very embarrassed pause. Then, none of them looking at each other, they all said, "Thanks," and hurried off to get their plates. But from that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain trail is one of them. And that is chapter 10. But I need to get some foods, some yummies, before we continue here on chapter 11, Quidditch, which has the chapter art is Harry on the broom diving downward, and then further in the background another player diving downward, and then further away another player diving downward, and then we can see some balls moving around in the air, whooshing and flicking and whooshing, and then there's a little golden snitch. And that is chapter 11, Quidditch, which I will start after I go get some foods. Let's see. Do I want to... I don't think I'm going to get a bunch of foods. There is something I can just heat up in the microwave super quickly, just to make my tummy shut up while I'm reading. So I think I'll do that, because if I'm gonna spend some time actually making real foods, then I would probably put on a Big Feet story and then just listen to that on my phone in the kitchens. But I think I'll just do the quick and easy microwave. So we'll do that, and we'll just put on some musics. And the finance department is holding a gun to my head again. If you want to support the show, go ahead and check out these links here. And there's also the Amazon affiliate link. If you're going to buy something on Amazon anyway, check out the affiliate link and then add stuff to your cart and I will get a commission. Easy peasy. Okay, the finance department has put the gun away, so we'll go on my quick break, put on some music, and then we'll do maybe another chapter of Harry Potter. We will see. So I got some food, sis. I don't know if I'm gonna keep reading. I want to, but maybe what I'll do is I'll just do a whole entire stream tomorrow or something, or the next stream. Focused solely on reading. But we'll see how I feel after this. Got a couple of videos to listen to while I is doing the munchings, so let's pull that up. Jamie, pull that shit up.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
Got an interesting case here from the Supreme Court involving the power of the IRS. And it might seem a little technical at first, but I think you're going to understand what the problem is. Jason sent me this, thank you very much, from Yahoo Finance. IRS gets major power to request private tax information after a Supreme Court decision. So Rebecca Chen wrote this. How much can the IRS snoop in your business without you knowing? Well, a lot more now after a recent Supreme Court decision that is raising privacy concerns among experts. The High Court recently unanimously sided with the IRS in a case solidifying the tax agency's ability to ask for documents or financial records of those associated with the delinquent taxpayer without notifying the third party. The decision reinforced that, and a tax attorney says, I think the concern would be that this allows the IRS to ultimately get access to information that purportedly is in connection with collecting taxes from one taxpayer, but could actually be used against another. So a justice used an example of a dry cleaner. Okay, so imagine this. Think about a delinquent taxpayer who frequents a mom and pop dry cleaner. If the IRS believes that financial records from the dry cleaner could help in tax collection from the delinquent taxpayer, the agency could issue summonses to the dry cleaner's bank for years and years of financial statements without notifying the shop owners. And the shop owners are powerless to object because they don't know it's happening. And here's the thing, a lot of people might not know this, but if you get served with a summons that says you must do something, appear someplace, testify, produce documents, whatever it is, you have the right to fight that summons in court, and you can ask a court to quash a summons or quash a subpoena. You've got the right to do that. And the problem, of course, is that you got to go into court to do that, and you got to know it exists. So if you're the innocent business and they're subpoenaing or whatever they're doing, requesting records and so on from your bank, and no one tells you, you don't know about it, so you can't go into court and fight it. And I've actually been involved before in a case where a subpoena got served on somebody. And that somebody who got hit with a subpoena said, I don't think this is appropriate, and went into court and filed a motion to quash the subpoena and got it quashed. And so the people who served the subpoena didn't get what they're looking for because somebody stood up to it. And so it doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. So a senior attorney at the National Taxpayers Union told Yahoo, it is really important to give a chance for somebody to go to court and say, wait, I am the dry cleaner, which is just an innocent third party who's just doing regular business. So again, think of this. The IRS is investigating you. Real easy to keep this straight. They're investigating you. They somehow become convinced that a business that you're dealing with, their records will help them get you. So they'll start prying into this business's records, including banking records with a bank. And so because they're investigating you, now they're getting into the bank records of this business. And you understand how that gets further and further removed and how you have less and less say in what's happening. This ruling also lacked clarity on how widely the IRS can use information it obtains. Although the court's brief said the agency can only use the summons against the taxpayer concerned in the summons, experts worry the IRS could use the same request as the pretext for another case. So let's suppose that they've got a suspicion about this entity right here, but they don't have anything beyond a suspicion or a hunch. Oh, but it turns out that we found a taxpayer that we have more information on, deals with them. Okay, let's open an investigation into the taxpayer and start dropping subpoenas on this business ostensibly about the taxpayer we're investigating, and see what we dig up that way. While the summons is supposed to be about taxpayer A, if the IRS finds something fishy in a third party's records, then the worry is that the IRS will use that information to launch yet another investigation into another taxpayer. And you don't want the government on a fishing expedition anywhere near you. Just don't. Now, they did note there are safeguards within the IRS to prevent the crossing.
That sounds like they can do an infinite loop glitch where you're looking at person A, and then you're going to look for business B. Oh, okay, let's see. Let's go investigate all of the employees there. Person D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N. And then let's also look at their spouses and or their friends and keep going down the list. Easy peasy. Don't you just love the government? Don't you just love when they try to give themselves more power and shit? Always fun. Always amazing.
Over information from different cases. But typical bank records are not privileged information. And of course, there's questions regarding privacy. I think generally judges are worried about people gaming the system to not pay taxes. I don't think that should entitle, I don't think that should be the attitude of the judges, though. They should treat this like any other law enforcement context where you need to give a notice and let people defend their privacy rights in court, certainly when they're a third party. So again, the IRS is investigating you. There's a business that somehow you deal with, and they go, we think we can get some information from that business that'll help us with this person. So they drop subpoenas on the business, and you don't know about that, so you can't object to it. And then while they're doing that, they find out information about you, about the business, whatever. So from a privacy concern about what information we want the IRS to have, one would have hoped the court would have been a little more attentive to that side of things. And the whole drama began when an IRS agent suspected a taxpayer of owing the IRS $2 million in unpaid taxes, and that they thought he was hiding assets in a business that he ran. The officer turned to the man's law firm, where he had long been a client, and then requested documentation from the law firm. The officer then summoned banks for financial records concerning the man and the wife and the law firm. And so the law firm filed a federal suit to block the requests after they learned about the summonses issued to the banks. So somehow they found out. And I do know that once in a while, if you serve a summons on a bank regarding a particular customer of theirs, they will often, as a courtesy, notify the customer. But I don't believe they're required to. However, the court concluded there that because no notice was required, the law firm could not block the request. And so, as the experts point out, the key is if you don't have notice, you don't have an opportunity to move to quash the request. It's kind of a big deal. IRS is able to get records about you, and you don't even have a notice about it. And remember, I've said before, we talk about due process as something you're entitled to. Due process. The question is, what is due process? And due process can often be broken down into two elements. That you have notice of the charges against you, for lack of a better phrase, and an opportunity to be heard or to defend yourself. And so two things. Here's what we're accusing you of, and here we're going to give you a chance to defend yourself. And so where is the due process if they serve a subpoena on somebody else regarding your business, and they don't tell you about it, and they tell the third party, oh, by the way, this isn't about you either. This is about somebody else. So nobody really has an opportunity to object because let's suppose we're dropping it on a bank regarding a business. They tell the bank, well, we're not looking for records on you, we're looking for records on this business. And if you found out, they'd go, well, we're looking for records over here at the bank, that's not you either. And so you don't get notified, and you do not have an opportunity to be heard. Now, if you figured out or found out that this was going on, you could run to court and say, I understand that there's a subpoena that's been issued, I'd like to quash it. But it appears that what the court is saying here is, well, you don't really have a right to do that because you're not a party to this. You are the subject of the investigation, but you're not a party to it. And again, we are making distinctions right there that are so strange that most people go, wait a second. If the summons has been issued to a third party about me, am I not involved enough to be concerned and actually have a right to intervene on some level? And the Supreme Court saying, well, no, not really. No, not necessarily. So it's an odd ruling. It's unfortunate. And, I don't know this will ever affect me or you or anybody else, but it is the principle of the thing. And again, a lot of people joke about the IRS, people want to pay as little as they can in taxes and so on. But you also don't want the IRS, or any government agency for that matter, having so much power that they can sit there and poke around and dig into your business, especially doing it without proper justification. And it just looks like they broadened the power of the IRS to do just that. And that's the concern. So from Yahoo Finance, Jason, thanks for sending it. Rebecca Chen wrote it. IRS gets major power to request private tax information after the recent Supreme Court decision. Questions or comments, put them below. Let's talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching Leto's Law. If you think you're a person of some influence, try ordering somebody else's dog around.
Okay, I think, because I have a very little water left, I'm not going to continue reading for today. But I do have a couple other videos I wanted to watch. So there was this one and then another one. So I'll just do more Banished while we listen to a spooky video. I'm going to have to refresh it now. Okay. Grab that and then get this. I wish I could keep reading, but I'm not gonna have the water to lubricate my throats and do my proper reading as well as I wanted to. All I really have is sodas, which isn't gonna be good for my voice anyway. So let's do this video instead. This video. I don't think I'm gonna be alive much longer either, so we're almost done for today. That is all the Harry Potters for now.
Ooh, I love ghost hunting shows. Usually people hear that and they're like, OMG, me too. I love ghost adventures. That Zach Baggins. And I have to be like...
Yeah, we like ghost shows because it's funny and retarded when you know that people are being retarded, and that's why I like ghost shows, to make fun of the presenters and stuff, not because the work that they're doing is actually useful a lot of the time. I think there's obviously a couple that probably are okay, but yeah, I'm pretty sure she's gonna explain. No biggie.
No, I don't watch that one. Or maybe less often they'll be like, Ghost Hunters, and no, I don't watch that one either. The ghost hunting shows that I like are the underdogs, like the sad knockoffs of the popular ghost hunting shows. I'm talking My Ghost Story, The Ghost Inside My Child, A Haunting, Paranormal State, and its spin-off, Psychic Kids. But there's one that sticks out and is objectively the saddest. This show ran for only a year, 20 episodes total, on Destination America. Nobody I talked to has ever heard of it. It's called Paranormal Home Inspectors.
I may have to go check out the show. We'll see. This is the real intro, it says there. Looks like a Babby's first video editing project.
The idea of this show is pretty straightforward, although I'm not going to say it's good. Basically, someone had the idea for a ghost show that's also a home inspection show. So they hunt for ghosts, but they also examine the house for any mundane explanations for the ghost activity. So when you first hear the debunking angle, you might be like, oh, that sounds interesting. But if you think about it for like a second longer, you might be like, oh, actually, I don't know if that would make very compelling television. And yes, yeah, that's the problem.
I have a box downstairs. The previous owners, they said, we like you to keep this box on the land. I get an uncomfortable feeling with it.
Boxes like this exist in houses. Looks like it's plywood underneath this. It's not antique.
So let's move chronologically through the show. Each episode is divided into segments, and all of these segments are weirdly divorced from each other. You definitely get the feeling that some intern was just handed all this footage to try to edit together, like, okay, do your best. They even have the intro and the transitions narrated by a mysterious British woman, and this British woman is not a character on the show. She is not one of the 3 hosts. We are never told who or where she is. She's just another mysterious, disjointed element of the show. So, segment number 1, the unidentified British woman gives us a rundown on the house we're about to visit.
Our paranormal home inspector.
Unidentified British woman. That's a good name for a character, like an actual character in the story. Maybe she's like a. It's like a story about some kind of online investigative journalist, and the screen name that she goes by in order to avoid the feds is unidentified British woman.
Has received a call from a woman named Catherine. She claims that strange things started to happen shortly after she moved in and began renovating.
The buildings are all extremely old.
Spooky
Most
ghost.
of them have seen heavy renovations. Segment number 2, Michelle speaks with the homeowners. Michelle is basically the host. She appears in multiple segments instead of just one. We see her the most often. It begins and ends with her. I do not know why she's not framed as the main character and providing the voiceover. It makes no sense. So Michelle interviews the client and finds out what...
It's probably one of those things where like, oh, Americans love British voices and British accents. They think they're so smart just by nature of the accent. So let's just go ahead and get this random British voiceover, VA, and then that'll make our show. That'll make it pop. That'll make it real good. Yeah, let's do that.
ghostly phenomena they've been experiencing. The show is already really good at this point because, with a few exceptions, most of the paranormal activity is extremely unscary and extremely boring.
I woke up in the early morning and I could hear water running. I went into the bathroom and my taps in the bathtub were on.
My favorite thing is the producers have clearly seen better ghost shows where they'll have a dramatic reenactment of some kind of scary activity. But in this show, nothing described is good enough to merit a reenactment, and they just go for it anyway.
And then I go back upstairs and the closet door would be open.
Like in one episode, the husband is like, I came out of the garage and the TV that I left on was off. And the TV that I left off...
What? Whoa, dude, that's so spooky. I have like a similar thing. It's like sometimes when I put the dishes that are dirty in the sink, I wake up the next day and they're all cleaned. What? How did that happen? It's a spooky ghost.
was on. And they have him reenact that, walking in from the garage and being puzzled that a different TV is on. Now, at this point,
That's actually
some of the
in the
cracks
show.
are beginning to show. We already know that
no.
this house is about to be looked at by a skeptical home inspector, and some of the beats feel a little too foreshadowed.
I was overcome with a smell.
Has the house ever been treated for mold or mildew problems?
Not since I've owned the house. I did have to replace the roof.
With that in mind, let's move on to segment number 3, the home inspection. For this portion of the show, they bring in the shining star, my favorite character, Brian. Brian is a guy that does home inspections, and that's all there is to it.
Absolutely not an apparition. It was just a shadow.
He doesn't have any particular showmanship or charisma. He doesn't even seem fully aware that he's being filmed for a TV show. He just slowly moves through the house, crawling through ducts, examining wiring.
Fixture is nice and tight, so that seems to be okay. Next we'll check the switch and... yeah, well, here's the problem right here. We've got a worn light switch, which would suggest that it needs to be replaced.
Crossing one thing after another off his list, joylessly debunking all of the ghosts we just heard about.
Problems with
Joylessly.
computers. We found a modem in the basement that was draped over top of an electrical line. It's absolute no-no.
He doesn't even fix any of the problems, he just identifies them. It's so weird in the midst of a ghost show.
Yeah, that's what I do too. As somebody who hates a lot of things and who criticizes, I don't fix anything. I just point out the problems and then that's it. That's my job is done. My job here's done.
edited with creepy camera angles and soundtrack screeches. To suddenly have it
Spooky
grind to a
soundtrack.
crawl and just watch a bored man identify loose wires and improper insulation.
We can see evidence of feces and where the insulation's been disturbed.
There are a couple oddball investigations. Like, there's one great episode where Brian figures out that the reason the couple is seeing a ghost at the top of their stairs is that the wall of the landing has unintentionally been painted with a human-shaped optical illusion.
We have a staircase, and right above it, you keep seeing a shadow peek.
Oh, that has to be on purpose. 100%. Either the whoever hired the contractors or the contractors themselves decided to we're gonna troll the next people who move into this building, into this house. I need this holographic optical illusion of a human. Oh my god. What, dude? That's fucked up.
Peek out from about the shoulder up.
This is so cool. The wall's obviously been touched up with two different kinds of paint. You got gloss paint and matte paint. It's very subtle, but this definitely could appear to look like the outline of a person. That's pretty cool, but totally explainable, so we'll check that one off our list.
But for the most part, this is the weirdest, funniest, boringest part of the show and doesn't match any of the other parts. Oh, also, if you want to play the Paranormal Home Inspector's drinking game, you need to take a drink every time Brian identifies that a door has not been installed correctly. It's like every show.
We're gonna go upstairs and have a look at closet door. Door at the top of the stairs is an easy one. It's not level to begin with because the floor is shifted. The doors in this house are not hung properly. Close one door, the other one opens. They're only held on by magnets. These old latches also never latch properly. They're having problems with the door opening on its own. I can see right away that it's not really installed properly, is it? Back door closing by itself is not installed properly.
And now it's time for segment number 4.
He looks so bored when he said it there, that last clip. It's not installed properly.
The Psychic.
Renowned intuitive healer Nadine Mercy is looking for something Brian can't see.
Oh shit, it's the fucking actress who played Cortana or Dr. Halsey in Halo.
So the elephant in the room is that psychics on TV are just not very interesting. On a TV show, it's tempting and frankly expected that you will tamper with your results.
I'm hearing the name, I don't know why. I'm hearing the name George, something to do with George. I'm getting a Joyce or a J.
They're just hiring like the local blonde woman who has her magic collection of crystals, and then that's who they have to become the psychic, the official professional psychic of our ghost show. That's who they're doing here.
A couple by the name of George and Joan lived here.
As a producer, you can tell your psychic the history of the house and what the homeowners are experiencing, and then they can tailor their reading around that. And then you can just say, we didn't do that.
Nadine has been given no information about the house or its occupants or what they have been experiencing.
Sounds like more than...
What the fuck is that music? Oh my god, it's like I'm watching a thing like a racing game or something. So let's go back. Let's go get that music. Let's go have a clear listen. Oh no. Who made this show?
Tailor their reading around that. And then you can just say, we didn't do that.
Okay, here's the music. Open your ears. Check it out.
Nadine has been given no information about the house or its occupants or what they have been experiencing.
Sounds like more than a coincidence, for sure.
Why would you fucking put that in the ghost show? What the heck?
And the audience is like, oh, okay, yeah, sounds legit. Even if for some reason you don't rig the psychic can rig themselves. It's not like you're throwing the psychic on the plane blindfolded. Like, they know where they're going, they can look up the local history. With all that said, I think it is important to note that there is a difference between a compelling TV psychic and a poor TV psychic. It's all in the showmanship, their acting ability. How natural can they make it seem that they're having these revelations?
There's some dark energies, people have done some really bad things.
How well can you act like you're experiencing extreme emotions from being in haunted houses?
Oh my god. Goosebumps like a shot went right through my whole body.
Or look like you're talking to ghosts real time.
I'm getting more
I turned around and I saw the cameraman and I got spooked.
3 syllables to a name. The spirit had me write on a piece of paper and there was 3 lines. 3. I couldn't
put a name, but it had 3 syllables.
Not to go too hard on Nadine, but I'm really not buying what she's selling.
Sing, sing, sing. Talk to me, baby. Soft and low.
Nadine says something about needing to breathe or having trouble breathing in every episode.
I have this really heavy presence in my chest. It's almost like I want to breathe. From the kitchen on, I start getting heavy, can't breathe. Harder to breathe, energies just went
I
up.
can't breathe.
I'm just going to ask everybody to calm down because it's a little bit overwhelming right now.
Okay, here are the things you can connect to a psychic saying they need to breathe. Drowning, choking, hanging,
I can't
being
breathe.
buried alive, trauma to the head or body, most terminal illnesses, being dead and therefore no longer able to breathe, as in all ghosts.
Heaviness, boom, right in here, taking my breath away.
We've got a furnace that is clearly not venting properly and is likely emitting carbon monoxide into this area.
Nadine likes to say the vaguest things possible, which is fine on its own. I'm sure they teach you that in Psychic 101. If you want to be a psychic, you just have to walk into a building and be like, I'm feeling a heavy pressure, like something oppressive, pressing down or choking, a sense of being trapped or can't breathe. Wow, okay, I keep getting the words, get out. We don't want you here. Get out. It's definitely a dark presence. Here I'm getting a lot of positive energy, youthful energy, something to do with children. The word child, either a spirit that was taking care of children or the spirit.
I'm feeling a strange tightening of my throat. Achoo! Oh no, I just had to sneeze. Oopsie.
Spirit of a child, perhaps a mothering presence or a
Or you get like a sodas right before the show and then you pull it over.
matriarch who's passed away. Very peaceful feeling, a feeling of protection. Then no matter what kind of ghost haunting they've been having, if they had a grandparent die, or a mischievous ghost, or dark ghost things, you can just apply whatever you want onto the reading that you gave because you covered all of your bases. I guess to a degree that's probably what all psychics do, but I don't know, when Nadine does it, it's just painfully apparent.
There's a lot of things that happen at nighttime here.
I mean, she diagnoses every house with a minimum of 3 ghosts.
I'm actually picking up an animal spirit. 2 elderly men, a lady. There's quite a few here, and I'm not sure why.
The home's original builder, along with 2 former residents named George and Joan, and the 2 young boys that mysteriously disappeared from the neighborhood.
He just brought more energies in, like a gang of energy coming right at me. There's a little boy spirit, his sister, a mother. It's a female spirit. Okay, another male figure just came in. There's a lot of spirit in this house.
I don't know if I've seen any single ghost households on this whole show, and they keep cutting to these incidental shots of her doing goofy poses with her hands or body where she's like picking up the energy. I don't know, where I'm at with psychics is they kind of fall into 2 categories for me. Category 1 is sweet, well-intentioned yoga instructor psychic, and like maybe with these ones you don't believe what they're telling you, but you can tell that they believe what they're telling you and their hearts are in the right place. Category 2 is carnival huckster psychic, and they just want your money.
Nadine's report is clear. She believes there is paranormal activity in the house.
Nadine just strikes me as a little too much category 2 for comfort. But I'm not a psychic, so I'm not saying my reading is necessarily accurate. In one episode, she enters a house where they have what is clearly a memorial shrine to their deceased daughter. Like, there's a huge framed photo of her and candles on either side and like her face printed on a candle from a vigil. And Nadine walks to the giant picture and she's like, I'm sensing that this photo is significant.
I'm being directed to look at this picture. Did she pass away?
Wow, Nadine, you must be really attuned to the spirit world. Segment number...
That reminds me of when I was doing confirmation. Let me just do this quick. I'm gonna trade this and get rid of this guy. And then liberate all that firewood. In confirmation class, I think it was. It's one of the whatchamacallit, fuck, what are they called? The sacraments, yeah. It's one of the sacraments for good Catholic boys and girls is we were in that class. It was like a Saturday class, I think, or Sunday class. And at one point, for fun, like near the end, the instructor, the teacher, gave us I don't remember exactly what the title of it would be. It would maybe something like a detective puzzle or something. I've tried to look it up, but I've never found it. Basically, it's like what. I guess I'll draw it real quick. Here's my notes. Okay, here's my math again from earlier. No, what the heck? Go back up. So it was like a room. The directions were like to, at least I think I recall. I don't know, maybe if it was just the instructor who told us what to do, and then the image had like no instructions or directions next to it. But it was like a room, like a living room. And then everything was like in disorder, disrepair. Like there was just a mess. There's like this open closet door over here or something. And there's stuff thrown all over the room. It's super duper messy. And then we had to find evidence of what might have happened here. What could have occurred to have made all this mess, and just pick up on clues and evidence. I don't know, let's say there's garbage here. Let's say there's like a lamp here. A broken lamp on the ground. Something like that. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not even certain what I would type in to try to find this again. It was a printout sheet, so what I suspect could have happened is that they had like this book of like activities for kids to do, and this is one of them, and then they just like Xerox copied it. That's how old back in time we were when I had to mention that something was Xerox copied. And literally nobody else other than myself and my older brother who were in that classroom. We were the only ones who picked out any details. Like we saw that the closet door was open, and maybe there were some clothes that was taken off from the from the hangers, and so we thought maybe somebody left in a hurry. We just pieced together all these little details and information, and nobody else in the classroom. I don't know if it was because they didn't care or they just lack the ability to deduce information based off what they see in front of them. And I don't know if that's what most people are like, where they just can't piece information together based off of what they observe. And this was even before, I'm pretty sure it was before I even watched Death Note, so I wasn't all like, hang on, let me get some music. It might be better with music here. Don't start. Okay, so this was all pretty sure before I ever watched or even knew about Death Note. So this was all of my detective skills were already there even before I was all like, "Eru desu, so desu ne. Honoyonde Hiroshima," stuff like that. And I don't know. Are people like this where they just can't fucking? I'm not sure. Maybe it was pre-selected for kids of religious parents, and so maybe they weren't like, it wasn't in their nature to question things or to come to conclusions on their own. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to get some feedback on that. See if other people are like that, or other people in my friends group are like that, or if people in their lives seem to express? No, to show off those similar lack of ability to analyze things. But based off how people are today, who I see on Twitter, it would not surprise me if there are mostly retards who can't think for themselves. So, this psychic that she's referring to, yeah, it seems to me like she's one of those people who who looks at this very clear shrine to think about their daughter. Like, did you pass away? Like, okay, buddy, you're totally a psychic. Yep, I buy it. If you were really a psychic, you would go directly to what the cause of death was, or the day when she passed, or if it was like an illness, at what point it started and how long it lasted. It was a very painful 4 months, wasn't it? Something like that, you know? Instead, this apparently super boring ghost show, they found the incorrect person who has no personality. They are simply a psychic who has no internal monologue, I guess.
Number 5 is the historical background. Michelle, our host from the beginning, goes to the local library or interviews local historians to see if anything spooky or tragic has happened nearby.
Do you think a lot of people in the area in this town have experienced paranormal activity?
I would say, yeah. But she usually checks the whole town or like a 20-mile radius out from the house.
While conducting her research, paranormal investigator Michelle comes across a story of a little girl who died close to the home.
She was hit by a car right out on the highway, right in front of the store out here, Stewart's store.
About how long ago?
Oh, that would have been in...
Oh, jeez, the range of music in this show too. Like, at least have 2 or 3 different themes. You have this fucking race car music. You have this sad song. You have the spooky piano. You have the introductions, like, over the top. I was like, what the heck? Stick to a couple, like maybe 2 at most 3. At least keep it quiet here with when we're going over Ogre. These people who've passed away.
Mid-60s.
And yeah, I used to think it mattered if the ghost had lived in the house or been to the house or been aware of the house's existence. It turns out that doesn't matter. Yeah, you know, fish gonna swim, ghost gonna haunt. Because the thing is, they are not going to historical landmarks. They're going to houses. And even with private residences, the ones with very famous hauntings or very sordid histories have usually already been visited by the bigger, fancier ghost hunting shows. What I'm saying is, the paranormal home inspectors are not hitting the primo ghost hotspots. So ideally, they would like to find out that the house was built on a graveyard or had a gruesome murder there, but they have to cast their net a little wider or they're usually not going to find anything. So you end up with things like, there used to be a jailhouse a block away.
2 doors down from you. It used to be a jail.
Oh, I didn't know
2
that.
doors down.
Okay.
Or at some point in history, a body was...
Okay, so we can... The producers usually tell it's... For instances like that, where the host is interviewing or talking about the situation with the people involved, they typically script that. And then, if they don't like the person's response, the producer's like, you know, how about you respond more like this or more like that? They even sometimes tell you exactly what words to say. That, leads me to believe that they don't even have producers who are helping them on scene. They're just actually talking about it, like, for the first time. Holy moly.
Was found in the river that runs for miles and miles, but also passes your house.
Michelle soon discovered that there had been a tragic train crash in 1934 on the very tracks that run behind our client's home.
Is the ghost haunting every house? Because in that case, I feel like none of those residents would even notice they were haunted, because they would just have like one strange occurrence each, and they'd just be like, oh, the door's open, and not think anything of it. One episode...
Yeah, like when that TV, the spooky TV turned off. What the heck? That's so spooky.
It was really bad. Like, they find out about this disappearance of 2 little boys that happened in the city the house is in, and they spin this wild speculation that the boys were murdered, and at one time their bodies were hidden under the house. Now, They're not there now, but they were at some point.
In 1916, 3 years after this house was built, 2 boys down the road went missing without a trace.
Oh my god, that's spooky.
They were never found.
Is there something buried down there?
Spooky explosion.
Was there something buried down there? Yes.
This is all based on nothing, and they're just like, we did it. Solved that ghost.
2 young boys that mysteriously disappeared from the neighborhood. Are they the spirits that haunt Catherine's home?
Okay, this is the part I really have beef with. I think that going in to film a ghost show and slamming doors and bringing in your psychics and having seances, it's all in good fun. But when you start referencing a specific recent death, it just feels in poor taste to me. I mean, if it's like a Civil War soldier ghost, I literally couldn't care less. But if it's somebody who died like 5 years ago and they still have living relatives who knew them and remember them, just don't go there. Like, if there's a child who was murdered in 1996, you, the TV psychic, do not get to touch that case. Unless the family themselves came to you for, like, closure. But even then, tread carefully. There's this one episode, this family...
Tread lightly.
...has tragically lost their daughter in what they suspect was a murder, but it was left inconclusive. They believe that she is now a ghost who is haunting their house, and they seem comforted by this idea, and the psychic is like, yes, it's your daughter, which, okay, fine. But then the team is like, we also read about this other young girl's murder that happened in this area, and her ghost is also here.
In a wooded area very close to the property, a 15-year-old girl by the name of Dolly was found brutally raped and murdered.
And you're like, no, hey.
Jesus
She's on
Christ.
the dance floor with somebody big guy, manipulative, controlling. She had no clue. She didn't know
What the heck?
Wait a second, no.
Could Nadine's experiences relate to Michelle and Matt's findings regarding the slain girl called Dolly?
That other girl died in 2009, which is pretty recent. And her family didn't sign up for this. You don't get to use her horrifying murder as fodder for your stupid ghost show and have your hacky psychic making spirit hands and addressing her by name.
Oh, back here. Dolly? Dolly, is that you? Do you have something to say to us?
Ashley? Dolly? Anyway, at this point in the show, it becomes pretty clear why Nadine's psychic readings are all over the place. She gets to a house and they're like, here's your packet. And in the packet is like, the client is experiencing animal growls and mischievous behavior and demonic smells and child laughter. And then you turn the page and it's like, here is every violent act that's happened in this county since the 1800s. And then the producers are like, okay, Nadine, make up a story, we're rolling. And even if Nadine was particularly creative, there are too many disparate pieces to fit into a convenient narrative. So Nadine just ends up making up 6 or 7 different ghosts to try to fit everything in. Segment number 6 is the ghost hunting. And this is another great part of the show. They bring Michelle back at night to the scary house and have her try to capture ghost activity on camera. In the pilot episode, Michelle is with another girl who is clearly the one that's supposed to do this segment with her. But the other girl turns out to be horribly afraid of ghosts, and she quits the show in the middle of the first episode.
Just gonna go crawl in a hole.
Ashley, did you leave the house yet? Ashley? Ashley?
My assistant Ashley developed such a headache that she had to leave the building. She never came back, and she has subsequently quit the team.
Well, that doesn't sound very good.
I'm sorry to see her go.
That girl had clearly been the one who was supposed to do that part, so for the rest of the season, they just kind of rotate who Michelle does the investigation with, and it usually seems like it's just their sound guy or something. The reason this part of the show is so funny is that it's so perfunctory.
So weird, like it looks like they just brought their fucking buddy along to go to this ghost stuff. Like, okay, you know what? I thought it'd be cool, but you have all these cameras, you got all these fucking sound people. Like, what the heck? I thought it was gonna be for fun. You're making a fucking TV show? What the heck? Fuck that! I'm out of here. That's kind of what it looks like.
Like, the producers are like, hey, it's a ghost show. You have to have a part where they run around and doors are slamming and stuff. But on Paranormal Home Inspectors, this whole segment takes like at most maybe 5 minutes of the runtime. You can tell their hearts aren't in it. Notably, this portion is very transparently rigged because they never leave empty-handed. There's always some kind of concrete ghost activity. And it's usually the same couple things, like the motion sensors start going crazy, or the faucets turn themselves on, or doors are slamming.
That sensor just went off on its own. Is there somebody up here?
What the? See that growling?
I do, yeah. The TV just came on. The faucet's on.
Whoa, what? The TV just came on by itself? The camera was looking right at it. No ghost came up and pressed the power button. What the heck? It's a spooky ghost. There's no other way we could turn on a TV from a distance without touching it. What the heck?
Whoa, that door just opened on its own. Look at this, the ceiling fan's on. I can't believe it.
But then, and this is the best part,
This is the most bored. I don't believe it I've ever heard.
happens every episode. Michelle at some point just goes, well,
Jeez.
I think we have enough. I'm not even saying they transition to another segment. I'm saying in the middle.
That's her fucking catchphrase. It's like when Monk says, here's what happened, and then he's the guy. That's her catchphrase. Well, I guess we've had enough. Let's just pack up and leave. That's it. That's what it is. There's our ghost episode.
Middle of the investigation, while ghosts are manifesting and crazy things are happening on camera, Michelle just says, well, that's enough evidence for this house. Let's leave.
I think we got enough. We're gonna wrap up for the night and go through the audio and video. We'll end the investigation because I think we definitely got quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely think we got enough evidence.
I think
Wow, the fucking water faucet's running? And you didn't record that? What the heck?
we definitely have plenty. Had a long night. I'm tired, fed up, and that's it.
You're the boss.
I like this idea that with the existence of ghosts wholly unproven, you can just get enough evidence and be done. Well, this spirit is manifesting physically to us in amazing, unprecedented ways, but it's done 2 things now, so that should be enough. What if Michelle was a detective at a real crime scene? Like, well, we've got a bloody footprint and the murder weapon, so that should be more than enough. Let's pack it in. Segment number 7 is the recap and conclusion.
The house was built by a plumber in 1913. This could explain why you've had odd issues related to the plumbing.
Okay.
Michelle presents all of the findings to the client, and it's weird because she presents them in the same order that we learned them. So she'll be like, here is Brian debunking all of your haunting activity in a very clear and dry way.
We're here to present you with all the results, and we're going to start with Brian, our certified home inspector.
And often the homeowner is like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's a relief. I guess my house isn't haunted. But then Michelle is just like, and here is me and a psychic confirming that the ghosts are real.
So, in summary, Brian has come up with some plausible explanations for what has been going on in the house. However, from what Nadine has discovered and from my investigation, I'm tending to gear more towards that there is paranormal activity going on here.
And then the homeowner is like, oh, well, that makes sense too. I guess my house is haunted. And if the client called them in the first place, they already thought their house was haunted. So obviously they're predisposed to believe that one.
I'm very convinced there's spirits in this house.
I would have to agree with her on that.
And it ended on that with no counterpoint. So it's just kind of like, yeah, okay, it's haunted. And that's kind of it. Like, the episode ends there. The status quo is unchanged. They thought their house was haunted, and now they still think their house is haunted. There's never a resolution like, we're going to fix this problem we found with your house, or since it's a ghost, we're going to perform an exorcism or a blessing. It's just like, so that's what we found, and yeah, okay, that's that. And then hilariously, every episode ends with an infographic of the house they just went to, and then the words, case closed, even though nothing could be farther from the truth. So that's the formula. Most of these episodes are very by the numbers, and once you start to notice the patterns, it makes them exponentially funnier to watch. Like the epilogue, where they've clearly been fed a script and usually reuse the same phrases.
Catherine seems at peace with our team's findings. Nick seems at ease with our team's findings.
With the information that Brian gave me, I feel very comfortable.
Ed seems comfortable with the team's findings.
I am comfortable in this building.
Cindy, Jacques, and the boys seem to be comfortable with our findings.
I'm very comfortable.
I feel comfortable.
Okay, that's where the producer comes in. They say, how about you just say you're comfortable? And then they toss that into the narration as well? Unlucky. Well, I mean, the show... I thought it'd be fun, but now that she's gone through all of it, she's basically spoiled the whole entire series. Thanks, Jenny Nicholson. You've ruined the fun.
We feel much more comfortable now than we did before.
I'm feeling a lot more comfortable.
But it's almost more fun in the rare episodes where they deviate from the norm. Like, amidst all these episodes of buildings with no interesting backstory to go off of, they suddenly discovered that this one guy's office building used to house an insane church of ghost-summoning socialite women.
In the early 1900s, this block of buildings was home to the Spiritualist Church. The church's practitioners, who were mostly women, believed in the afterlife and routinely conducted seances in an attempt to contact the dead.
And you're like, oh my god, I want to hear more about that. And then you just kind of don't. Like, the ghost activity is really lame.
When you approach the fish tank, they all swim towards you because they think they're going to be fed. But quite often, we see the fish go in that formation up to the edge as if someone was approaching, and there's no one approaching.
And you're like, wait, no, go back to the Ghost Society. I want to hear about that.
We as mortals can communicate with the spirit world.
My list says something about fish.
In one of the most bonkers episodes, a man thinks his house is haunted by the ghost of his recently deceased mother. So it seems like they have a pretty good thread to work along. But amongst all his other ghost activities, he mentions that he has what is pretty clearly sleepwalking and sleep paralysis. So Michelle hears this and is like, oh, clearly that's sleep paralysis. And you're like, oh, thank goodness. Like, she gets it. She's not going to make it a ghost thing. But then Michelle is like, sleep paralysis is a symptom of aliens.
Some people who have been experiencing
What? It's the eel mouse?
abduction have reported that they experience sleep paralysis as well.
Wow.
Could alien beings be visiting Alex? Michelle continues her research into the matter.
Yeah, great, Michelle. Let me know what you come up with. And then there's an interlude of Michelle looking at the government files and confirming that there's been a rash of alien abductions in the area.
Michelle looked into government UFO files and made some startling discoveries.
What exactly is a government UFO file?
I have just found 6 reports of UFO sightings in the government files.
This show is so odd. The hosts are weird. Michelle is the most natural as a TV host, but it's not framed around her for whatever reason. I don't understand how she got relegated to Ghost Hunter when that doesn't seem to be a thing she's particularly interested in. Nadine Mercy seems like she's just frantically grasping at straws the entire time she's on camera.
Seeing a cemetery, headstone, a lady's funeral. She's here now. Wasn't my choice. She says, forgive me, I'm sorry. Uncontrollable circumstances.
Which makes you kind of secondhand anxious as a viewer. And Brian seems to have a dry sense of humor, but just so little investment in trying to be entertaining in his parts of the show.
Fireplace going on and off on its own.
Apparently it's been coming on and off by itself. So the problem seems to have occurred down here with the electronics. And then look at this. We can see right here. The wires are loose. This is an easy fix.
Sometimes he'll even straight up accuse the clients of sleepwalking or lying, which usually makes them angry and just makes everything really uncomfortable.
And this is busted.
What did you think?
Can I take a break? Sorry.
You okay?
I can read her mind.
On top of that, none
What
of the
the
3
heck?
hosts' paths ever cross. They always visit the house at different times, and we never see them interact. It might have been less awkward if the producers did some kind of Queer Eye setup, where they, like, built them a fake clubhouse. Like, imply they're sitting around together in their free time, sipping mimosas and waiting for the next ghost case to come through their door. But hosts aside, the weirdest thing here is the format. Not only is it all these weird clashing parts, but why are they arranged in the order that they're in? You hear about ghosts, and then Brian comes in and proves that there aren't ghosts.
His explanation is very good.
These are all just different people's views.
And then they proceed with the ghost hunting and the psychic, like, yep, there are definitely ghosts. If you want us to be invested in the ghost hunting and psychic segments, why would you debunk it first? Why not close on that as a counterpoint before we get to the finale. All it does is slow down the momentum of the show with a boring portion that preemptively ruins everything we're about to watch.
There's nothing unexplainable or strange in this house. Everything has a plausible explanation.
Maybe their initial idea was just a show that debunks hauntings, and that was the whole thing. But then they realized that you can debunk a haunting with a home inspection pretty quickly, and it's not very interesting, and it wouldn't really fill a half hour. And also, it's not that fun. Or maybe the network did like that part, but they were like, also, we need a night vision part where you're running around hunting ghosts because that's what shows are like. But maybe I'm giving it too much credit by even trying to understand the vision. I can see why Paranormal Home Inspectors ran for such a short time, but its weirdness is honestly very endearing to me, and I think it's fun to watch with friends. There are a lot of funny moments in this series, and I highly recommend it. I think it is all illegally on YouTube, but for full quality, it does also pop up on Netflix or on-demand streaming services. Maybe
It's all illegally on you. Based wording.
I'll drop some Paranormal Home Inspector drinking game rules in the description for you guys. The best thing about this series is how the epilogue of every episode confirms the bias of the producers. They show how the client's life has been going since learning the team's findings, and they always pose the question, will you continue living in your house? With the understood, even though it's haunted. And the client only ever addresses that. They're always like, yes, I am okay with knowing that the ghost is here. I feel safe here, despite the ghost. They never say, I reinforced the attic so the raccoons will stop eating my insulation, or I fixed the wiring in my fireplace so it stops spontaneously bursting into flames, or I took down that dangerous mass of wires that I had draped over a light fixture. They just never even mention that stuff again. In a weird way, the framing perfectly illustrates why a show of this premise doesn't work. The people who go on these shows and the people who watch them don't really want to see ghosts debunked. Their minds are already made up at the start of the episode. Sometimes you don't want to solve the problem. You just want someone else to come see that the problem is there and then talk to them about how exciting the problem is.
That's literally exactly New York homelessness. And I guess actually all homelessness in all major cities. Give us more money so we can solve homelessness. Oh, homelessness is never solved. What? We need more money. Yeah, give me even more money. What? It's still not solved. We need more housing. We need more programs. We need to hire more people to help us tackle the insane, irreparable homelessness problem. What? Even more money doesn't help? Oh no, I guess we need even more.
Even if this show had followed all of my suggestions to improve it, do you think I would like it more? It's more fun to watch a ghost show that's bad. Just like it's more fun to have a ghost than to have a door that you didn't install properly. So in a way, the reason this show doesn't work is also the reason that it does.
After examining the show, Jenny is comfortable with her findings.
Pretty cool. Well, I did want to watch it, but she basically spoiled the entire format of the show. So, I guess I already watched all the episodes. Unlucky. Now, on to my big feats, which is always different. It's never always exactly the exact same podcast episode, one after the other. Nope, they're all different. Anyway, that I think is the last thing I wanted to cover.
Also, they should really spell inspectors in specters, like ghosts. The fact that they don't is yet another example of their folly.
She seems at peace, but little did she know that I was the ghost all along. Comfortable.
What do you think is actually going on in the home? I feel that
How many fucking post-credit scenes are there? What the heck?
there's a presence or something, or I'm not sure. That's why I'm hoping that maybe you can give me some answers. What do you think is going on in the home? Nothing.
That's a good one. Let's have a look at the comments, actually. Yeah, and I guess that's all for today. So let me go ahead and save. We're done with Banished for now, and we're done with the stream for now. After we check out the comments to this video. The worst ghost hunting show of all time. oddly enough, walking alone down a corridor, angrily whispering, "I'm not crazy," doesn't help your case. Very true. This show makes perfect sense. If we simply accept that Brian is a ghost, this would explain why Brian and Nadine never meet in real life, why Brian is always pretending there are no ghosts, and why Nadine always detects a ghost. Describing Brian as bored or joyless is a crime. He seems to be brimming with enthusiasm for his job. He seems excited to point out what would be causing their issues. I really wish Brian was also the psychic. Well, here's your problem. This house's energy is all pulling up at one end due to a crack in the foundation, which appears to be causing bleeding walls and water damage. A light mixture of cement and holy water can be a temporary fix until you get a team of priests with pneumatic jack in to pump up. And then he just ends up there. He got bored. He couldn't finish the rest of his explanation. I like how Brian doesn't even seem to be a person that doesn't believe in ghosts, or someone who would think you're stupid for believing in them. He just does his job and leaves. He doesn't care what you believe. I feel like most people would benefit from being that kind of person who just does their job and leave and doesn't care what you believe. That'd be good. Also, what the heck is this? Every single commenter's name has their handle now. It's at and then their username. Is this a glitch? Is it supposed to be doing that? It was never like that before, as far as I can tell. Rippy-dippy. I was stalked by Bigfoot. Creepypasta. Let's see that one for next time. That one sounds funny. I like creepypastas. They're pretty cool. Let's see. Spooky. Stalked by Bigfeets. Creepy pasta. Phew. Okay, well, that was everything for now. I still do have a couple of thingies I want to have on my list to cover. And then I also needed to go look up more news. Keep an eye on what's going on. Make fun of some more politicians and news outlets. And hopefully I can also find some more spooky news like that ghosts in at the highway in Arizona. We need more stories like that. I need to find a place that collects all of that for me so I can just go there instead of having to search through all the serious news to find the Elamaus and ghost stories and ghost happenings. So I'll see if I can gather some of those over time. Ogre time. Let's see. So how many pages were left in Harry Potter? How many chapters? We're on page 180 of 313. So we're about slightly more than halfway done. I could probably finish the book tomorrow if I just spend all day reading. I don't know if I will. Maybe I could do like half of the remaining stuff. We finished Halloween. Let's go table of contents. So we are on page 180. Quidditch is chapter 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 left. So we could probably read 1, 2, 3. Maybe 4. Well, what I'll try to do tomorrow is I'll read 4 chapters. We'll read Quidditch, The Mirror of Erised, Nicholas Flamel, and then Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback. And then for the following stream will finish off with the last 3 chapters, The Forbidden Forest, Through the Trapdoor, and The Man with Two Faces. So that's going to be my current stretch goal for my next streams. I think what I'll do is I'll just open up straight into the books. Instead of chilling with some Big Feet stories or some news or whatever, we'll just go straight to the books. We can finish this one, and then we'll start. What did I say? Where is my list? Where's my drawings? I think it was Halo afterward, right? It's not even here. Oh, yeah, it is there. Just super tiny. Harry Potter into Halo and then into 1984. Yeah, that'll be fun. Okay, so I will go ahead and post that afterward. Tomorrow's stream will have a huge focus on Harry Potter's from the beginning of the stream. And then hopefully we'll chill with some spooky stories afterward. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Hopefully for tomorrow I will have some water so that I can have a well-hydrated throat so I can read properly. Okay, so thanks for watching. Good luck, have fun, take care. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.